Okay, let's see.
I agree. This is one of the most important trials out there right now for your civil rights. You can't, though. Ben said you're not a real lawyer.
Yep, I am live over at my place.
Where's my credentials?
Where's your credentials?
Yeah, apparently I'm not a real lawyer. Where's my credentials? I'll tell you what, Ben. I'll drop a link to my trial stream, where I represented my clients in court just earlier this year. There you go. There's my credentials. So you're live. Okay, you're live too. Cool.
Yeah. So
awesome.
Let's see if.
Yeah, let's see if we get some traction on your end.
Yeah.
You're Swedish, so nobody's worried about you. Wow. By the way, I'm eating my keks. It made it all the way through the airport, but it's like crumbling now because it was in my baggage.
And there.
Versus admissibility.
Monetization on as well.
Sure, Judge. I think this really goes to weight versus admissibility. He's indicated there's a surveillance team inside. He's indicated who the subject is of the photo. I move for its admission.
Just bringing our foundational issues as well as stand our written objections.
Correct, Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
Where were you when this photo was taken?
I was on surveillance about a half mile away.
And who took the photograph?
A member of our surveillance team took the photograph. I don't know which agent it was. I believe we sent 2 agents in there to get eyes on.
Was there audio monitoring of this?
Yeah, so I was live monitoring inside I was live monitoring Dan while he was inside. I was listening to the activity going around with patrons, and the surveillance team went in there to get visual confirmation of what was going on while I was live monitoring it.
Okay.
Like I just heard some noise, and the live feed just ended that I was watching.
Okay.
So I don't know what that means. I'm going to keep an eye out. If the court goes live again, if the court goes live with anything, I'll let you all know. My Google attorney. Don't let your Google search be confused with my law degree, Ben.
Okay, I posted a link to my stream, and so you can go over there, give a like, get back here, and this is just to get traction within the YouTube algorithm.
Cool.
What do we see here, Agent Empla?
And I twittered it out as well.
This is Saturday afternoon in Antrim County at the Oasis Red Bull Tavern, and this is Eric Molitor right here over this unknown gentleman's shoulder.
Okay. If you can look at proposed exhibit 146, tell us what that is.
This is another shot from our surveillance team inside, and it's got Adam Fox, Eric Molitor, and CHS Dan. Another picture inside the Oasis Red Bull Tavern from the daytime surveillance.
And what are those 3 gentlemen doing when the photo's taken?
They're talking at a table.
Okay. And I'd move for admission of 146, please.
Please stand on the written objections.
Mr. Barnett.
To the
characterization that they're talking at the table. This is actually the first time I've seen this. Both the online and also the email. With that said, I see it.
Exactly, porcelain.
We only object to the characterization of talking. We have no objection coming in shows where people were seated.
Yeah.
And this was part of the discovery that was done, the exhibits that were delivered on August 7th, Judge.
Exhibit 146 will be admitted.
If this guy gets acquitted, can they use that in the appeal for the other?
What do we see here?
Well, there's 3 guys here. There's
Yeah.
3 defendants in this case. If they get acquitted, they can't use the acquittal
Mm.
in an appeal for the other guys. They have to use whatever legal arguments were addressed in that
Okay.
particular case. Yep.
So right here, where the laser's on, that's CHS Dan. Right over his left shoulder of CHS Dan is Eric Molitor. And on the right here is Adam Fox with his elbows on the
This
table.
witness did not
Okay.
take this picture.
You can look to propose exhibit number 147. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is another surveillance photograph of Eric Molitor, CHS Dan, and Adam Fox leaving the Red Bull Tavern.
Okay, and generally describe what's going on.
The 3 individuals are walking out towards CHS Dan's truck.
Okay,
Seems like that would be an appropriate foundational question. Don't you agree, Nicholas?
Yeah, somewhat.
move for admission of proposed exhibit 147, please.
So we're dual streaming. So you're on Nick's channel, but you're watching the same stream.
Mm.
So yes.
Mm.
Extend on the written objection.
There.
No objection.
147 will be admitted.
Thank you. Agent, are you familiar with, well, 1 minute if I may, Judge.
Those 3 handsome gentlemen.
I also have my alternative account to go in and like on both streams and put it on watching mine.
Exhibit
Nicholas,
150, that's
no, the link that you posted, I think she's talking about the link that you posted takes you to the dual stream. So it's identical. You won't miss a thing if you go over there. You just wait. It is my stream. What's up?
Oh, sorry.
You were right. It is my stream. It is a link back here. Sorry. Let me unpin that. We'll get this squared away.
it's already been entered. Describe what that is for us again.
That was awesome. Oh, there it is. Is that the right
That's
one?
the surveillance video
There we go.
in which Eric Molitor took, in which it's the slow motion video where they go by the governor's residence.
Was that taken before or after their visit to the Red Bull Oasis Tavern?
So it's after they depart the tavern here, they go back to look at her place again.
Okay. Are you familiar?
Hey, Nicholas.
Yeah.
We do have some new listeners, including Ben. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Oh, okay. Hi, Nick. I have the Nick Star of Trial Watch channel. I cover trials, of course, and currently I'm waiting for tomorrow's verdict in the Henry Dinkins trial, which will be live streamed on my channel. And other than that, I cover the Andrew Tate case in Romania. I cover the Young Thug RICO trial and a bunch of other legal stuff over there.
I was going to say, did you see that your defendant sent the judge a letter in the Sarah Boone style?
Yeah, I streamed it yesterday, and or not yesterday your time. Well, yesterday your time. Today my time. So it was 3 a.m, so it was a late evening stream from my end, and that was an interesting stream because I got decent numbers for my channel, but the replay crew is almost twice that.
Nice.
That's-
And Nicholas is Swedish, and I was
Yeah.
just over there in Sweden, and we had a little meetup, so you could see all of that stuff in my channel as well as Nick's. It was a good time.
Here with proposed exhibit 148.
Yes,
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is.
this is a video taken by Adam Fox just before the video that Eric Molitor took.
About right.
And it's another video. However, that one did not capture the governor's residence.
Is this video taken, if you know, before or after the visit to the Oasis Red Bull Tavern?
It's after.
Okay, and proposed exhibit number 148.
The judge hasn't ruled on
Yes,
this
it's
yet.
after Oasis Red Bull Tavern.
Okay, and this video does not capture the governor's property, is that correct?
Correct.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 148, please.
The 29th. Clumsy. The 29th, the judge is issuing the decision on Ethan Crumbley case.
No objection.
148.
Would you mind if I call this the glowy entrapment trial?
148, 148.
No, that's fine.
I'm Swedish. Left there can reach me here.
That's right. Yep.
It missed the governor's property, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correction, I think that is taken by Mrs. Molitor, right?
Thank you for watching over at Nick's.
Adam Fox, so just not going to the request.
Oh, Clumsy gifted membership. Thank you very much. Williams now has a membership. So welcome. And go ahead and click the membership tab on YouTube and you get access to my Discord link, which is where I have all of my member content, including a bunch of documents from this trial and stuff from other trials that we cover.
Another talking objection, Judge. Thank you. I'd like to draw your attention, please, to proposed exhibit number 153. Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. 153 is a photograph taken by CHS Dan, and it's at the boat launch, so the north side of Birch Lake, and it's Adam Fox looking south across Birch Lake towards the governor's residence.
They're
Move
just
for
looking
admission of
for geese.
153.
And why can't he testify to that?
In terms of-
Or is this when he gets everything in and then they
Sure,
stack
Judge.
on with the actual people testifying
tell
about
us
it
if you
later?
will.
Yeah, the funniest thing.
Okay.
Oh, he was just talking about the funniest thing is that the state literally asked that the defense not be allowed to do exactly what the state is doing.
Compound. Yeah. Why can't our guys do it when
Sure,
we allow
Judge.
these guys to do it? That's an appellate issue.
Yep.
But
Tell us, if you will, who took the photo.
CHS Dan took the photo. and
Okay.
then
Go ahead.
So CHS Dan took the photo. So why is he not on the stand testifying about it? The Murdaugh hearing. Nick, you were going to cover the Murdaugh hearing.
yeah, but the sound is horrible. And it's not the Murdoch per se, it's one of his co-conspirators that is pleading guilty.
Yeah, you said the sound was horrible, so that's why no one's covering it, or at least you're
Yeah.
not covering it.
I can't. My ears are. I listen to it for 10 minutes and I can't do this. And it is the same judge as in the Murdoch trial, which is interesting when we now not know,
So-
but allegedly some misconduct being done in the courthouse.
That judge, the Murdaugh judge, and this judge on the Whitmer case are competing to see who is the biggest whore letting everything in. So far, the Murdaugh judge, I think, won, but this judge is getting there really quick.
He provided it to me after I debriefed with him and collected his recording device.
Okay, and did that photo go into evidence?
Yes,
Turned over to defense and discovery?
yes.
Okay, move for admission to 153, please.
Because it was turned over doesn't mean that foundation was established.
And we also believe that there's a lack of foundation.
Mr. Burnett?
Just a quick one here. This shows here, we added Fox and added Fox on the plan.
That's correct.
By the water.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, any additional questions as to the accuracy of this?
No, thank you, Judge.
Great. Can I see the attorneys, please?
No, we're just on day 4. It's still hearsay. Hank is on the stand. Then we made it past the first witness.
Is that an act? Thank you, Judge. Have you been to the boat launch there on the north end of Birch Lake?
Yes.
Okay, and is that an accurate depiction of it?
Yes.
I'll renew my motion, please, Judge.
Cindy Jenkins,
Review the foundational objections. This would be the lake right now. This is the lake that anyone was on. We don't know which lake it is, we don't know when it is, we don't know the time of day, we don't know any information. This individual did not take a picture.
No, they don't. Most judges are very strict with the evidence. Yeah, and it's kind of two different approaches, Matt. Whereas the Murdaugh judge did require foundation, just let irrelevant stuff in. This judge is letting essentially relevant stuff in, but without the foundation and admitting hearsay. I guess it's apples and oranges.
This is taking quite some distance away from where the truck was. Is that correct, sir? You could tell me how far that is. Your estimation. The truck was parked, you know.
Yeah, no, I cannot tell you where the truck was parked.
Nothing else. Fine.
well, on 49, based on the testimony provided, that is familiar in the area, and his knowledge of this scene specifically, there has been sufficient foundation weight, and we'll admit
What are we looking at here, Agent Empla?
This is the boat launch on the north side of Birch Lake. And then this is due south, this direction. And then the governor's residence is over here on the west side of the lake.
Okay. Are you familiar, and who's the gentleman there in the picture, if you can tell us?
This is Adam Fox.
Okay. Proposed exhibit number 154. Can you tell us what that is, please?
This is another view from the boat launch. It's from the similar location. This time Adam Fox is standing up and he's using his hat to screen the sun as he looks across the lake.
Same question. You've been to the boat launch?
I've been to the boat launch, and this picture was also taken by CHS Dan and provided it as evidence following the surveillance.
Okay. Picture accurately depict that area.
Yes.
Move for admission to 154, please.
We stand on the foundation as well as our written objection pointing out that CHS Dan would be the proper witness.
Yep, good objections.
Is this picture taken?
I'll be right back.
Proximity to 153.
You're talking in time or in distance?
Distance, sorry.
Oh. It's a matter of feet.
No objection.
Well, as the court indicated previously, the foundation issues have been satisfied. Perhaps additional witnesses to provide more testimony, but of course, mind a proper foundation has been laid. 154 will be.
Thank you. Mr. Empla, if you can turn to proposed exhibit 155, please.
I have it here.
What is that?
This is a view from generally the same spot at the boat launch. So
Looks
this
like a nice
is
place.
taken by CHS Dan, and it is a view looking west along the shoreline.
Was this taken at the same time as the last two exhibits? And when I say the same time, I mean within the same, certainly the same day, within the same time frame as the first two pictures?
It was, but sorry, I want to make a clarification. Dan did not take this photograph. I found this on Adam Fox's cell phone.
Okay, and this is proposed exhibit number 155, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And move for admission of proposed exhibit 155, please.
Hey, Dirk. People are finding us.
Nice.
Well, I also know Baker's streaming right now too.
Okay.
With Jamie, she attracts a lot.
Mr. Walton has to relevance for this particular
The next line of questioning to the witness is going to be about Mr. Fox's plan for how he was going to approach the governor's cabin during the attack.
The court will conditionally admit 155 subject to the additional testimony.
Please. Did Mr. Fox ever express an idea of how he was going and his team were going to approach the governor's property? How does that suggest the answer would be my question?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
No problem. Did Mr. Fox ever express any ideas about how he and his attack team would approach the governor's cabin?
Yes, they were going to approach via water from this boat launch here, and they were going to try to find boats that weren't marked that they could abandon. So they talked about stealing boats that were already available on the shoreline. And then this is a photograph that we found on Adam Fox's phone as he referenced these boats to CHS Dan from the boat launch.
Okay, thank you.
That also addressed what's question is relevancy. So again, 155.
Thank you, Judge. I'd like to draw your attention, if I could, please, to proposed exhibit number 156. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
What is that?
This is a screenshot, which was found on Adam Fox's phone. And the screenshot is a pin drop at the boat launch. And the screenshot includes the Birch Lake area and 31, Highway 31.
I move for admission of proposed exhibit number 157, please. I'm sorry, 156. Thank you.
I'm sorry, there's also a pin drop of the Oasis Red Bull Tavern area as well.
Okay.
Mr. Nugget? Mr. Simon?
Could you stand on the written
Mr. Barnett?
relevance as to the pin drop and this plan was to go the lake side and not street side?
Yep.
Is that what this is proposed?
Yes, the attack plan
There is
was to
one
come
or
in
two
through the boat
of
launch, through the water, and attack the protection detail from the water.
Each side.
The entry point is from the boat launch, however you want to call it.
Any objection to the admission of 156?
It's limited.
Great success. Not at the moment, not that I know of. It's
Okay,
David's job to keep track on that.
Show us those two locations that you described.
So this is the boat launch pin drop from Adam Fox's phone, and this is the general location there, the Oasis Red Bull Tavern.
Okay. Proposed exhibit number 157. Are you familiar with that?
The court's calling me, and it's a pain in the ass. But what did I miss?
No, they just asked if the verdict was in, and I'm trying to find.
Oh, your thumbnail.
Yeah, my thumbnail. That's nice.
That's perfect. Yes, that's perfect. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Add the stage. There we go. No, I don't have a verdict yet. So the live feed was out and it ended. I imagine it might have ended for like a lunch break or something. When the jury comes back, it might go live again. So I'm keeping tabs on it. If we have something that goes live currently, I will jump right into it.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is a photograph taken by the FBI surveillance team as CHS Dan's Eric truck with Eric Molitor and Adam Fox as it passed the Elk Rapids Police Department on the way out of town as they were reconning the location of the first responders.
Is this, if you know, is this picture taken before or after Eric Molitor talks about trying to find where the local police departments are?
My son's
So it's
vote says
after
mine
where he
doesn't.
talks about the local police departments.
Okay, move for admission of 157, please.
Any additional questions as to the accuracy?
Oh, yeah, you've been down to Elk Rapids and been to the police department, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does this accurately portray that scene?
Yes, that's Dan's truck as I saw it that day during surveillance.
Okay.
Mr. Member? Mr. Sauer?
Judge Regis, stand on the objections.
Mr. Gov'ner?
One question, like Mr. Wilson. This also came after, you said 3 miles, there was a handwritten map, this is 2 miles to the PD, and 3 minutes. But this, that Adam wrote in the tablet. I assume this picture was taken after Adam wrote that information down on that handwritten map. So,
I'll kind of step through that one by one. The handwritten, I'm not going to quibble over whether it's 2 miles or 3 miles. And this occurred after the lunch at the Red Bull Tavern in which the map was drawn. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any objections to submission, Mr.
no,
Gov'ner?
Your Honor, thank you.
157 will be admitted.
What do we see here, Agent Emple?
So this is CHS Dan's truck, and then this is the location of the Elk Rapids Police Department.
Let's move, if we could, please, to proposed exhibit number 161. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And what is it?
This is
I
a
don't know, Clumsy.
Google Earth map
We'll find out.
that I created with distance location from the boat launch to the governor's residence, and then from the governor's residence to an extraction point to Lake Michigan.
Why did you put the extraction point there on Lake Michigan?
Because on the way out of town, CHS Dan, Adam Fox, and Eric Molitor drove through a neighborhood where they could see an extraction point and discussed that being the place to take her out to the big lake.
Okay. Move for admission of 161, please.
Your Honor, we reject on foundation, speculation. These are facts that are not in evidence. This is just the agent's opinion as to what's taking place.
Mr. Sauer?
Yes, we reject also the foundation as well as the dictum that is put on the exhibit. We'd ask that any dictum be stricken from the proposed exhibit. Candidates can have objections.
Mr. Gov'ner?
We object again, that Eric Molitor never discussed this. The tapes will show it, I challenge you to show the tape. This is described wrong.
Agent, so the point that is marked here as the proposed point on Lake Michigan that you referenced, was that one that was selected by you, or was that a specific point of data?
So following the surveillance, CHS Dan brought me out there and showed me the point that they were referencing. Showed me the spot that they drove through that Adam Fox noted to him, which was then later referenced by Adam Fox to the Null brothers in the car when he told them.
The Null brothers went to this car, Judge.
Well, the court will not admit exhibit 161 in its current form, given the what is referred to as dicta that the title of the document. If perhaps the map in and of itself, based on the testimony, we're trying to be admitted according to that decision, but at this point, 361 cannot be.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
162, Agent Impola, can you tell us what this is?
Yes.
Go ahead.
These are the Google searches found on Eric Molitor's phone pursuant to a search warrant.
And what date were these searches made?
They were made on August 29th, 2020.
Okay. How many searches are make up this exhibit?
6 separate searches.
Okay. And what are the searches for?
Objection, calls for speculation.
The difficulty is in answering your question, it comes when you get stuff. Agent, in a general sense, what would be substance of these searches?
In a general sense, all the searches are for the address.
I don't know what just happened there, but was there evidence admitted? Sorry, I had to jump off and take a call. I am still a practicing attorney, so
they said something about the objection being sustained, but I don't know if it was hearsay or just foundational, so they just circumvented it.
okay. Yeah,
but the judge knows more than me because I'm trying to.
We're both working and streaming at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not working. I'm done for today at least. But I'm trying to get people to share the links to these streams on your social media because this trial is seriously underreported everywhere.
Yes. Yeah, nobody's covering it that I'm aware of. I think, Southern Law was covering it for a bit. And obviously, what's her name? I can't remember who's there now live today. But yeah, there's very few of us covering it. And it's disappointing that it took so long for me to get to this, but we're here now.
Yeah.
There's still audio issues.
The difficulty is in answering your question, it comes when you get stuff. Agent, in a general sense,
yes,
what would be
that's
substance of these searches?
In a general sense, all the searches are for the address.
And they cut it out.
No, sir.
Please stand under objection.
We would object as to relevance. Mr. Molitor did not discover any evidence.
Yeah, it's funny because it is a local court. They do local news channel. They do interrupt a lot.
He said it does speak for itself, but it's not relevant. There's no need of move here toward finding the cottage. It just doesn't, it's not relevant.
Well, that's fine that there is a relevance to the tendency to prove or disprove, and so the prior fact may find us assisting them in doing that based on the nature of the searches, whether it was successful or not, and also help them prove them negative. So it does have some tendency either way. Based on that and the criteria as has been qualified and testified to contribution of 162.
Let's work through these, Agent Impola. You can enlarge the first one, please, Adam. What do we see here?
So right here on the left, this is what Eric Molitor typed into his phone, Gov'ner Whitmer cabin address.
And obviously the URL code is in the next column, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we see in the next column, last visited? What's below that?
This is the time and date stamp. Of course, it's in UTC.
Okay, now the UTC, remind us what that is again?
That's Greenwich Mean Time.
And,
It's -4, -5 hours.
okay,
I'm going to stream for as long as I can today, probably about 9 p.m. So another 9 hours is the plan. So I might have people, I don't know if Nick's going to stay the whole time. I might have other people popping in and out.
Yeah, I don't know if I can stay the entire time, but I will keep it on stream for traction.
Sure.
Yeah.
Who gave
That,
them?
because
the
if because when David closes it down, it closes mine down as well.
Oh, yes. So, yeah, I'll just keep changing the title because I was going to jump over to a different stream, but I'm not going to for day 5. I'll just keep amending everything. That way, since you're dual streaming. Hey, Daisy. We got Ghostly and everybody's in, or not everybody, but a lot are in your chat too. So this is going to be good. Yeah, we'll keep it going.
and, in this particular instance, it's, also designated PM, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so we would be subtracting, depending on daylight savings time, 4 to 5 hours off that. Is
We're working on rebranding it to MLSN or MLS Network. So we're working on that.
that correct?
But
Correct.
maybe making law
Okay.
simple.
Can
making
we
law
go to
simple
the
from
next
a
search
Major
that he
League.
made, please?
Because you can
What do we
change
see here?
your thingy on
These are
YouTube.
in dis-
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. I can change it to making law simple. That's probably better.
Yeah.
Correct.
okay. Go ahead and tell us.
This is another search, Gov'ner Whitmer cabin address. There's the URL, and then this is 5:49 p.m. UTC.
Okay. That would be a second search he made then, is that correct?
Yes,
These are separate searches, is that right?
yes.
Okay, go on to the third one, please.
This is a search. The term is Gov'ner Whitmer cabin address, and it's 5:48 p.m. UTC.
Okay. The next one, please. What do we see here, Agent Employ?
The search is a little bit different. It's Gov Whitmer addresses, Antrim County Cottage and Boat Controversy, 9 and sign 10 news. And it's
Okay. For some context, the governor had lifted many restrictions. It may or may not have been a result of the lawsuit that I filed against her. One of them was opening the public waterways and allowing people to launch their motorized boats. So when that happened, the governor's husband called the boat launch company and said, "Can I get my boat launched right away?" And they said, "No, there's a waiting list. You know, it's going to be several days because we have so many boats to launch." And he said, "Well, I'm the governor's husband. Does that make a difference?" And the guy's response was, "Yeah, that puts you at the back of the line always and forever." So that's what's going on at this time. That's what they're searching. It is a big news story in Michigan. And the governor even came out and made a public apology and said her husband was just making a bad joke.
from 5:47 p.m.
Okay. And the next one, please, Adam.
No, they only allowed non-motorized boats for a while.
This search is Gov'ner Whitmer cabin address, 5:47 p.m.
UTC time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next one, please.
This is a similar search, Gov'ner Whitmer cabin address from 5:47 p.m.
Okay.
UTC.
And I think that concludes it. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Judge, we have a foundation issue here. If you're looking at the times, you show 5:47, 48, and within 2 seconds, you have somebody typing in another whole search string. I don't know about you, Judge, but when I type things on the phone, it takes me more than 2 seconds. And it's on the 9th, the 8th, the 7th, and then you get a string of 24 seconds, and then you get a string of another 18 seconds, and then it just seems like these are really quick. You're within 2 seconds of tightening these strings. I believe there's a combination of each judge.
Mr. Wilson,
Other talking objection, Judge? No.
well, the objection is noted for the record. The document is submitted, does include the times, as well as communicated to the jury, and the times are what they say. The documents.
Thank you.
Okay, about to enter a new area, Judge. Not sure if you want me to dive in and keep going.
Well, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an excellent hot Monday for everybody. We have to believe answer lessons here for today. We'll have you back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Just to give everyone a heads up, I am considering switching our start time to 8:30, getting our pace today.
All right. So we are good. I'm not muted. Okay. So we are done with day 4. I am going to jump over and start with day 5 now. And we're just going to keep going. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Hearsay Hank continues on the stand. All right. Day 5. These ambient mics are horrible.
Thank on the record in the file 5165-FH, day 2. Mr. Wilson, I'm going to start with you. Anything that you need to talk about before bringing the jury back?
No, sir.
No,
No, thank you, Your Honor. No, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Okay. All rise for the jury.
Yeah, they specifically mentioned that he was looking for a vacation home. Yeah. He's just a dumbass. And it's not illegal to be a dumbass and go for a ride with 2 people you don't know and be caught up in this stuff. He had no intention of doing anything. They've established no evidence thus far that he intended to do anything. He went for a ride. They talked some stuff. He played along. And then, from my understanding, there was no other contact. Yeah, let's see what the lapel pin for Hank the Tank is today. They started deliberation about 9:45 this morning. It is now 12:15, so that's how long they've been deliberating. And they're probably at lunch right now.
And I apologize, I forgot to give you the instruction last night, but I know obviously we've been doing this for a couple of days. And so I'll give it to you now in case I forget this evening. Just make sure, a reminder to leave all of the paperwork that you have on the table. It's upside down. That just has to
I just discovered I am 5 subscribers away from 2,700 subscribers. Huh,
Nice.
nice. Yeah.
So everyone needs to click the link pinned at the top of my chat. And if you're not subscribed to Nick, go over there and subscribe to him so we can get him there. 5 subscribers. That's it. We could do that.
Yeah.
You swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I do.
Now I need to edit my.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think we left off yesterday. We were talking a little bit about the daytime surveillance, and I'd like to move in a little bit different direction now. You have proposed exhibit number 266 there in front of you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury what that is?
This is the physical exhibit for the RF detector found in Eric Molitor's car.
On what date?
October 7th, 2020.
And was there a search warrant that allowed for that search?
Yes.
Okay, and it seems to be in some type of plastic bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's an evidence bag.
Okay, so that is the actual RF detector. Is that correct?
Yes.
Move for admission of 266, please.
There was such an important text that you broke your streak of just lurking in the background. No, not my twin. I have more hair than him.
Judge, there's no comment.
Mr. Barnett.
All right. think he said it was by search warrant, my understanding was by consent.
Well, I think that discussion has been had before. I think a search warrant was obtained, if I understood the testimony correctly, and it may also present consent evidence. The jury served that, so I think that's sufficient. No objection to the motion. 266 will be.
Thank you. Can you open that up and take that out of the bag, please?
Sure. I have it here.
Okay, and just describe for the record basically what you're holding in your left hand.
So this is the RF detector that we found in Eric Muller's house. This is
Nothing
the
illegal
one
about it.
for detecting radio frequencies.
And did that change your approach investigatively at all?
Yes, absolutely.
Not a big question.
Yes, absolutely.
Tell us how.
We had to purchase radios, handheld radios, and give them to the undercovers and informant at the training.
Yeah, they're sold everywhere.
Because we were worried that without the ability to have transmitting devices on them, we wouldn't have any way to know if they were in trouble or not. So I went.
This contradicts his testimony from day one, where he said that Dan the man was paid a lot of money to be part of this, and part of it was reimbursement for buying things such as an Apple Watch and other things, so he could get into contact with somebody if there was an emergency. So you didn't need the radio broadcasters if you have the Apple Watch and everything else, right?
I'm looking at reading up on Whitmer, and apparently, as I see it, they are using this trial, her campaign, to boost her campaign. Jesus Christ.
There's a reason why the criminal charges were brought when they were brought. It just happened to be right near an election cycle. Isn't that amazing?
What a coincidence. It's
almost as if, dare we say, a conspiracy.
Went to Home Depot and I purchased 4 radios and gave them to Undercover Red, Undercover Mark, CHS Dan, and then I kept one for myself so that we'd always have a way to communicate because of the operational security at the Luther FTX.
Okay. Let's move to the Luther FTX if we could now, and I'll take that back. Thank you. Remind us the dates of the Luther FTX.
The training was for the 11th through the 13th, so 12th I'm sorry, some people got up there on the 11th, but the training was on the 12th and the 13th, so it's Saturday and Sunday.
And remind us again who owned the property.
That was Ty Garbin's hunting property.
Okay, and I'm going to show you, rather I'd ask that you turn to proposed Exhibit 163 in your exhibit book there.
I have it here.
Okay, can you describe what that is for us, please?
This is a photograph of the shooting range being built in Luther on Ty Garbin's hunting property.
Okay, how did you come into possession of that?
It was sent by Ty Garbin to the Wolverine Watchman on wire, which we were live monitoring via access through Dan's wire account.
And when did Mr. Garbin send that?
That was on August 28th, 2020.
And generally describe what the photo shows us.
The photo shows us sand and plywood that were used to construct the shooting range in the weeks and months prior to the FTX.
Okay. Move for admission of 163, please.
In terms of knowledge of the
I don't know where Flux is.
Sure. Is that, does the photograph accurately reflect what Mr. Garvin posted?
Yes, it does.
Renew my motion, please.
I see her on Twitter, but she's probably at
As
work.
to the scene on the
She
Luther
might
property.
also be
Yes, it does.
on Vice's stream or in the chat, anyways.
No objections.
Radix Verum
Thank you.
was in court for the
Describe for us what we're seeing here, Agent Umbla.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Radix Verum was in court for the closing arguments. But
Yes,
I
and she
don't-
got called out.
Really?
Yeah, the judge pointed a finger at her and was like, "Quit pointing at the jury." And she's like, "I wasn't pointing at the jury. I was taking notes and I was like counting in my head," kind of thing. And apparently the judge called her out. So I'm waiting for that. That was closing. That was yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. I sent Flux a link to the stream if she wants to join us when she's done with work.
So this is the sand here that was put there in the shooting range. These are shooting stands.
See, that's what I'm
Targets
saying.
on
This
them.
isn't the first time. Gigi, welcome. The last couple of streams I had on this, nobody was getting notice until somebody told them, said, "Hey, MLS is streaming this."
Yeah. Yeah, I see the
And
numbers
These are
slowly
plywood
creeping
and,
up on my end, but it's
lumber,
nowhere
old
near
lumber.
what I normally have, even on an impromptu stream.
Yeah, normally we have like double this.
Yeah, double
At
this.
least on just like a BS stream. Like I had
Yeah.
more people watching my video to Sweden than
Yeah.
than this.
I had more people watching my premiere of the same stream because it wasn't live streamed on my channel, so I put it up the next day.
Yeah.
And I have had more on a premiere of the stream everybody saw the day before than I have currently. So something's odd. So please, if you have a Reddit account, if you have a Discord, true crime that you, or whatever, or Twitter or Facebook, if you wouldn't mind, because this needs more traction overall.
She's not streaming right now, from what I understand.
No, I see her on Twitter posting.
Yeah, she's supposed to be in Michigan right now to follow this, get a live verdict thing. And maybe it was the prosecutor that yelled at her. I thought her Twitter said that the judge also like accused her of pointing or something.
Stacked up with sand behind it for like a backstop, makeshift backstop at the shooting range.
Okay. Can you propose Exhibit 164 in your book, please?
Oh.
I have it here.
And can you describe what that is?
Sure. This is a panoramic photograph posted on Wire by Dan Harris, aka Beaker, member of the Wolverine Watchmen, from August 8th, 2020.
And the photograph, what does it depict?
It's zoomed out a little bit from the past photograph that we just looked at from Ty Garbin, and it shows tires that were brought up on a trailer by the Wolverine Watchmen as they were prepping the shooting range.
And remind us, Ty Garbin, was he a member of the Wolverine Watchmen?
Ty Garbin was, and Dan Harris was, who posted this.
Okay. And when did Dan Harris post this?
August 8th.
Okay. And accurately depict the scene there?
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission of 164, please.
It was the prosecutor who yelled at Radix.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Again, describe for us what we're seeing here. And
oh yeah, and I have lost a lot of subscribers too in the last couple of days, or last couple of weeks. When I got back from Sweden, I happened to look, and I had lost like, I don't know, 25 or 30. It's not as many as Jeff, but still, it's a substantial amount.
For Jeff is 10 times 20 times larger than both of us. So yeah, but I got one new subscriber, so I'm at 26.95.
All right, 4 more, and we get Nicholas up there to 2,700. The link is at the top of the chat, people. You won't miss anything because we're dual streaming.
This picture is actually taken 20 days earlier
EDB
as
is
they were
live
still
as well.
building it up from the last picture, and it zoomed
Yeah,
out.
but we and EDB, we don't have the same audience.
Makeshift
Almost.
plywood.
No, but I'm just looking. So we have the expert, Broken Baker, Mo are live right now.
Oh, okay.
Backstop here. This is some more sand that was brought in. And then these are tires that were acquired from down near Detroit and hauled up on a trailer.
What's the purpose of the tires?
To
Nick and I were making
stop
friends on
any
Twitter last night.
ricochets and to be kind of a general, keep people out of the shooting range.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. 165, proposed exhibit 165.
The first day I streamed this, I was about 3 days behind the trial, and I had 200 plus streamers or people watching live, and then the numbers kept going down.
August 1st, 2020. It's a video taken by Caleb Franks while he's up preparing the Luther property. He's got a tractor, and he's taking a picture of Ty Garbin on a tractor as Ty Garbin's moving some dirt around.
How did you come into possession of that?
Corn Pop.
Caleb Franks sent it on Facebook Messenger.
Okay, and so that was it came from a Facebook account.
That's correct.
And did you have a search warrant for that?
I did, but I obtained this through consent from CHS Dan's account.
Tell us a little bit more about that, please.
Sure. So just like Wire, I was able to log in through CHS Dan's account on Facebook and monitor communications. And then when
Monitor by logging into another person's account, isn't that?
And that's what this is.
No, so Dan the man was the snitch, and he gave this guy, this witness, access to all of his accounts, so he could live monitor it. So this is the only like actual evidence that this guy has firsthand knowledge of is all these chats back and forth on I forget the apps that they were using, because this guy had real-time monitoring from Dan. So did anyone die in this trial? No, nobody died. This is an attempted kidnapping of Governor Whitmer. So nobody died, and didn't even happen.
Yeah, and the only reason it was planned was because the feds planned it.
Yeah, pretty much planned and trained and drove the guy there and said that what they were doing, and he was like, okay.
Okay. Let me just stop there for a minute. When you're looking on Wire or Signal or
just more hearsay from Hank.
Dan's account, do you ever add any content?
No.
Okay, why not?
That'd be dangerous. So Dan is talking to these people live. So anytime he's interacting live, if I say something and he's surprised and he didn't actually say it, that would put him in danger. So that's not part of the undercover operation.
Going back to proposed exhibit 165, does the video accurately depict the scene?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to move for admission to 165, please.
Yeah, but this is a very political charge. I mean, we're talking about kidnapping a governor. And more importantly, there were other cases, there were other trials on this, but they were all federal. And so nothing was televised. This is the first televised version of this. And it's been talked about for the last 2 years. So I thought there'd be more.
Yeah.
Ricada lives.
Hey, Corn Pop.
Well, I mean, come on now. They have a backhoe.
Okay, who's the driver of the tractor again?
That's Ty Garbin, Gunny.
And remind us, please, when this was posted by Mr. Franks.
So that was August 1st,
Okay.
2020.
Him driving a tractor.
And the date of the Luther.
making a shooting
FPX
I'm in
that's held
deep
on that
trouble. I
property
have a
again
small one
was-
and I have a huge
That
one.
was September.
Tractor, that is.
You have a small one and a big one. You got okay, yeah. Having a tractor and making a gun range again. It's just, I mean, that's why I say I hope this jury.
Are guns
pool-
allowed in Michigan, Dave?
Well, they are for now.
Yeah. And are you allowed to build a gun range on your property?
Yep. The thing is God, I can't remember what the hell I was gonna say now. Oh, if the jury is younger men in this area of Michigan, they're gonna get acquitted. Absolutely, because younger men will be like, yeah, that's what I did last Saturday. I don't understand the issue.
Yeah, and if one or two of them are suspicious about feds, they're not gonna budge.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Moving along to proposed exhibit number 166, please. Can you look
But if
at
they're
that?
older people, they're most likely retired prosecutors or people.
Yes,
from
I have it here.
Chicago.
And generally describe what that is.
This is a wire post by Ty Garbin from August 27th, and this is the itinerary or the schedule of the weekend training.
Okay. And how is it obtained?
This is obtained via logging into Dan's wire account and then capturing that when Ty Garbin sent out the training itinerary.
Okay. Accurately depict the post by Mr. Garbin.
Yes, sir.
And
Move for
trained them?
admission of 166, please.
There's a very or somewhat religious college in the area too, so more likely to be conservative. folks.
What do we see here, Agent Impla?
So this is a photograph of a computer. So on this one, it was actually zoomed out a little bit and it was smaller. And I cropped out and zoomed in so we could read it and then added the black box.
Okay.
So this is their training schedule. So at 1200, meet and greet. Then we have 3 classes: medical, day tire shoot house. Wait, dry fire shoot house. Sorry, it's hard for me to read on this. Let me make it bigger. Dry fire shoot house, dry fire weapon manipulation, then food and water break, go live, go over movements and tactics and tracking in different environments. Then there's dinner, small game of adult hide and seek. I knew adults played hide and seek. It's not just Sarah Boone. But but why is that circle? They're playing hide and seek. Okay. Then we have wake and meet time, roughly 9:30. Food, more dry fire activities, go live, eat, open discussions, pack up and head home. That's their activities. So bad. Where does it say in there? Run scenario for kidnapping Gov'ner?
I guess the feds will testify to that because it was their schedule, and I mean,
well, true. This is what the feds put together, right?
Yeah.
Through from the top of the document, please.
Sure. So Ty Garbin posted the training schedule from 1200 to 1400 was the meet and greet. From 1400 to 1600 was the 3 station classes with medical, dry fire, shoot house, dry fire weapon manipulation. 16 to 1630, food and water break. 1630 to 1800, go live. 1800 to 1900, go over movement and tracking in different environments. 1900 to 2000, dinner. And then we've got from 2000 to 2100, so 8 to 9 o'clock, small game of adult hide and seek. Day 2, wake and meet time roughly 9:30. 9:30 to 10:30 food, 10:30 to 12:30 more dry fire, 12:30 to 13:30 go live, 13:30 to 16:30 eat, open discussions, pack up and head out.
Going back to the third line at the top there, what is a dry fire shoot house?
No, talk about the adult hide and
Oh, right
seek. I
here.
want to know how we do this.
So the shoot house is what was alternatively described the kill house. So in this case, it was tarps that were stationed, and it's a mock residence that you can practice going through.
First question on cross-examination. Officer, you talked about all this technical training. You do this, don't you? You participate in tactical training, don't you?
Hallways and ring rooms.
Okay. And dry fire, what does that mean?
That means you don't have ammunition in your gun. You go through with your weapon without having any ammo in it.
Okay. And dry fire weapon manipulation, what does that mean?
So that's general weapon manipulation, such as tactical reloading
Prove it.
or
Prove it.
transitioning from your primary rifle to a secondary handgun.
Small
How do you know
game
this is
or
adult hide
moving
and seek.
under fire.
That is
Moving, shooting,
speculation.
shooting.
Okay.
Absolutely, it is.
Can you turn to proposed
Unless
exhibit
he was there
167
running
in
it.
your book, please?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hang on. I want to. I'm gonna share another screen here real quick. I was just sent this. All right, so this is apparently in court yesterday.
It's been brought to my attention that during closing argument, this individual right here was standing up and pointing and counting to the jurors and taking notes while doing so. That's
Okay.
very concerning to me. I don't know who she is. I don't know why she's doing that. I'd ask the court to instruct her to not in any way try to intimidate this jury.
Is this in front of the jury?
Just like
No, I don't
everybody
think
else
so.
in
Well,
the
maybe it is.
gallery, behave.
You can return your
We
ticket.
approach, Your Honor, legal approach.
Hang on.
It is in front of the jury. That's why they are approaching. They try to approach.
What I will do is generally instruct everybody that they are to remain seated if they're viewing this process. If somebody needs to move to see an exhibit, that's perfectly appropriate. But basically, if you're not the attorney talking, you are invisible. Okay? That's the.
They are invisible. She was just sitting there.
She was taking notes and looking
Look
up.
at her face.
And maybe
She's just like, what in the world is happening right now? I don't know her. I've never watched any of her stuff, although a lot of people talk about her. But that's funny.
Reporter taking notes. I mean, unheard of.
I know. Well, you can't do that. You know, I mean, being a reporter in court, I mean, isn't that what the was argued in Brian Cronenberg's case yesterday too? Okay, let me get back to this.
But unless the jury says anything about it, then it's not an issue. It was brought to my attention. By whom? The jury? No, because then he would have said these came from the jury, and the jury wouldn't have told the prosecution. They would have told the judge. So nobody in the jury felt intimidated.
Yep.
This was a power play from the prosecution to make the jurors aware that they should feel threatened.
Can you tell us what that is?
So this is a wire conversation. This is a 2-pager here.
Hey, Dave.
It's between Adam Fox and
Welcome.
Eric Molitor.
Dave, did you get notice of this on YouTube, or did you find us like on Discord or something else? We're having low numbers, and we're just wondering what's up.
Yeah.
And how was it obtained?
Some people said they didn't get the
This
notice.
was obtained via search warrant and a review of Adam Fox's phone.
Generally describe the nature of the communication.
These are messages from Adam Fox telling Eric Molitor there's 3 successive messages to make sure he brings his RF detector
To what?
to the Luther FTX.
Okay. Move for admission of 167, please.
All right, we have a new live feed up for the court. Nothing is happening though, but I'll keep an eye on it.
Oh, Terrence writes, Judge had already addressed her notes before break. AG did that in front of jury on purpose. So the judge already addressed it, and then the prosecution brought it up. That
Interesting.
is so foul game.
I can pull it up. I might pull it up later. Let me get it.
Before break.
The whole thing, yeah.
If it was covered.
Okay, Agent Empla, from top to bottom, if you can work us through this exhibit, please.
Sure.
So the first statement here from Alpha Fox, that's Adam Fox, is awesome. Give me till Monday, I'll get everyone added to the chat. Then the date here is Monday, September 7th. Adam Fox states, bring your security toy to FTX, please. We need to use it. Meeting at Walmart, I'm Cadillac, 10 to 10:30 a.m. Saturday morning. We'll carpool in with trucks. Barricade, that's Eric Molitor's handle, stated, will do, Saturday, 10 to 10:30, copy that. Then on Wednesday, September 9th, 2020, Adam Fox stated, what up, bro? Hey, make sure you bring that scanning device, bro. Then on Thursday, September 10th, Eric Molitor stated, hey man, I got ya. This is a continuation now, second page of the exhibit. On Friday, September 11th, 2020, Adam Fox stated, what's up? We on our way, RN. Gonna need that device you have tomorrow morning in the Walmart parking lot. Eric Molitor stated, see you there. Adam Fox stated, okay. Gonna be around noon now, bro. Few running late. Eric Molitor stated, thank you. Copy that.
Was,
Well, they didn't confirm it. The witness said that it was, therefore it is. That's all you need, apparently.
Jesus.
do you have any audio of any meeting at the Walmart on that Saturday?
Yes,
Okay, and tell us about that.
sure.
Paris, River Show, welcome. You're new.
CHS Dan was at the Walmart with Adam Fox, and he arrived. Eric Molitor was waiting at the Walmart, and Eric Molitor provided his RF detector and showed Adam Fox how it worked, turned it on, and told him that he tested the camera capabilities on his phone, and it worked with the lens on the phone. Then he also stated that it would detect any radio frequencies going in and out as he was demonstrating the device.
Okay. Turn to page, or proposed exhibit 168 in your book, please.
Your Honor, is there going to be a video, audio tape of that? My client never gave it to Walmart. Today.
All in due time, Judge.
There will be an audio recording sometime.
I anticipate that, yes, Judge.
I couldn't hear what you said.
He said yes.
Okay. You see that as one of the.
Thank you, Judge. Are you at 168?
I am.
Okay, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what that is?
This is a 3-pager. This is Facebook records, and this is group chat.
Describe the group generally, please.
This is a group put together by Adam Fox of Michigan militia leaders. It's a separate group than the Leaders Coalition chat.
Isn't forming militias legal in the United
And
States?
it doesn't have a name.
Absolutely.
Okay. How was it
Absolutely.
obtained?
Yeah,
It's,
Facebook search
written
warrant
into the
for Adam
Constitution.
Fox.
Okay. And generally describe the nature of the chat on the 3 pages, please.
Sure. So this chat includes Eric Molitor, Bill Null, Adam Fox, Joe Morrison, Pete Musico, Michael McDonald, Barry Croft, and it is an invite by Adam Fox to the Luther FTX. And then there's some discussion about what will be happening at the Luther FTX.
Okay. Move for admission of proposed exhibit 168, please.
Hey, Stray.
Mr. Second.
Hello, hello.
Mr. Barnett? No objection. 168 will be.
Thank you. Agent Employee, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So these are the participants of the group chat, including Eric Molitor. This is Adam Fox. George Bunyan is Joe Morrison. Pete Musico. Sean Michael is Sean
I think we're
Fix.
gonna have to.
Ragnar Bill Null is Bill Null, and then this is Barry Croft.
Okay. Why don't you work us through the exhibit, please?
Oh. Wolfram with the $5 super check. Please turn to page 356 of the book of Impala, verse 15 through 20. That's perfect. That's perfect. He says it, though it shall be. That's awesome. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, and well worth it. That was awesome.
The
Reading all of it, or
FTX.
just-
What's that?
What does crypto? Okay, who is all coming to FTX? What does cryptocurrency, crypto exchange has to do with this?
I don't know.
Thank you, Wolfram. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but FTX is field training exercise. But again, we
Okay.
went through the schedule of the field training exercise. It includes adult hide and seek and dinner. So, I mean, again, there's no like, at 1 p.m. we're going to run through the dry run scenario of kidnapping the governor. You're allowed to form a militia in the United States. You're allowed to carry guns. You're allowed to do tactical training. None of this is illegal.
The only thing that makes it quote unquote illegal is the plot of kidnapping, which the feds invented.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing, that's the only difference, is the feds injecting themselves into constitutional rights.
We have to wear face paint. Yeah. Let's see here. If we have a law to FTX, we will be placed on a list. I'm sure I'm already on a list, but yes, anyone in my chat too, by the way, is probably ending up on a list at this point.
Yeah.
We know
And
Ben from earlier was a Fed. So
I'm a union rep. I'm on everybody's list. I mean, that comes with the territory.
That's right.
And I'm also been a human rights activist at a few points in my life, protesting mass surveillance. So yeah, I'm on literally everybody's list.
Stray, it'd be awesome if you became a member. Yes, we do movie nights. We've got some stuff coming up. And then we have a lot of stuff, fun stuff in Discord. It's a good time.
Boxed.
Plus, you get all of Jody Arias, all of her. All 3 holes are on display in my Discord if you're interested.
Let's start with just the box, please.
Okay. So this is September 8th, 2020.
We asked it to be,
Okay, we'll read the whole thing. Okay.
we are.
Please, Agent Employee, from the beginning.
All right. The first statement here, this person is a past participant, meaning they're removed from the chat. The first statement from Adam Fox says, okay, who's all coming to FTX? Then Adam Fox stated, and this is September 8th, 2020. Also, deer season started early, so live fire will be on Sunday. Dan Jones asked, what time Sunday? Adam Fox asked, and who am I missing in this chat?
Moving to page 2, please.
Eric Molitor stated, sounds good. Pete Musico stated, at Barry Croft, some of those edits for this commercial are freaking awesome.
Judge, I believe that we have to get this, these are on according to the exhibit that we have.
Is the court's exhibit book flowing with the exhibit?
So this is not the entirety of the chat. Each page on these chats are different. They're excerpts and screen captures of the individual chat.
Just when we look at the exhibit that I have, it has a lot of meat between.
I'll be right back, and then we can probably get the judge addressing
Oh,
the,
Mr. Seibert, continue.
the issues yesterday
Yes, sir. There's at least 3 or 4 lines.
with the taking of the notes and everything. Hey, Stray became a member. Welcome,
Hey,
Stray.
nice.
Go to my member tab. You'll find a link to Discord. When you get in there, you'll be placed in a waiting room. Just let Jung or Jamie or myself just drop your, if your Discord name is different than Stray, just identify yourself so we can match it up with the member list, and then Jung or Jamie will let you into the rest of it. But thank you, welcome.
Mhm. Oh,
Have fun
and I forgot. I have to thank a certain someone for the donation via PayPal to my channel yesterday. I forgot to address it yesterday. You know who you are, and there's a slightly different name there on PayPal than on in chat. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't like calling out names when they send me Cash App or anything like that, because it's usually their real name. So I gotta just leave that alone. You know who you are. Thanks.
Yeah, and PayPal, YouTube takes 30%. PayPal takes 2%, I think. And you can, just as becoming a member on our channels, you can set up a monthly donation on PayPal. And the difference is that I really can't get you the membership. But most of the people who are donating monthly on PayPal are also members on my YouTube channel, and that is amazing, because the memberships is what is keeping my channel afloat. That covers all my expenses for keeping the channel afloat.
And then I super chat Nick with my memberships that I get.
Yeah. Sure.
Discord looks like a puppy mill for disconnected youth. So Discord, if you guys remember old school kind of chat rooms, like Yahoo chat rooms and stuff like that, that's kind of what Discord is. So it looks a little intimidating at first, but it's a lot of fun. All right, I'll be right back.
Beginning of page 1, beginning of page 2.
Beginning of page, it's a one-of-one document. It's on page 1212.
Yeah, and also PayPal asked the sender if they want to cover the cost of the payment.
Also, it's deer season, and then we skipped 3 or 4 lines from Adam Fox and Dan Jones. Unless I missed it, I was trying to follow along with him.
Sure. Mr. Ross, let me go to you in terms of the pieces of the exhibit.
Sure. I have a 3-page exhibit. Does the court's exhibit flow with that? Okay. I think the witness just testified that, we're not going to put in hundreds of pages of chat, obviously. We're trying to be efficient that way. I'm not sure what Mr. Seibert's looking at. It looks similar to what we have, but it's not the exhibit that we tendered on August 7th.
Well, as we've done previously,
Yes, jury is deliberating. We are watching.
By the agent and prepared for this. If any party has a request under 116,
What are they arguing about now?
The exhibits are coming in. We're just asking to read it complete, not just.
Defense is arguing completeness, and the state only wants in their exhibit.
Oh yeah, the defense has been arguing this a lot, and the judge has always ruled, well, when you get to cross-examine, you can admit the rest of the document or video or whatever. Jacob, yes, they are deliberating right now. I have a live feed going. Not going. I'm monitoring a live feed. So as soon as the jury comes back with a question or a verdict or something like that, we'll go live to that. So you can stay here for the verdict watch. We'll watch it live. In the meantime, we are on day 5 now, and we're just watching and getting caught up.
reviewing the entire exhibit, if the party wishes under 106 to a different one. Well, are you looking at an exhibit or are you looking at?
I'm looking at the exhibit that they gave. That matches this number.
My Discord is awesome.
Let
Let me see if you're in there. All right. Straight, you are now pre-law. You have access to all the pages, or most of the pages or channels on Discord, rather. So do we want to watch where the judge was talking to her before the break? Real quick.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah, I found it. Let me present. I got to present a video file here. Oh. See, this is going to take a
And
second.
you in the chat, if you haven't pressed the thumbs up on both our streams yet, our streams are pinned on the top of our chats, so you can hop over, give a thumbs up, hop back. That way we beat the YouTube algorithm that really doesn't want, for some reason, this trial to be covered.
All right. Okay, so this is where it comes in. This is before the break.
Everything okay?
She's making descriptions of the jurors.
Who is?
If I'm writing observations.
On the jurors themselves, then?
Yes, on the demographics of the jury.
Okay, that would be prohibited under Michigan court rule, and it's prohibited by this court. No description of the jury in any way can be done. Is that clear?
Yes.
If anything's been posted about that or any notes have been taken, I understand, ma'am. Any notes have been taken, they need to be destroyed. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay.
What? She has to destroy notes?
I don't think that's accurate. What he said is that no description of the jury members in any way, shape, or form can be disclosed.
Yep.
I don't know that that's an actual
No.
representation of the law in the state of Michigan. I'm going to have to look, but I don't think that's right. So what he said is that those need to be destroyed. Now, if she's like taking pictures of the jury, yeah, absolutely. The judge would grab her phone or whatever. And,
but if she
destroy
she writes down the white male mid-50s,
yeah,
that's allowed.
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
Yes, this is from yesterday, and that is Radix in the courtroom there.
Yeah.
That the judge was just addressing. That's what we were talking about earlier. And then, yes, and then we got in the Discord is a link to, maybe not that one. In the Discord was a link to the aftermath when the jury was brought back in. Then the prosecutor addresses it again in front of the jury, which was obviously a ploy.
We'll be on a short break. Mr. Bardine, I need you to reset some things, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, give everyone a chance to use the restroom.
Thank you.
So let me see here.
And then directly after the break, the prosecutor in front of the jury makes it an issue again, even though the judge already addressed it. That is so foul game.
Okay, so now let's check this out. They just got back. Yes, I did see this.
Yeah. Why are people talking about Nick Recaida?
I don't know.
Has he been banned again?
Came to see if the chat was more normal than Dave's. She's over in your chat.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're we're going to turn to the defense side for closing arguments. Mr. Barnett is going to go first. Mr. Barnett, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Today, I'd like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for all your hard work.
I thought, when does the other address happen? So, okay, so we heard that one. I might just be fishing around for it. So at this point, I'll just pull it down. But anyways, so yeah, there we go. All right, so that's what happened with Reddick's after the jury was out, and then we watched earlier what happened when the jury was back in, and the prosecutor stood up and was like, "She's counting the jury," or whatever. I don't know, or pointing her fingers at the jury, whatever, but did it in front of the jury. Yes, we time warped. We're all over the place. So now we're back to day 5. We're just time is relative in MLS space right now. There's nothing to go live to, Corn Pope. It's literally just a blank screen.
For the record, we will Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Judge. Why don't we, I think you're at the top of the second page there. Is that right, Agent Impola?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't you start from the top for us? Actually, why don't you go back? Can you take it back to the first page, Adam, so we can kind of get the context again? Okay. And just leave it there for a second. You don't have to do anything. Okay, why don't we move to the second page now, please? And from the top of the second page, can you work us through the exhibit, please?
Sure. Eric Molitor from September 8th, 2020 stated, "Sounds good." Pete Musico replied, "At Barry Croft, some of those edits for this commercial are freaking awesome." Pete Musico replied, "And I'm still waiting on that old man Brian Ross that made one video. I'm still waiting on him, Alan, blowing at TV stations, blowing up all day, trying to get in touch with them." Ragnar Bill Null stated, "I've got at least 4 of us showing. What gear should I tell them? As far as, are we bunching on the ground?" Adam Fox stated, "Full kit, utilize the weekend, bring everything else plus the kitchen sink." Adam Fox stated, "It's going to rain Saturday, so pack accordingly." Adam Fox stated, "Bring extra socks and clothes."
And moving to the third page, please. Tell us what's on there.
This is later on in the chat. Pete Musico stated on September 8th, 2020, "Might I say that winter is upon us, and that is when the system is going to attack us. So let's prep for the winter painting and play winter games." Ragnar Bill Null stated he gave a thumbs up emoji.
Did Mr. Null's thumbs up emoji follow immediately Mr. Musico's statement, or is there some intervening chat in between?
No, he replied to that.
Okay. Are you familiar with that reference to winter?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
It's code.
Does it mean the cold time of year, in the Northern Hemisphere that occurs between, November and March? Is that what it refers to? Or is it code for something?
For the Boogaloo. So
Code for the
one of
Boogaloo.
the code words for Boogaloo is big igloo. So when you reference winter coming or winter, that's a reference to the Civil War.
Or is it a reference to, hey, we're in Michigan, we're a militia, we should do some winter training? Or is it a reference to Game of Thrones? Or is it a reference to anything else? You're just speculating.
Okay. Can you turn to
If you
page
remember, we have Boogaloo
proposed exhibit 169, please, in your exhibit book.
We have the electric boogaloo shoe and the igloo.
I have it here.
Can you tell us what that is?
These are driver's license photographs of participants who I could identify who attended the Luther FTX in Michigan.
Okay. How did you identify them?
Through listening to audio recordings live, through going back and listening to then the taped conversations, through some of the physical surveillance that I had done, through interviews that were conducted with participants following the FTX, through search warrants of some of the participants' homes, and then search warrants of their cell phones. So this is a compilation of the investigative efforts by the team throughout the investigation.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect the individuals you were aware of that participated in the Luther FTX on September 11th through the 13th? Or 12th and 13th, I'm sorry.
So it has 30 individuals who I was able to identify. I believe there's 35 there total, and I wasn't able to identify all the participants.
Okay. I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit 169, please.
Oh, no comment.
Mr. Simon?
If we'd stand on the written objections, then.
Mr. Vernon?
Jack, I just may ask you, does it benefit Stephen Robinson and Robinson?
Okay, well, you can answer that question on cross.
I agree with you, C, and you'll see that when you catch up.
Thank you. Why don't you work us through this exhibit, if you will, and what I'd like you to tell the jury is whether or not the person's part of the Wolverine Watchmen or Adam Fox's group, or kind of the group identification, if you will.
Sure. So starting at the top left, this is Barry Croft. So he's the leader of the 2nd Continental Army. Then we've got Adam Fox. So he's the leader of the Michigan Regiment. And we've got Steve Robeson here. He's the former FBI source who acted as a double agent. He's from Wisconsin. And we've got Caleb Franks. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Then we've got Eric Molitor, who's a member of Adam's team for the Michigan Regiment. Then we've got Ty Garvin. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. We've got Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins is a member of the Wisconsin Patriot 3%ers. We've got Bill Null and Mike Null. They're members of Adam's team, but they're also members of the Michigan Liberty Militia. Then I've depicted Undercover Mark, CHS Dan, and Undercover Red, since they were at the training. Then we've got Devin Phelps here. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. We've got Jenny Plunk. She's an FBI source who is a member of a
modern day Robin Hood.
We've got Max Wyckoff. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Dan Harris is a member of the Wolverine
It's all
Watchmen.
Dukes of Hazzard stuff.
Brian Puffenberg, B-Puff, is a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Jared Bouchesny or Bouchane, not quite sure how to say that. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Casey Mahan, who was a member of the Motor City 3%ers, I believe was the name of the group, but then he later joined into the Wolverine Watchmen. Alex Davison is Ty Garvin's roommate. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Solomon Clark is a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Tim Sayer is a member of a 3%er group down in Indiana. Cassidy Knight is Barry Croft's fiance or wife, I'm not quite sure. Billy Null Jr. is a member of the Michigan Liberty Militia. Gary Landgraf is a member of the Wisconsin Patriot 3%ers. Mike Rogers is a member of the Wisconsin Patriot 3%ers. Tanya Plummer is a girlfriend of, I believe, Mike Rogers. I don't know if she's a member of the Patriot 3%ers or not. Mike Dykstra is a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Megan Cooley is, can't remember whose girlfriend she is. And then Brandon Caserta is a member of the Wolverine Watchmen.
Mr. Croft, remind us what state he hails from.
He hails from Delaware.
Okay. And how many groups then are we talking about coming together for this FTX?
Let's see, we've got the Delaware crew, Adam Fox's crew, Wolverine Watchman crew, the Wisconsin crew. So there's 4, well, I call Tim Sayer under Barry Croft since he invited him from Indiana. So I'd say 4 major groups coming together if the nulls are counted under Adam Fox. If the nulls are, if we're adding Michigan Liberty Militia, that'd be 5 crews.
Okay. In terms of your count, obviously that includes Mr. Fox. Is that correct in his group?
Yes.
Did it include the Wolverine Watchman group?
Yes.
Okay. And did it include Barry Croft?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Can you open your book, please, to, or turn rather to proposed exhibit number 170?
Yes, I have it here.
What's that?
This is a timeline of the events that occurred during the Luther FTX. So from the 11th to the 13th.
Before we get to 170 there, let me ask you a couple of questions. Can you tell us a little bit about how militias are structured?
Sure.
Oh, are you qualified as an expert
So
now?
normal militias are structured to
Objection.
protect the family and the community around them. So they're structured to
Read the Constitution.
help in times of disaster or when times.
Well, he's actually kind of testifying correctly as to what this is. So
Okay.
I'm not going to fault them. No, they're designed to help the community around them in time of disaster and all this stuff. That's what they're there for, and that's what they're doing.
Resources are scarce and you have to fend for yourself.
Yep.
So it's kind of a do-it-yourself concept if the government can't be counted on.
The investigatively, when we looked at exhibit 169 there, when you see different militias coming from different states, does that mean anything to you?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, it's a big concern because the concept of militias are to be local. They're to help your local neighborhood and your local community.
Is there a part in the? Oh, let's hear his objection. Is there a
Well, he
part in
just
the
said he was
Constitu-
speculating
Yeah.
that when he said it's supposed to be local.
Is there a part in the Constitution that says that militias has to be local?
Nope.
Oh,
Nope.
really? Weird.
No. The right to a free society means bearing guns and organizing militias. A well-regulated militia, which means training, which is what these guys were doing.
Yeah. And they were trained by feds.
Yeah, yes, they were.
Isn't it weird that
I
the
think
people
based on
who
the
mostly
agent's training.
advocates for gun control, the politicians all have armed guards because they feel they need to be protected by guns.
Well,
But
they'll be the first to say that you shouldn't have it.
Yeah, you shouldn't have it, but I need it because I'm important.
Mhm.
Well, if this doesn't apply to Sweden, but say I was a resident of New Mexico and I feel that I have the need to protect my family. I am their bodyguard. I am their protection.
Yep.
But I am not supposed to be allowed to do that, but the governor of New Mexico has $1 million security detail.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. Like, so when I say one of my first questions to this officer would be, you do these field training exercises, right? You engage in this very stuff, right? The state, the government is always scared of citizens doing what they do, even though they have an absolute right to do it.
Experience, you should be allowed to testify to that.
And of course, I'm not testifying as an expert.
Hey, Rose. Glad you're here.
Hi, Rose.
Counterterrorism, to my understanding, the basis for the answer. And so for that limited purpose, that question can be made.
And I'm not sure where you left off, Mr. Enfield.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Is it unusual for militias to train, from different states to gather?
Nick, you got a super chat.
Yeah, thank you, C. Sauter. I am on my phone at work, so I can't renew the membership. I was gifted at the moment, so this super chat will have to do until I can get to my laptop. Thank you so much, C. Sauder. You have been on my channel for months and months, and thank you for your support.
It's definitely unusual because it's not in line with the militia ideology. The typical militia ideology would be to protect your own family and your community around you, and you'd network with those around you who could help with.
Is that regulated in the Constitution, David? That militias are only supposed to protect your immediate family and your immediate surroundings?
No. Nope, it's not.
Weird, isn't it?
Weird. Mm-hmm.
And who was training them to do other than protecting family and the closest?
Oh, I believe it was the feds, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And I would never put anything in Nick's drink, by the way. I didn't even... Nick was giving me the drinks. Nick was the one pouring the shots.
Yeah, and then
food supplies, transport.
Then you got sick for a week. It happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
Here's a conspiracy theory. What if it was the feds who was planning to overthrow a governor they believed was bad?
Wow.
But it misfired, so now they invented a kidnapping plot? I don't know.
No, I think they're just setting people up.
Yeah.
You're preparing for if the communication systems are down, if there's no gas, if you need to fend for yourself. So there is generally no reason for militias from multiple states away to coordinate, because that's it's an indicator of something else.
Dave, does it say in the
something else?
Yeah, does it say in the Constitution what he is implying here that they are not supposed to coordinate over state lines? That they can't do that?
One thing it does say in the Constitution is that under the First Amendment, you have the right to free speech. You also have the right to associate with others.
Really?
And I don't think the state lines are really defined in that association.
Okay, so in his logic, there shouldn't be nationwide unions either who meet and associate over state lines.
Yeah, I mean, this is all that. It's just nonsense. Flux, why can you stream, but Christina gets threats? I don't know. We had somebody in here earlier that was trying to troll.
Because David is a man with experience. He is a lawyer. He's a man, and he knows how to fire a gun.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly
right. And that is very threatening for beta threatening.
Let's go now.
C words.
But welcome, Flux. Glad you're here. And yeah, if she gets off work early, she said she might join us. I forgot she has a stream tonight, so we'll see.
We are 3.5 hours in, I think. Well, my stream isn't, so I might get in trouble.
Flux, yeah, I'm already on some lists, and if there's helicopters flying over me, I'm cool. I kind of want that. I want to take some pictures.
To propose exhibit 170, if we could, please, and tell us what that is.
Don't use a big.
That 170 is a timeline of the Luther FTX. So this is from September 11th through September 13th, 2020.
And tell us how you put that together.
So this is a compilation of the recordings, listening live, performing surveillance, debriefing of the undercovers and sources, and then looking at search warrant results from folks' phones, as well as interviews following the arrests.
Okay. Accurately depict the dates and times that are indicated on the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, move for admission of proposed exhibit number 170, please.
Don't you have my stream pinned at top of the chat?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, sometimes you have to press that blue bar that up there to get to the link.
And if you're not subscribed to Nick, go give him a little subscription. How many are you away from your 2,700?
Let me check. I'm still at 2696, so it hasn't moved.
Okay.
Walmart earlier now is appearing with your false device, false accusation and used it at Woodward and finally released a medic for explosive testing. These are all false.
So to be fair, there are some audio recordings of the one defendant, this guy's the attorney who's talking, his client, during sort of a stakeout of the governor's cottage. Now, the defense has raised the issue that this guy didn't know where he was going, and it was only kind of discussed once he was in the car with two guys with guns. Those two guys were federal agents. Well, one was a federal agent. The other one was a convicted terrorist now, who was kind of planning all this. At that point, he was told what was going on, and his responses were just like, yeah, okay, cool, whatever. And then I don't think he followed up with them at all anymore going forward, except that he did maybe some tactical training where these guys also happened to be. So to be fair, there was that, but he wasn't told where he was going. That's clear until he was already in the car and they were like there. And then he was told about the plan on the way home. And so there was evidence, but it's not really in the right chronological order to make this guy an active participant, in my opinion. And they were being driven there by a Fed. So.
Hang on a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to just take our mind break a little early. So we'll excuse the jury. I'll ask you.
Yeah. This normally during these streams, I slowly gain watchers over time, but now it's been a standstill for the last hour.
Can the witness stand down?
But maybe it is because half our audience is at other people's streams.
Yeah, there are a lot of streams. A lot of trials going on right now. The experts still going, those still going. Uncivil, Emily D. Baker.
Yeah.
Who's Emily covering?
Oh. This is another misrepresentation by the state. They placed an exhibit already that my client met at 10:30 or 10 in the morning at Walmart. She didn't. Wrong. He was late. He forgot there. We went at 1:30, got the device, handed it over to Adam. My client didn't use it.
Yeah. EDB and Civil Law, Eva Fry, Walter Corner.
Yeah.
Mo.
Chart says he's accepting as a medic.
The Baker is done.
In the back with his,
Baker is done, okay.
which he brings to every FPS. Damages, whatever.
Oh, Flex, you're so kind.
It's going to blow up a firework explosive.
Oh, thank you.
Overblown, but he's hiding behind the truck with speed ropes and not in a position to provide medical care. He probably said, hey, if you get hurt, I'll help you, which is Mr. Oliver's nature of helping injured or other things.
Oh, well, yeah, I have to explain. So much is going on live right now.
President, and he's got his medical stuff. He didn't act as a medic that day. He did not act as a medic. Paul Bellar did. They're just crushing their own case with this stuff. Number one. Number two, the jury's hearing this, they're seeing it in writing. Can they get by that later, this pile of evidence that's not amounting to anything, but it's a pile? I don't know what to do other than
I agree,
to stop this from happening like we did yesterday. Pointed out their mistakes. We have them again today. And it's adding up. It's unfair, creating an unfair trial for the court. I don't think this should come in. It should be corrected. They should do actual homework, figure out what happened, review their evidence, present it fairly, accurately, properly, not confuse the jury this way.
Mr. Nunn, anything additional to you?
I understand the prosecutor's request to admit this, but you know, it all goes on foundation. If the technically we testify consistent with on here, then I guess we would have no objection, because then the foundation would be laid and then the exhibit would come down. But, you know, doing it, I'm not suggesting backwards, but doing it in this fashion, I think concentrates the jury on matters that have not been supported by foundation. Just to dovetail on what Mr. Burnett had said. And so then the document becomes, you know, the paramount agreement testimony with the foundation doing against. So I guess we would join in that respect.
Okay, Mr. Side.
Thank you.
Judge, I concur with both of them. Quite frankly, I have a problem with demonstrative evidence coming in where it hasn't been proven, or we don't know that it will be.
A little late for that
If it's not
objection.
proven and they're handed that demonstrative evidence, we've got to trial. We have some issues with opening that is given that may amount to a mistrial at the rest of prosecution proofs. There's some major problems, and going back to when
Hey, greedy
caught
below.
evidence 25 years ago. It's caught if you bring something up in court and it's not produced as an exhibit, it's not produced as evidence, as a demonstrative evidence, you're going to lose your case. It's going to be mistrial. And we have at least one, if not two, major issues that will be mistrial at the end of close proofs.
That isn't the appropriate time. In terms of proposal 0170, I think the best way going forward, and Mr. Wilson, my apologies, I'm not trying to tell anybody how to do their case, but given that these are summary charts and some of the wording may matter depending on what the testimony is, what I will require is that the parties select everybody. Somebody's going to try to make a chart. We will need to go through the underlying incidents that make up the chart prior to the admission of the document. Okay. Overall, any questions about that?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunley?
No, thank you.
Mr. Side?
No, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Burnett?
I understand, thank you. I would just point
I
out.
hope so too.
All 91's got the same. We'll work through all. That's no problem.
Everybody knows the
It's
exhibits.
possible.
They have.
But I don't even think they need to
what
get
we'll do
to
is,
nullification, because there's not really, I mean, as far as what I've heard thus far, there's not enough evidence. So
and break, come back and after. And then we'll proceed in that fashion. Obviously, the conclusion of the testimony and the exhibits is to be the stuff that didn't begin, strictly appropriate in the parties who have that time.
Thank you.
And then 1 second.
that's the note.
Oh, okay. This isn't one of the concerning parties, but just so that everyone, we got a note that just said, how do I obtain proof of jury duty from my employer? And we'll go to the post office with that, but just so everyone's aware of the questions. Okay, thank you. Good one, Rick.
Thank you.
What happens is the post office notifies their employer through an email address, so what the court is providing a piece of paper, whoever needed it to write their email address down.
Yeah, I mean, real actual evidence, there's been a couple of things, but nothing that really pertains to the defendants.
Can we get one, Judge?
Mr. Dawson, you have an issue to bring up?
Short one, yeah, Judge. You know, the talking objections by Mr. Barnett continue, and I think they should end. I mean, he's allowed to challenge on cross. He's allowed to argue in closing, but he's making his closing argument, and he's sometimes cross-examining the witness at inappropriate times. If he has an objection, I'd ask that it be based on, rule of evidence like foundation, and then we can talk about it either at sidebar or outside the presence of the jury. But his statements are going far beyond the pale of what a valid legal objection is.
Not really.
I don't disagree that some have gone beyond the standard 401 or whatever might be claimed, something along those lines. I think his concern mainly has been that an exhibit or something being shown is incorrect based on testimony that will accompany what is similar to what he identified yesterday. I think that the plan that we have going forward in terms of how what I'll phrase as summary exhibits will be presented, meaning the underlying information will be presented and the document will be shown, I would think would alleviate a lot of the concerns because while the testimony is coming in, if a party has an objection to it be valid, they can certainly do it at that time, but you are correct that it does need to be based, an objection does need to be based on that maturity. I will do it. Okay. All rise to the group.
Weren't the defendants allowed to have good clothes on? I mean, a spare jacket or something?
This is an improvement for the gentleman in white. When he
Really?
first- oh yeah, yeah. At one point, he was wearing a camouflage jacket, and So this is actually. I was just going to make a comment about. Wow, he's actually dressed like somewhat decently with a polo shirt and all.
I mean, as his attorney, I would have gone to Goodwill and find his size jacket.
Yeah, no, definitely. I would have gone and made sure that he was wearing appropriate clothes. The others are. I mean, the guy to the immediate left, half off the frame, he's one of the other defendants, and they're all dressed in suits. Him and his brother. That guy, he wears whatever.
Yeah.
It was funny at first. There was a guy walking around in a camouflage jacket, and I was like, "Oh, who's that guy?" And then I realized it was the defendant.
Oh, that's a bad choice.
But again,
maybe
depends.
It's his wish.
This is a rural community, and if the jury is younger, then it might be fine. You know, like I said, if these guys are thinking this is what I do every Saturday.
If the jury walks in. If two jurors walks in with this T-shirt like this on, I would not dress up either, perhaps.
It's funny. Every once in a while, I'll be dressed like this. I'm like, oh, I got to run into court. And I'll run in, and nobody thinks I'm a lawyer because I'm wearing jeans and a flannel. Got to show them my bar card.
Is there camouflage dress costumes?
I feel like I've seen wedding photos where the groom was wearing like a camouflage tuxedo and the bride had like camouflage dress. So. But I agree. Yeah, one is accused of being an amateur commando. Wearing camo is most unwise. I would agree, Daly. I would agree. Better than going naked.
Yeah. And remember, if you have social media accounts, please share the links to these streams so we get the numbers up, so YouTube promotes us to a wider audience, so more people can see this travesty.
Yes, and it is a travesty. It's not even, we could sit and talk politics all day long. If there was some credible evidence that these guys were actually planning the kidnapping of a governor, I would say they're guilty. I haven't seen anything, though. That's the problem.
No.
And this Adam Fox guy, he was found guilty of it. I didn't watch the trial, so I have no idea how to judge the credibility of the evidence. But the evidence that I've seen in this trial clearly shows that Adam had the intent to kidnap the governor. That's bad. That's illegal. You shouldn't be able to do that. So long as you actually took some overt step towards doing it, right? We can't be thought police here. You're not convicted of your thoughts. But he definitely intended to. I haven't seen anything that these three guys actually intended to do this. That's the problem I have.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to address the note that was sent out in terms of verification. What we did is send a blank piece of paper back so that the email address will be provided. The clerk's office will provide verification to that. Okay. And if you recall,
there's a judge, just speaking on this, Dirk, there's a judge in my area that says like no blue jeans, you must dress appropriately. If you show up in like shorts or blue jeans or something like that, or a t-shirt, he'll send you home to go change. And if you missed your court date because you were sent home to change, then he issues a bench warrant for you. But he sends it out in like bright pink paper. So when you get the notice of your hearing on bright pink paper, it says this is the dress code. You will be sent home. And people still show up in jeans. When I was there last, a couple of people were sent home. You're like, hurry up, got to drive home real quick, change, and come back before the court is done with its session. Otherwise, a warrant will be issued for you. Hey, Jamie, welcome.
Hey, Jamie.
we're still in the prosecution's case in chief. Mr. Ralston, go right ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Turning back to proposed exhibit number 170 rather. Agent Info, I want to work through the 15 bubbles here with you, if we could.
Sure.
Starting on bubble number 1, can you tell us the foundation for that information and where it comes from?
Sure. And am I allowed to read it, or is it a summary?
Summation.
Okay. This is a result of live monitoring of the audio feed as our undercovers arrived with CHS Dan to the Luther FTX hunting property.
Okay. And when the undercovers arrive, I mean, is that an important moment in time?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Well, because at that time they're potentially in danger, and we have to be listening carefully.
Okay. Going to bubble number 2, can you tell us what the foundation is for that particular item?
Yes. So this is live monitoring of, now we've got 3 folks there. So CHS Dan, Undercover Red, and Undercover Mark are present on the property.
Jung, that's not it. That's not it. It's not showing up for a lot of people, this particular stream. Because you guys all saw my Swedish, like, you know, MLS goes to Sweden. That all popped up. There was a ton of you guys in there.
Yeah.
And just going to Sweden.
Yeah. And the streams I had the last couple of days are doing well, both live and on rewatch. And I don't understand why these, I mean, even our Yodi, which is a rewatch of a real old trial, we have much better numbers.
Double these numbers.
Yeah.
And Nick is dual streaming with me to see if it was like just me because I haven't streamed in a while. And Nick has been doing really good numbers on a lot of trials recently. Yep. And you got what, 10 people? I don't even know what you have in yours. But
I have 36 at the moment, and you have 50. So it's half the numbers we normally have when we dual stream anything.
It's conspiracy.
Yeah.
That's why we want to flex here.
And I mean, did you hear the personally hear this event occur?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you personally hear, David? What's
bubble
that
number
called
3
with another name? I don't seem to recall. Did you hear?
Well, it depends. Did you hear a gunshot? Is not hearsay, but did you hear so and so say this? That's like the definition of hearsay.
Yeah.
But he said tell us about that and your basis for belief that that's accurate.
Delusions of persecution.
So during live monitoring of the event.
Of course it is, Jung, because the government wrote the book. The government wrote your little DSM book that you're using.
I was able to hear Adam Fox address the crew and Barry Croft. They gathered everybody around, and they kind of had a more formal introduction.
Okay. Bubble number 4, tell us about that, please. What's the foundation for that?
Yeah, Danny, I'm with you. I'm just waiting for Cross.
So this is
I'm quite sure next time I go to the United States,
the 3 stations,
I will get randomly selected.
During the course of training, I was able to hear Adam Fox pull aside members and walk away from the training, walk a ways, a distance, and then have a discussion about what would be occurring later that night.
Okay. And yes, sir. Number 5, what's the
Jung, do you not know about the international conspiracy amongst the leading governments in this world?
Foundation for that?
This is Undercover Red and showing explosive videos from his cell phone to members of the group. And live monitoring then? Yes, sir. Okay. Bubble number 7, tell us about, 6 rather, tell us about that. So this is a conversation in the car with just Undercover Mark. So live monitoring of that. Okay. And bubble number 7, please.
Bubble number 7.
This is live monitoring of 3 different devices, which Undercover Mark, Undercover Red, and CHS Dan, when they congregate at a Walmart parking lot and then take off for the nighttime surveillance. Okay. Bubble number 8, can you tell us what the foundation is for that? Sure. This is the arrival at the AmVet location in Elk Rapids across from the Easy Mart. Actually, I have VFW here on the list. It's actually the AmVet. I thought it was a VFW, but it's an AmVet post. Okay. And bubble number 9, tell us about the foundation for that. following team assignments at the AMVET, when the 3 cars head north, this is when live monitoring of undercover red as he goes under the bridge with Adam Fox.
Okay.
Undercover red with
Bubble
Dan the
number
man.
10, please.
Number 10, this is live monitoring of the surveillance team. So we had 3 recording devices and transmitters going, and then I was listening on the radio during the recon.
Okay. Bubble number 11 rather.
So this is in reference to the signal car. This is the one that was driving down Timberlake past the governor's residence. And so I was not monitoring that live, but I could hear on the other audio recordings as they're talking on the radio, and I could hear what the other teams are saying. And then later, following the FTX, I received video evidence from the dash cam from Brian Higgins, who was in that car, the signal car.
Bubble number 12. Tell us about that, please.
So this is from GPS data, and then also the dash cam video from Brian Higgins. This is the debrief outside the Oasis Tavern following the nighttime recon.
Yeah, no, Adam Fox was not an FBI agent. Dan the man was the insider snitch. And then there's Undercover Red, who is an FBI agent. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's an undercover agent. And there was like a ton of other undercover agents. And then, but Adam Fox ended up getting convicted of terrorist charges or something.
Bubble number 13. Can you tell us what the foundation for that is, please?
Yes, so this was live monitoring the shoot house on, Sunday.
Okay. Bubble number 14. Tell us about that.
This is live monitoring 2 devices, CHS Dan and Undercover Red during the Circle of Trust on Sunday.
And finally, bubble number 15. What's the foundation for that, please?
So I was live monitoring CHS Dan during the course of the explosive testing, but then I received a recording device from Steve Robeson later in that training, who was standing next to Eric Molitor. So I was able to hear his statements from that device, although I didn't hear them on the live monitoring. I just heard the explosion going off during the live monitoring.
I'm going to renew my motion for admission of proposed Exhibit 170, please.
Yeah. Well, we are talking about wokeness on my chat, and we're talking about the LNC word. And what I started to write, what's fun about these true crime podcasters and their viewers is the backlash they are starting to get about the coverage about the Miss Becky thing.
Individuals that shall go unnamed.
Yeah, individuals that should go unnamed. And they simply don't have the basic understanding about due process.
No.
And when they do, it's because it suits them at the moment. Oh, that guy's innocent. Now the process is important.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, due process is as important in the, I don't know, the Murdoch case as in your local shoplifter who's too poor and steals bread.
Oh, that was in the feed. That was weird.
Yeah.
Just check, stand there with objections.
Your objection 2 and 15 on this chart. Okay.
I'm amazed on how the microphones barely picks up voices, but every time they shuffle a paper, that gets picked up.
Yeah, I know. The mics are horrible. By the way, so it's not Dan the man. There's another guy though. I don't know about beating his. Well, no, he did. Alleged. No, he pled guilty to it. he got mad at his wife when after a swingers event, she kind of liked the other guy a little more, so he knocked her around a bit. That gentleman will not be testifying in this trial. So that's how that goes. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I literally hear a helicopter outside. All right, I'm gonna let it play. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Judge. May it publish to the jury.
If David doesn't come back, get him a lawyer.
Agent Impla, if you can just turn your eyes to the large screen there. That's proposed
Never
exhibit
saw it.
number 170. Is that correct?
Yes,
I
sir.
rather now exhibit number 170. Is that correct?
Yes,
And those are the items that you just testified to. Is that right?
yes.
Okay. If you can turn in your book, please, to proposed exhibit number 179. Tell us what that is.
179.
Yes, sir.
So, was it a helicopter hovering around?
I couldn't see it. I could hear it.
179
Drifted off.
is 2 Google Maps screen captures that I created with the general route of travel from Luther in Ellsworth Township, the Luther FDX location, up to Birch Lake for the nighttime recon.
Okay. And how did you determine that this was the route taken?
I was following behind the group during the surveillance, so this is the route that I drove.
Okay. In terms of, did you have any GPS data available to you?
I did.
Okay. Did you use that at all in making this map?
I did.
Okay. Were you live monitoring during the trip?
It's bad.
I was.
Okay. Proof for admission, please, of proposed exhibit 179.
Consider the objections, thank you.
No objection. 179 will be.
And describe for us, Agent Impala, what we're looking at here.
On the left side here, this is a zoomed out version of the route of travel from the Luther FDX location. It's just so everybody can see it in the mitten where it is. And then on the right,
I can
this
hear
is
it.
zoomed in to the same route of travel, and I've just got the time and distance notated there.
And that time and distance is from which 2 points of travel?
It's from the Luther FDX location up to the target address on Birch Lake.
Okay. I noticed
And that
there's
is
a
data
icon
from,
down in Big
federal
Rapids in
agent's
Costa
car?
County. What does that indicate?
That's where Barry Croft and Brian Higgins were staying. There's a Super 8 down there.
Okay. And thank you. Can you turn to proposed exhibit number 180, please?
Yes. I have it here.
Tell us what that is.
This is a more closer zoomed in
Hey, Farrell.
Google Map with the route of travel from there and
Welcome,
back.
Farrell.
So it includes the to and from the governor's residence, and then it has bullets on the side of the screen with the locations that they stopped at, the vehicle stopped at.
Okay. At the top of the map, doesn't have, what's the information provided?
It's the names of the individuals who are traveling.
And what's the basis for you listing those individuals as traveling that route?
That's reviewing the live recording of the audio and then following behind during the nighttime surveillance.
Okay. On the right, what do we see?
On the right, you see Brian Higgins' route of travel.
And in the right-hand side there,
I still love this guy sitting in the little desk. He's like it's
8
elementary
bullets.
school desk.
What do those indicate?
Those indicate Brian Higgins' stops during the route of travel.
Okay. And how are you aware of those?
From listening to audio recordings and then from interviews performed.
Okay. So these 2 routes, are they accurate as to the routes of travel that you just testified about?
Yes.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit number 180, please.
Take care, Dirk. We'll see you in a bit.
Hey, Council Gov'ner, just very quick.
Dirk's gonna go take a shower and listen to our Jody stream.
With respect to the Mike and Donald travel route, agent info, how is that tracked?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
How
hear.
is that tracked? Your map, how is that created?
So I took the particular bullet points here that I've listed and I placed them into Google Maps in order. And then so for instance, Luther, I put Luther into Google Maps, and then I put the Walmart and Cadillac into Google Maps. Then I put the Easy Mart and Elk Rapids into Google Maps. And then I put the target location on Birch Lake into Google Maps. And then I put the Red Bull Tavern into Google Maps. And then I put the location back in Luther into Google Maps. And then it summarized the total distance for me. And then that's what I screen captured and printed out here.
So for purposes of this exhibit regarding Mike and Bill Wall, you don't know if that's the exact route they took, is that correct? Because the diagram that you have mapped out suggests that this is the exact route that they took. I'm asking you for purposes of admission of this exhibit, is this the exact route that they took? Yes or no?
Well, I'll start at the top. So this does not include all the surveillance or recon they did around Birch Lake. So from that perspective, no, it's not the exact route they took. It just goes into Birch Lake and then comes back.
So it's not the exact.
So it's not an accurate representation of what these people actually did, supposedly, according to you. So why are we admitting evidence that doesn't reflect the facts that you're trying to establish?
Route. Is there a tracking device?
Judge will probably let it in.
Cars that would suggest that this route in this exhibit is accurate, correct?
There are no tracking devices on cars.
So you essentially just plug in destinations and get a Google map as to A to B, B to C, D to E, correct?
No, there's GPS devices on the people who are in the cars. And so I'm monitoring those GPS points as they head north, and then I'm following behind as I monitor the GPS points. But you can see here on the bottom portion of it from the Luther FTX, there's a dirt road there. I didn't pick them up until they got on 131. So as they're coming along the dirt road, there's a few different ways to get onto 131. So I can't tell you if they, took a left or a right on the dirt road portion until they got on to 131. Then I followed behind them tracking the GPS.
My question to you is this, and I don't want to get too fancy with some of the phraseology. Is this map based on GPS triangulation?
No, he literally just plugged in 2 addresses into Google.
Towers for purposes of the GPS on those.
Well, it is based on GPS, but GPS uses satellites and not towers.
I'm sorry, satellites, excuse me.
So it's partially based on GPS and partially based on my own observations as I'm following behind.
But your testimony today, that you don't know this is the exact route, right?
Oh, I'm telling you, it's not the exact route because it stops in Birch Lake and it doesn't follow where they went in Birch Lake. It just stops at the target residence. And then, as I described, there's a couple different dirt roads you can take that are right next to one another. And so when I tracked the GPS getting on 31, I wasn't falling behind. So I don't know which dirt road, how they left the Luther FTX. So based on GPS, it could have been this one. It could have been that one. They just generally headed east and jumped on 131 and went north.
Undercover Mark was in this vehicle at this time?
Oh, Undercover Mark, I think, is the one that swang with his wife and then knocked her around a bit. I'm pretty sure that's the one.
So there's a number of different vehicles here. So initially, Undercover Mark was with Adam Fox. And then when they arrive in Walmart,
I got to make a quick phone call.
so Walmart is when the 3 vehicles come together and head north.
Okay. So this is almost a compilation of the vehicles in this early route, is that correct?
Correct. This entire route is a compilation of the vehicles, and then they come together at Walmart. And then I'm looking at audio and GPS of different vehicles that are trailing each other north from
They
Walmart.
have to say they didn't have trackers, because if they have, the defense could subpoena their entire movement, which may or may not have shown movement they really didn't want to show,
Yes,
as
sir.
in
Our police agency in the road?
speculatively, after driving the people front and back to
I guess that's a matter of
property,
perspective and opinion.
they went to
You said
her,
that you-
the governor's
the route
house,
was not accurate.
for
You
reporting.
didn't have GPS that came up in- Is that correct?
I don't buy for a second,
So 131?
for a millisecond, that the feds didn't.
What I'm saying is that GPS,
No.
GPS has a range of accuracy. And at various times, it can be accurate or it can be less than accurate. So if the accuracy is, let's say, a half mile or a quarter mile, as you're driving in your GPS, it might not be your exact route when there's bad coverage. So you can generally track, like when you have your phone up on GPS, you can generally track where you're at, what direction you're headed, but GPS might think you're on one road when you're actually on another road next to it. So you gotta also have physical surveillance, or you also have to look what the accuracy is when you're tracking the GPS. So in this case, it was not very accurate, the GPS, coming out of the poor reception near Luther. So I could generally see people going east till 131, but I wasn't confident as to what exit they got on 131. That's why I'm just describing that level of accuracy of the map. I just generally put in Luther to 131, headed north. And that's generally how I saw the GPS tracking.
So accuracy is an issue. On exhibit 180, you have it going south and then over the highway. Exhibit 179, you have it going significantly north and then over 131. So both of those are inaccurate as well?
I'm sorry, we're exhibit 179.
You have, on 179, you have the travel going significantly north and then over 131. But in exhibit 180, you have it going south and then over 131. So both of those are just inaccurate.
So this is what I was describing. There's 2 different entrances to get on the 131 headed north.
But it's not accurate, correct?
I can't tell you what on-ramp they took. It could be one of a few different on-ramps at 131.
Quick question about the GPS. The GPS on person, on phone, on vehicle, what source are we talking about here?
So the GPS is on a transmitting device by the undercovers and sources. I'm trying not to say what it is for the safety of future undercover operatives, but it's on the person of the undercover or the source.
Any objections to this? No. Okay, and Mr. Cyber, stand on the objections.
Please stand on the objections and point out if there's inaccuracies and inconsistencies.
Okay, well, the agent testified as to how he created this document, generally speaking, especially as to the portion between Luther and 131, which was the subject of what your questions in terms of this admissibility. Could we lay the proper foundation for admission of the document? Certainly, the fact might be whatever they wish, given the discrepancies in the information pointed out. So, one needs to.
Thank you. And can you turn, if you would, and kind of walk us through these two, please? And also point out, you know, where you're talking about the lack of coverage.
Did I miss anything going on, guys? While I was dealing with the court. Oh, I did have I had a couple of start questions. So Jung wanted to know what day this is. This is day 5. And is there ever another witness? Yeah, maybe. I don't. Yeah, there's a couple more witnesses. There's only like 4 or 5 witnesses total. I can't remember. Maybe they run through a few real quick. But that's the one I wanted to grab was Jung's. I should put that up here somewhere, day 5, because it's not evident.
Bridge or, you know, cell phone or GPS coverage you're talking about.
Sure. So starting on the left here, this is the Luther location. So this is the starting location. So you can enter 131 right here. There's a few different entrance ramps. And this is where the GPS coverage was light, and I wasn't sure which route they took. And so this shows the Google Maps going just right on 131. They're heading north. This is the staging location at Walmart where the vehicles came together. And then this is when they headed north. And this is the Easy Mart, which is the location right next to the AMVET in Elk Rapids. So this is just south of the Elk River Bridge. And then this dot right here, that's the Gov'ner's target address. And then this is the debrief location outside the Oasis Red Bull Tavern.
And on the right, what are we seeing?
So this is Brian Higgins' route of travel, which was a little bit different. He went down to the Super 8, changed out his tactical gear with Barry Croft. They dressed down, got something to eat, and then they met with everybody here at the Walmart parking lot in Cadillac, just at the staging location before they headed north.
How many vehicles meet at the Walmart Cadillac?
Well, ultimately there was 3 vehicles. This is what we call the signal car, the spotter car, and the lookout car met there. But Eric Molitor also came in his vehicle and met the crew at the Walmart.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Good boy. Good boy.
Turn, if you would, in your exhibit book there, propose exhibit 189, please.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. This is a screen capture of a video that I took that was recorded during the Luther FTX by a CHS for the FBI.
And who was the CHS?
That was Jenny Plunk.
Okay, and she was on the subjects of investigation, I believe also, is that correct?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, the attendees at the Luther group photos.
Yes.
Okay. And what does it show?
It shows Eric Molitor holding a rifle in close proximity to Barry Croft, who's holding a rifle.
Okay, accurately depict the scene?
Yes.
gonna move for admission, please, on proposed exhibit
Why are we
number
looking at a
189.
blank screen? These cameramen.
Mr. Stein.
We'd stand under objections.
Mr. Barnett? Sure. Wadir, please. Wadir, yes.
Short voir
Is
dire.
this, a photo or is this a video that stopped in the picture? I think we covered this already.
So the exhibit itself is a photo. It's a screen capture that I took of the video of what's occurring.
So there's things outside this picture that aren't being shown, plus there's a video. This is a screen capture of these two.
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking on the things that aren't being shown, but it's a video. The video is of the training, and then I paused the video and I took a screen capture, and then I cropped it so that you could see the participants here and blew it up big for the exhibit. I cropped out on the
Judge,
right.
if I can, we're getting into crossing.
Oh yeah, I forgot, Nick. There was another FBI agent that was diddling some of the men.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't think she testifies. It's amazing how some of these officers are just not necessary.
Yeah, weird is it? Weird. Yeah.
The question is what was happening.
I mean, if Jodi Harris
So on the right side of Barry
details, why shouldn't?
Right. Well, it'd
And
be
I'm-
interesting if the defense calls them. I don't know if the defense calls them. I haven't seen the whole trial yet.
I assume that she had a very important meeting in the next state, just at that date.
Right. Vodka blood. Yeah, I don't know. Why does YouTube not notify me when you go live, David? Vice of Moira. David. Yes, I can't do her accent. I try though. No, we've been having an issue with this particular trial, not getting notifications out. All my other stuff does.
Yeah.
But not this trial.
And a reminder, giving the thumbs up on both our streams will combat the YouTube algorithm. So they kind of have to promote us elsewhere. Same will you sharing the links to our streams on your social media.
Yeah, Nick is dual streaming with me on his channel. There's a link pinned at the top of my chat. You can go over there. You won't miss anything. Give him a like. Share that around, trying to get word out.
Yeah,
because
and
people
here's the
aren't seeing
thing.
the normal notices.
We have really good numbers on the thumbs up, but it's still the thumbs up we are having now is comparable to our Jodi Harris streams, but we don't have the viewers.
It's really weird.
That's extremely weird.
And Stray asks, so this is day 5, and this is still direct on the state's first witness. So he's been on for 5 days now. I think it goes all of day 5, and then they start cross on day 6. So he's off the stand finally on day 6.
Croft, you can see he's wearing tactical fatigues, and I cropped out like his back. And on the left side of Eric Molitor, you can see he's wearing a rain jacket, and I cropped out his back, and I zoomed in so that you can see their faces without their backs.
Any additional questions? Part of the training was this.
This was walking from one station to the next. So there was a weapons manipulation station that, or a tactical weapons handling station. And then Barry Croft was at that station. And then one of the groups congregated and left that station and started heading along a trail to another station. And there was discussion and mingling at that time. And that's when this occurred.
How was the video depicted in the previous frame shot? Well, that's outside. That's going to be any additional questions? Any objection to it? Just the misrepresentation of the picture.
Not yet.
That it is a screenshot.
There's no verdict yet. By the way, we're also, I'm keeping an eye on the verdict watch. So if we have a verdict, we're going to go live with that.
What do we see there, Agent Impla?
So this is Eric Molitor on the left, holding his rifle. And this is Barry Croft on the right, holding his rifle. And then I zoomed in and cropped out Barry Croft's back, which is right here, and Eric Molitor's back, so that you can see the rifles in their faces better.
Thank you.
Where were you earlier when Ben
Agent
was
Impel, if
here?
you are familiar with proposed exhibit 204.
He's a photograph expert for sure.
Yes,
Can you tell us what that is?
this is a 24-second clip, and it's of dash cam video. So the dash cam is what Brian Higgins had on his truck, and that he provided to CHS Dan following the training.
Remind us, what state Mr. Higgins is from?
It's from Wisconsin.
How was this video obtained?
It was obtained from CHS Dan following a debrief. He received a thumb drive or a USB drive from Brian Higgins on Sunday. And then when I debriefed with him on Sunday, he gave me the thumb drive and I grabbed it and put it into evidence.
Tell us generally what's contained in the video.
This is a video as the group is, as the signal car is heading down Timberlake Drive. And it's a discussion about jumping off 3 doors south of the governor's house and going on foot.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 204, please.
Mr. Sykes,
If you stand under objections,
Mr. Barnett.
204 and 204.
Yeah, thank you. I've just been reminded is there an associated transcript of this as 204T?
Yes,
Okay, and if you looked at that transcript,
yes,
is it accurate as to the statements in the video?
yes.
Okay. Move for admission of both 204 and 204T, please.
Mr. Nunzio saying no comments to 204. Mr. Sykes.
yes, Judge, thank you.
And Mr. Barnett as to 204 and 204.
No.
Both.
Thank you.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
Nick got me distracted with Twitter for a second.
Yeah, I'm having way too much with these Twitter trolls. With white knight syndrome. Oh, why are you replying to this woman? Because she has an opinion I disagree with, and I don't care if the poster is a woman or not. But
Right.
this troll, oh, I must defend her. I don't think she needs your help. You have miniature penis syndrome. Oh, really? Why do you fantasize about my genitals? I'm having way too much fun.
So Nick was telling me that he was in like a Twitter thing, so I went over there and I'm like, "Oh my god, this is too good! I gotta stop! I gotta focus on the trial." Hey,
Yeah,
Lefty
yeah,
with 3 months.
Yeah, I have to focus on the trial too, because that kid, yeah, it now. I'll let it rest. Let him shout out his white knight syndrome tweets for a bit before
Lefty, Lefty, you know, I'm going to exercise my Fifth Amendment right and not answer any of your questions, sir.
And I'm not giving legal advice, but that is the correct answer.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Nick is having way too much fun on X.
Yeah.
Who's in the vehicle there?
Captain Sabaho.
So on the right side of the vehicle, the driver, that's Brian Higgins. And then on the left side of the vehicle, in the passenger seat, that's Caleb Franks. And then back of the vehicle, I don't know if you guys can see that, in the back seat, that's Tiger.
Okay. What's the date that this occurs?
This is The night of September 12th, 2020.
Okay, and this is the nighttime surveillance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many cars are involved in this?
3 cars involved in the night surveillance.
Which one is this?
This is the signal car. So this is the car that is driving north and south on Timberlake Drive and then starts flashing its lights after they get past the governor's house.
Okay. After this evening and after you see that video, in your investigation, taking it back in time, you know, to what you're doing after the surveillance, after the nighttime surveillance. Tell us, if you will, investigatively, or do you make any decisions after the nighttime surveillance?
Yes, we make decisions about, ultimately we decide that we can't allow the next FTX to happen. There's a planned FTX in October where we were gonna actually sell inert explosives to the group, but
Inert?
inert, which
Okay.
means they don't blow up.
Okay. And, I mean, tell us why you decided you couldn't wait for that to happen.
Members of the Wolverine Watchmen decided to participate in illegal acts, so they were going to build ghost guns and sell ghost guns to a drug dealer. And so ghost guns are weapons that don't have serial numbers that can be used on the street to commit crimes and not be traced back to somebody. So Wolverine Watchmen members were going to sell those ghost guns and manufacture them. And they had manufactured them already and were getting ready to sell them. And we can't let guns walk, or we can't give weapons that could harm somebody. So it was too dangerous to continue on and wait until the planned explosive buy.
Okay. Very good. If you can, please, familiar with proposed exhibit 205.
I am.
What is that?
This is a 1:19 video, and this is a dash cam video. This is now a video of the dash cam, which takes place at the debrief location following the surveillance. So after the 3 cars meet outside the Oasis Red Bull Tavern.
Is there an associated transcript with it?
There is.
Have you reviewed the transcript and the video?
Yes.
Does the transcript accurately reflect what's in the video?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'm going to move for admission of 205, proposed exhibit 205 and 205T, please, which is the transcript.
Good callback.
Mr. Stocker.
Agent Enfield, you said the video was how long?
This clip is 1:19.
But your transcript says 2 minutes and 18 seconds.
My transcript says 1:19.
Yeah, you guys are all picking up on that. The feds just lie. Something's going on with this video. Let's see how important it is.
It's 205 and 205T. It said no comment. Mr. Stocker.
Judge, we object to this piece of evidence. Counsel has admitted that he edited it. Counsel didn't contain a witness.
Oh, counsel just admitted during sidebar that he edited it. So an attorney shouldn't be the one editing any video or photograph or anything like that. The witness can, an expert can, other people can, investigators can, things like that. But once the attorney does it, he can potentially make himself a witness, which means that he's no longer able to actually participate as an attorney in the case. That's interesting.
Well,
Oh, the troll just passed the.
What's that?
The troll just passed the barrier for a criminal act against me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Did he respond to my penis thing?
No. Yeah, you can see it. So,
both are miserable little weirdos. As opposed to you and me.
Yeah, he thinks.
He should come in here.
Yeah.
He thinks we're weird on Twitter.
Print screen.
All right, so now we're going to have a whole little mini hearing on whether or not the prosecutor is going to be a witness. I don't think that's going to go well for the defense, but it'll be fun to hear.
Everyone can be seated. The attorneys did have a sidebar relative to exhibits 205 and 205T. My understanding from that discussion is that the original audio clip was, I think, 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Is that correct, Mr. Manager?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And then there was an associated transcript with it that indicated that length. I will call that the original proposed 205 and 205T that were provided. As part of the discussion relative to some other exhibits and titles being removed, one of the things that the important parties discussed is reviewing the exhibit.
Oh, sorry. We were talking about Nick is going back and forth with this guy on Twitter, and he was telling me about it, so I had to go check it out, and it was hilarious. So then I chimed in, and now the guy is trolling us on Twitter. So that's what we're talking about. You guys aren't missing half the chat. It's well, you might be actually, because Nick is dual streaming. So this is on Nick's and this is on mine. But yeah, that's what was going on. It's not in chat. It's on Twitter.
Yes. Proposed exhibits. So my understanding from
Nick keeps getting me sucked in. I got it.
Process. It was determined that is it the first or last page, Mr. Wilson?
The last page.
The last page of the form for the original, I guess I'll call it 205T, did not match the audio clip that was provided. Thus, we arrived at the 205 and 205T that had been.
He blocked
today,
me.
Which the audio clip produced as a provided report is 1 minute and 19 seconds, and the associated. Is that generally
Just as he realized
the audio hasn't changed.
Act.
Okay, you might.
And then I told him, criminal act, defamation per se. I will be asking Twitter for your information. And he blocked me faster than a teenager swank. I mean,
I'm probably black too. He thinks that you and I are the same person.
Yeah,
so that's fun. Yeah.
Since last week, the exhibit was changed as we caught an
that little kid. It was just fun to see him run away that fast.
Well, yesterday on Twitter, I commented on what's his name? The district or something. I can't remember his name. Anyways, I just said, he was presuming that Brian Cronenberg is guilty, and I said, "Oh, he is. I didn't know we had a trial already." That was the only response, and then all of a sudden, that blew up.
Error, and that our transcript had content that was too long. The transcript did not match the audio. It had the second page. It's been referenced. We corrected the transcript to match the audio.
Okay, thank you. So the audio file wasn't changed. The transcript simply was made to match that audio.
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Nunzio.
No comment with that explanation from Mr. Lawson, Your Honor.
Mr. Stein.
Just very briefly. Court speaks through its orders. It gave us an order to turn over all evidence on a date certain. I think it was August 11th.
7th. It's August 7th.
August 7th. What we're looking at here today is what was turned over to us on a USB jump drive on August 7th. I don't see how we can change exhibits because you caught it over the weekend. You ordered that they had to be turned over. If it's in error, it's excluded. It isn't, hey, let's amend it, let's fix it and move on. This is what we prepared for. We prepared for a 218. We prepared for a 218 transcript, whether it be accurate or inaccurate. But you speak through your orders, Judge, and for us to bend the rules over the weekend because they took the headings off. Doesn't change the transcript, doesn't change the audio. If they're not accurate, they shouldn't come into evidence, and we shouldn't allow them to be amended on the go. Thank you.
Mr. Barnett, anything for you?
No position.
Mr. Nunzio, anything else?
No, nothing further down.
Mr. Wilson, any response?
No, thank you, Judge.
Well, the dates as given are correct. The court ordered all
Take care, Daly.
exhibits to be exchanged by August 7th. The August 11th date by closing business is when the parties were to file any objections to those
Judge actually going to
exhibits.
keep stuff
That
out.
was done, as has been previously indicated by Mr. Cyber. And that written document was joined by Mr. Nunzio. And then Mr. Barnett also filed some written objections. I think it was to 3, but don't quote me on that. And so I certainly understand the argument made relative to 205 and 205T.
Oh, well, now we can
But
focus on the
this is an
file
exhibit
again.
that hasn't been admitted. The audio file didn't change. The associated transcript that was to be provided.
Trolls of today are so thin-skinned. I mean,
Document
I was around
Yeah.
when the internet was unregulated in the 90s. I mean, trolling me today with
Well, okay, but
I
here's my point.
Yeah.
And this is the point I make on every trial stream and everything that I do.
Yeah.
You are 100% innocent. Those 3 guys right there,
Yeah.
even if you believe you, or if you don't believe in their political
Yeah.
ideologies, or you think it's weird to run around with guns and train, whatever,
Mm.
they're innocent unless the state proves them guilty.
Mm.
So if you're looking at Brian or the
this
Crumblies or
guy
any other
or
case,
Zach or anybody else.
yeah, they are presumed innocent. The jury should not be sitting there unbiased. They should be biased against the state because that's what the law requires. And if you are going into this case without hearing all the evidence, assuming somebody is guilty, then you're kind of part of the problem, right? The jury is the last final check on the government's authority, the awesome authority that the government has in any situation. And if you walk in there saying, "Oh, well, the news media told me he was guilty, so
Yeah.
I'm going
And
to
if
presume
you
he's
go
guilty,"
in
it's
with
just a wrong way.
Yeah, and if you go in with 50-50, that's the wrong mindset.
Yep.
You should go in with 0 to 100 on the defendant's favor. And then
Yep.
it's the prosecution's sole job, not the defense. It's the prosecution's sole job to bring that scale in the other end, beyond a reasonable doubt. And beyond reasonable doubt, that is also misconstrued sometimes because, well, I'm 80% sure he did it.
It's not
That
enough.
is, that's not enough. That means not guilty. I'm 90%. That's also not enough. All reasonable doubt must be gone.
Hey, Bobby. And don't worry,
Unless-
Lux is going to be found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, Bobby. But that's so that's what I was commenting on in Twitter, and all of a sudden I'm the bad guy.
Yeah,
Oh,
and when I chimed in, all of a sudden I'm the bad guy too.
Well, you chimed in a very funny way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't want to use the word amended because it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit yet. The proposed exhibit for that transcript was made to match. And the court's mind is helpful for the fact finder to have a transcript to go along with the audio files. At times, some of them have been difficult to hear. Certainly, if they're reviewing the jury room, that volume may improve. But given the sequence of events that's transpired, I don't have any issue with.
Lux is going to be a jury trial, by the way. I think if she exercises the right.
Relative to the issues we discussed, But certainly the objection.
Can I be on the jury?
Judge, counsel admitted that he
We're gonna have to assemble a panel, a pool of prospective jurors, and then we're gonna have to do voir dire. This is gonna be like a whole process. It's gonna be a good time.
Are you an American citizen? I plead the fifth.
Yeah, right.
amended the exhibit. He's now a witness.
He didn't indicate that he amended the exhibit. What he did is remove a piece of paper so that the transcript that was prepared is the way I understood it. Vision and did you prepare this transcript as well?
I did.
Okay, so that the transcript matches.
Gigi, there's a bunch of stuff on Flux's trial in my Discord under People v Flux.
Judge would stand on the objection.
We're waiting on an arraignment now. It's up to the judge's schedule. The judge currently is Legal Vices, and so we're waiting on Legal Vices' schedule to set up the arraignment, and then we're going to go from there. Ghazni has been retained by Flux to represent her, and I am the prosecutor, of course. So I have a feeling I'm going to be up against some stuff that I got to deal with.
Something tells me things will get delayed.
Yes. Flux has no peers. There is only Flux. Yes.
Yeah. Jury of your peers,
Relative to that,
Pineapple,
discussions concluded as a
Yeah.
205 and
Star Wars
205T.
girl.
Anything further?
I mean,
No, Your Honor. Mr. Steiner.
Regretfully, no.
Mr. Barnett.
It's the second page that we're looking at. I'm sure we'll figure this out in a second, but really is cross out the front page for a vote. Correct.
Judge, I'm held up, and I'm poor up here because counsel said he edited the transcript. He changed the transcript. He took a page out. Now Agent Emple is sworn and saying, yep, this is his transcript. It's not his transcript. They took a page out. This is so critical when it comes to evidence being what we say it is.
She's in your chat, Nicholas. But welcome. AC? AC, she says she's trying to connect with her Swedish heritage, and now she can't get away from your streams. So,
welcome. Yeah. I hope you succeed. And there is a Swedish TV show called All for Sweden, which you can apply to if you're having a hard time, and they will do the research. It's a contest of sorts where the winner gets to meet his or her Swedish family. So it's a TV show called All for Sweden.
Well, and so Porcelain Thunder, that was a concern. However, Flux is on trial for murdering Jeff. So we figured it kind of balances out.
I apologize.
Nick, look what I got.
That counsel said that he edited it. And now
About the Palma
Agent
murder
Emple is adopting it.
assassination.
And that's not how evidence is. It's not, evidence is evidence.
Money G.
And it's other than what he created. I'm just being horrified. I apologize.
No, that's perfectly fine. As the court indicated, what Mr. Rana indicated was not that he edited the transcript in any way. He removed the page.
Oh, you got a new
exhibits.
overlay. Or did I just didn't notice?
Got a new what?
The bottom one. The bottom one. Or did I just simply not notice?
Oh, no, it's been there for a little bit, but
Okay.
I put it in there because I had to cover some stuff.
Yeah, good thing.
Way to ensure that the transcript being proposed for 205T matches 205. So certainly the concerns have been placed on the record and are addressed. Anything else before we read that?
He removed the page.
I'll ask
Is that really what was decided? He didn't edit it. He removed the page. But that page wasn't produced to opposing counsel. It wasn't produced to the defense counsel.
Yeah, that was one of the items that Dinkins wrote in his letter to the court. That the prosecution didn't produce until the day of the trial.
Yep.
And in trial produced new evidence not disclosed. But that is something that was his letter. And he has lawyers. And they didn't put in this letter. and he asked for a new trial before before the verdict is in. I mean, that's a lot of assumption there. So that letter was, yeah.
Yeah, no, that yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things here, but remember, attorneys are in charge of the strategy. I don't know all the facts about it, but sometimes attorneys do or don't do things because they feel like it's the best interest of the case, and then the clients go behind their back, and sometimes it's really frustrating.
Yeah, and since this wasn't vetted through the lawyer or sent by the lawyer, the judges wrote, "You have a lawyer. I can't even read this."
Exactly. Good. I'm glad the judge didn't do anything like, I'm going to take this in consideration while I'm deliberating your fate. Vaca, I did hear about Hunter Biden. I tweeted that out, so I'll follow that a little bit. Remember, he's innocent. Hunter Biden is innocent unless the feds prove him guilty.
Yeah.
It's good for one, it has to be good for the other.
Yeah, and look at what feds are doing here.
I doubt he'll get the same treatment, though. Just a little suspicious.
And Hunter might have.
For the
yes, the jury is in deliberating, and yes, everyone's kind of on there. I've been watching the stream to see if they come back with a question or anything. So far, it has been dead silence. The jury hasn't come back with a question, or at least they haven't aired it, and nothing. And they've been deliberating since about 10:30 this morning, and it's now 2:30, so 4 hours.
The jury's benefit, we've admitted 205 and 205T, I believe. Okay, thank you. And just before we play this, Agent Empla, again, just kind of give us a quick summary of what we're about to hear.
Sure. So this is a dash cam video from Brian Higgins' dash cam. And this is a reference to finding the governor's residence. It's got her address.
This
and
is
it's
still
got
the
a
same
reference
trip.
to going through yards of neighbors that are houses south of her and going across the yards north as part of the recon. And then there's a reference to getting game cams or trail cams.
I'm sorry, what?
Remind me again, David. Who told him to go there? And who drove him there?
Oh, they didn't even tell him to go there. They said, we're going to go look at a vacation rental house or vacation house. And he's like, okay. And he got in the car, and then they started driving there. And they said, yeah, by the way, we're going to the Governor Whitmer's home. When they were there, yeah, that's Governor Whitmer's cottage. And then on the way home, they told him the plan. And why the FBI, or why Dan the man is driving. Yeah, that's what happened.
The feds drove him to that spot and told him more or less go out.
After they got there, whose house it was. And then on the way home, told him the plan. Yep, that's what happened. That's the testimony from Hearsay Hank.
And how the RF detector can be used to find the infrared light, the lenses that are in those game cams.
Okay. Thank you.
So we remember the 60 over wondering, throw a couple of guys in the back, go down through there, 20 miles an hour. 2 or 3 houses ahead, they just slow down, you guys go off the tailgate, I don't want to go in business, you guys do your thing, he turns out the cul-de-sac, pick up 3, 4 houses away, so that'll be enough time to go in, take a look around, run 3 houses back down, and just go back, go in the road, that's how you do it. But here's the thing, it's infrared triggered, so there's infrared plug on. That's the whole point of being on. So you're going to be broadcasting infrared the entire time. And any cell phone, any security thing on that house, they'll see that.
So let me just get this straight. The defendant is the one saying that's a bad idea. If you do that, they will see you. right? Am I right? He says, yeah, but it emits infrared, so any security cameras or anything like that are going to see it.
Okay. The video that goes with that. Where does this conversation
Could
take
that
place?
have been a part of the Fed's plan to get him spotted by security cams?
I don't know, but he's the one that's saying this is a bad idea. I mean, okay, I agree with him.
Yeah.
This conversation takes
Pointing out
place
the
at the
issues with
debrief
your plan.
location, near like the pickleball courts or the tennis courts across from the Oasis Red Bull Tavern. So this is, it's off Williams Road on the, southeast side of Birch Lake.
Okay. There's a video that goes with this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why don't we, without the transcript, and play the video if we could, please?
You guys did see it? Okay. So we know where the 60 and 15 is. What we're wondering is, throw a couple of guys in the back, you go down through there, 20 miles an hour. There's a good house to have, they just slow down, you guys roll off the tailgate, I go on the business, you guys do your things there. You turn that cul-de-sac, pick up 3-4 houses away, and there'll be enough time to go in. Take a look around, run 3 houses back down, and just go fast over and roll back up on the tailgate.
Thank you, Adam. Ancient Employed, what I'd like you to do now is explain to the jury what we're seeing in the video portion here. We have the transcript; it's been admitted, but I don't want to play the whole thing again. But why are we seeing what we see here?
Sure. So this is the front-facing camera from the dash cam. It's facing out toward the Oasis Red Bull Tavern.
The butt-facing camera?
And the
back-facing camera, I think.
Okay, back. Yeah.
Yeah. Was it impossible for him to skip? Okay, so mind you, he's been driven hundreds of miles away from his home by 2 guys with guns. So his attorney said, like, he was kind of scared and nervous, and he was just like, all right, man, whatever. And then eventually they took him home. And I don't think he had any involvement with these guys going forward, except maybe he ended up showing up at a tactical training event where they also happened to be. That also happened to be run by the feds. But there was no other, from what I understand, there's no other talk involving this guy.
The headlights are off on the vehicles during the debrief. So you're just seeing, these are, whatever sort of lights there are in the neighborhood. And there's a road right here, but it's pitch black at night. So you're just seeing what the camera can see.
Understood. Thank you. Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 206?
I am.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is the next sequential dash cam video from that debrief location. It's a couple minutes later, and it's the group talking there before they head out of Antrim County.
Okay, and how was it obtained?
It's obtained from CHS Dan from the thumb drive that Brian Higgins gave him, and then CHS Dan gave me following the Luther training.
Okay, is this, where does this occur again?
So this is at that tennis pickleball courts across from the Oasis Red Bull Tavern.
Okay. Is there an associated transcript marked 206T?
Yes.
And is that transcript accurate as to the video?
Yes.
As to the statements on the video?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move for, I generally summarize what's going on in this particular exhibit.
There's a description of the houses in the area, if there was lights on or not, how many times they went up and down in front of the governor's residence. And then Barry Croft talks about how they need to establish a schedule for the target, more details in order to conduct the op.
Okay. Barry Croft's, in near the Red Bull Tavern then at this point.
Oh,
right?
yes.
I mean, he's come to Antrim County.
Yes.
Okay. Adam Fox is there?
Yes.
Okay. Are any of the defendants there?
Yes.
Who?
Well, okay, but that is obvious, but it's not illegal to be a dumbass. This guy's a dumbass. But yes, that's the first thing. It was like, so he didn't know the guys. They had guns, and he got into the car and drove to a wherever. he didn't know where he was going. He's a dumbass. That's how, if he was a 20-something, stick-figure blonde, he might have been murdered, but he's not. But that's how they get murdered, right? By getting into cars with strangers.
All brothers are there.
Okay. Going to move for admission of proposed exhibit 206 and 206T, please.
Extend under objections.
No objection. 206 and 206 will be.
Most of the houses were dark.
And before we play it, I'm sorry. Is this the same as in 205? Is this, if we looked at the video, what would we see?
It's the same. It's dark. It's the exterior facing dash cam. I can't remember if a car drives by or not and you see any lights, but it's the same thing. You're just looking at a black screen, generally speaking.
Fair enough. Right. Thank you, Eddie.
It went down back.
Well, this doesn't even contain the defendants. So the defendants, Eric Mulder, and then the two brothers, William Null and Michael Null. This whole thing doesn't even contain the defendants. This is just two other or three other people talking to each other. And one of them's a Fed.
Now, this fucking remark, if you guys went down through the.
And that's Mr. Croft talking at the beginning of the exhibit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And for the record, he states you have to establish a schedule on your target in order to.
Wait, who'd they say was talking at first?
I didn't hear.
That name is cut off.
I was getting cheese and ranch dressing because I got a little bit hungry.
I'm kind of a little hungry too, but.
And that's Mr. Croft talking at the beginning of the exhibit. Is that correct?
So Mr. Croft is talking. He's not a defendant. Then we have Robinson. He's not a defendant. Then we have Garbin. He's not a defendant. Then we have Dan the Man, the FBI guy. He's not a defendant. We have, none of these guys are defendants.
Correct.
And for the record, he states you have to establish a schedule on your target in order to conduct the operation, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. You know what? Let's play that video. Actually,
Hearsay, maybe.
This is why they are using this guy for everything, because then they have to cross-examine a few days later on each and every one. Because if they were introduced by the people themselves, the cross-examination would be the same day.
And generally, this guy would go later in the trial, not first. You establish the evidence, and then you use your investigator to tie it all together. He's trying to tie it all together first.
Okay,
this case is being presented backwards. Since day one, it's been backwards. Yeah, story time with.
Okay. Agent Templa, if you could turn to proposed exhibit 210 in your exhibit book there. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, 210 is a photograph that I took of the mobile gas station at the Easy Mart, and it's looking across the parking lot towards the AmVet. And this is the one, it's in downtown Elk Rapids, just south of the bridge.
Okay, accurately depict the the area that's in the photograph.
Yes, sir.
And why did you take that photo?
So the jury in the court could see the location we were talking about, where the debrief and the team assignments, excuse me, not the debrief, the team assignments happened before heading north for the recon.
Okay. I move for admission of proposed exhibit number 210, please.
Mr. Barney? No, okay. 210 will be.
And I just forgot everything that Excited was teaching me yesterday about Photoshop.
And just for the record, generally describe what we're seeing here.
Sure. So this mobile here, this is the Easy Mart, this off 31, and then this is the AmVet, and then this is the parking lot of the AmVet, where they were standing and discussing the team assignments before heading north.
When you say heading north to where?
To the bridge and to Birch Lake.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, I want to direct your attention now to the time after the nighttime surveillance, okay?
Sure.
And have you turn to proposed exhibit 211. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, 211. This is a one-page document, and it's got 3 statements made by Bill Null. They were found on his phone following the search warrant, and 2 of them are signal statements. Excuse me, two of them are Facebook statements, and 1 of them is a signal statement.
Okay, wait. I didn't stop saying it when her channel got yanked. I just stopped saying it because I had made the point so many different times. This case is being presented backwards, wrongfully. The judge is allowing way too much stuff in. He's a bad judge. Seems to be working with the prosecutor. If you go by the whole we thing, this is just a bad presented case. And I am out in the shop right now, Jung. I am not in my normal studio, so I don't have the cat with me. But maybe I'll bring it on stream later.
Have you indicated which statements belong to each of those platforms?
Yes.
Okay. And are the statements from this from his phone, were they obtained through a search warrant?
Yes.
And are the statements accurate as to what came from his phone?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to generally describe, if you would please, what the content of the statements is.
So these are group chat statements, which Mike Null is part of the group chat. And they're statements about.
Objection, Judge. There's no evidence of that in this exhibit.
If I understood the testimony earlier correctly, they went through the members of those chats that reference was.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Do you have an additional question?
Judge, there's no indication that Mike Null is a part of this chat.
Yeah, pretty much.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Your sworn testimony is that Mike Null was a member of this chat. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Melissa.
I was moving for admission of 211, please.
It's another objection. Mr. Becker?
Please say no other objections.
Mr. Barney? No objection. 211 will be admitted.
Thank you. Okay, can you walk us through this and tell us what we're seeing?
Sure. So these 2 bottom ones are from September 16th from Facebook, the group chat MLM roundtable. And then this top one here is a signal chat. And the title of that group chat was MI Militia Leaders 2.0. And that was from September 15th, 2020.
Okay, and can you read those for us, please?
Sure. Bill Null stated on September 15th in the encrypted signal chat, "We are at war now. We have been. I don't see how things will ever get better without bloodshed. No matter who wins this election, they won't go by the Constitution. We will still be forced to comply or the pigs will kill us."
Moving on to the second message there, please.
So this is from Facebook, the MLM roundtable chat, Bill Null stated, "It's already been enough, but when the rest of the free people stand with us, we will be unstoppable."
And finally, the third portion at the bottom there.
Bill Null stated, "This is the time to get prepared, brothers. Shit ain't ever gonna be the same."
How many days after the nighttime surveillance are these statements made?
2 to 3 days after the nighttime surveillance.
Well, the nighttime surveillance was on September.
Oh, I'm sorry, September 12th. Yeah, so 3 to 4 days.
Okay. Thank you. Can you turn to proposed exhibit 212, please?
Yes, I have it here.
And what are we looking at there? Proposed exhibit 212.
This is a Google search from the HP Pavilion computer in Eric Molitor's residence
Okay, and how was this obtained?
via search warrant.
Okay, when was it obtained?
October 7th, 2020.
Okay, and this is a home computer then, is that my understanding?
It's inside the residence.
Okay, and what is the, generally, what's the content of this exhibit?
This is the search history from a Chrome internet browser.
And what is the search for?
The search is for the line of succession for the governor.
Move for admission
I'm
of,
gonna object to that, Your Honor, that's not what the search is.
it's exactly what it is.
That's exactly what it is. Okay, so I put a link, by the way, in chat to Farrell's clip of our stream where the judge says we over and over again, like a little piggy all the way home. If you guys are interested, Dirk in particular.
Mr. Barnett, let me ask you this, other than that.
I wonder what Flux thinks about this case.
Do you have any objections to that?
Yep. She isn't really clear on it.
No,
Not at all.
kind of wishy-washy a little.
Or
But with respect to the request, the court look at our objection 162 as we were silent on 212. Thank you.
Crap. Forgot I have a filing deadline today. Oh, I got an hour. I'll get it out.
And so that objection to the 162, just for the purpose of the record, you're also applying to the 212, is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. And as we previously discussed, relative to those, the court will admit 212. Mr. Barnett, I wasn't trying to ignore your question. I wanted to ensure the court was going to admit it before indicating occasion was the search that was done. Who is the sitting lieutenant governor?
Those are the exact words, yes.
Okay, and so Mr. Barnett, is that correct?
I just want me to speak for myself and not have.
Who is the bleep of the governor?
So that's perfectly appropriate.
That
That's
is
what
not
the court meant to do.
searching the genealogy or blah 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 of the governor.
Mr. Ralston?
I mean,
thank you, thank you, and that's been a judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
I got to make a phone call. I'll be back again.
Yep.
Well, I sent Flux.
What's the date of the search?
Right now, though. So hopefully, when Flux is done with work, if she gets out early, she's going to join us. Because yes, we definitely need a Flux rant.
Yep.
September 16th, 2020.
And how many days after the nighttime surveillance is that?
4.
Okay, and help us out if you would, Adam, with a zooming in, please. What do we see here?
These are the exact letters that were typed into Google.
Okay, can you read that for us?
Who is the sitting lieutenant governor?
Okay. Does Michigan have a lieutenant governor?
Yes,
Okay. And then you talked about a line of succession. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that.
So if the governor is incapacitated or can't perform his or her duties, the duties of the governor would fall upon the lieutenant governor. It's the equivalent of the president, vice president type of situation.
So on the 16th of September, Mr. Molitor is trying to learn who the lieutenant governor is.
It's accurate.
Okay. Turn to proposed exhibit number 213, please.
And who told him to search for that?
I have it here.
And can you describe what that is?
This is a 4-pager. This is encrypted Threema messages, and this is between CHS Dan and Eric Molitor. So one-on-one chat.
And generally describe the content of the communications between Mr. Molitor and Mr. Fox.
Sure. There's, I'm sorry, it's not Molitor and Fox.
I'm sorry,
It's
Molitor,
and-
my mistake. Molitor and CHS Dan.
Yes. It's discussion about the FTX that had happened. So they discuss the use of the, hold on. They discuss the use of the RF detector. They discuss the live fire shoot house and Eric's role as a medic. And they talk about refining the plan to be at different times with different vehicles and having OPSEC about it moving forward.
And what platform is this communication happening on?
Threema.
And is Threema a encrypted platform?
Yes, Threema is a paid service. So the other ones are free encrypted. But the group had moved to now this paid service. They thought it was more secure.
How were you able to get access to this?
This is through live monitoring of the Threema chats through Dan's account. So CHS Dan gave me his username and password, and I logged in with my team, and we captured screen captures of the conversations as they happened.
Okay. Does the exhibit accurately reflect the portion of the chat that's in the 4 pages?
Yes, it's the full chat, and I've added black boxes around the pertinent portions.
Okay. Move for admission of proposed exhibit number 213, please.
No comment.
Mr. Zucker.
He's gonna write an objection.
Mr. Burnett.
You don't object that, and just ask that the entire, that pertinent,
Or mark that entire. I just want to intend to publish 213.
Yes.
It will be admitted. You indicated that already, but if I didn't, when it's published, you would do the entirety.
We'll work right through it, Judge. Thank you. Okay. 213, is that correct?
Yes,
And the date is on the left-hand side, is that correct?
yes, October 1st, 2020.
Okay, why don't you work us through the 4 pages, if you would, please, and tell us what it says.
Sure. So the green on the right is the green bubbles are CHS Dan, and then barricade, Eric Molitor is on the white here.
Okay,
So Dan stated, that's fucking wild. How was it down there? Sounds a little sketchy. What do you think about our FTX? Did you live fire Sunday? I was all over. Eric Molitor replied, I did not live fire. I was uncomfortable with some things. It was an awesome FTX. With more preparation and people learned up in their respective from fields, it can be even better. But one of the best I've been to regardless. LOL. CHS Dan asked, what was getting you? Were you there both days? I was going to link up with you for some land navigational stuff. Eric Molitor replied, I was there both days. I stood at the shoot house with my medic bag just in case. Even the second day, people were going in dry run with magazines and weapons. That very fella flagged the fuck out of some people with the Glock CAA combo, which of course has no safety. One man was in the shoot house while two others stacked up and started moving in. These are just a few things. I have a fair amount of training and know better than to let these guys behind me. Even the Null brothers, who I've known for a while, were flagging each other. It sucks, but basics need to be observed. Classification of skill set so people are in the right level of training. The medical was too in-depth for what the average person needed. Equipment was suggested that only the designated medic should have. Some skills were shot through too fast that should have had more time dedicated. And the land nav is fucking awesome. I will have my stuff next time. I usually have it, but already brought too much shit, LOL. CHS Dan replied, I missed that shit with people flagging. Probably how I missed you. I did a land nav course with the Wisconsin guys. I don't like it when guys do dry runs with magazines.
Moving to page 2 now.
CHS Dan started in the green here. I missed that. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that already. That's a continuation from the previous page. CHS Dan said, by the way, that RF scanner was cool as fuck. Good work, security on that. Heard it tripped the phone. Eric Mauder replied, it sure did, LOL. I'm a very cautious man, paranoid with purpose. You were running the land nav while we finished the shoot house. Some dudes came around the last corner and pointed a live weapon at me. Fucking pissed me off, LOL. I knew it wasn't personal. But you know what it's like getting a gun pointed at you. CHS Dan replied, you down for more room clearing? Just dry with just a handful of us? Fuck, man, sorry for that. Made a second trip north, night run. Eric Mauder replied, I'm always down for weapons training. Anything new on follow-ups? Dan stated, was solid, kind of hasty with getting everyone. Made eyes on again, was a huge plus being night-based. Need to gather more intact though. Eric Mahler asked, which trip? You asked for my opinions on what was on what has happened or what may happen. Dan stated, can do both, but really from when we went, I had more limited vantage point. I was focused on maintaining movement and making sure a detail wasn't in place. Eric Mahler responded and said, I think it was a good trip. We got location and layout. We need to utilize offline nav maps so we could plan effectively. I don't think it is a good idea, to be honest, not in such a short amount of time. We need a good team, minimum of 2 4-man teams, which means a high level of training and even higher level of trust.
Sorry, I'd keep pausing it and then asking for updates. Did I miss anything specific? Apparently Flux is enraged.
Please, Flux, tell me what you really mean.
Yeah, I know.
And in my chat, Kay Wood will be in the courtroom on the Dinkins.
That's very cool.
Yeah, she is from that area, and
we still have nothing going on with the live feed, so we'll keep going with day 5. We have how much more do we have? We have about 2 hours left of day 5. Then I might start a new stream for day 6.
Yeah, because after a certain amount of hours, it's better to restart the stream because we are 5 hours in.
Yeah,
any replay crew will. Yeah, any replay crew would look at 5 hours. Nah, and 6 hours and 7 hours, but so it's also for the replay crew.
Wait, did I miss a jury? Was I not monitoring it? I missed a jury question involving transcripts. A conversation with Bill Null on September 12th. Okay, so there was one jury question. I missed it when I stepped away. Damn it. Okay, maybe we'll pull that up real quick. Let me find it.
No, September 12th. That was in the on September 12th, because I remember from Twitter that the first question came in just an hour after they started.
Oh. Okay.
Of tactics. With what I've learned and how my mind works, I go overboard on plan B and C because I automatically assume nothing goes right. I always plan bigger than necessary, which means resources, which again means training and trust. I wish we all loved closer because face-to-face is the safest way to do anything.
Flux is
Another telling
endangering
thing
us all.
was how many people, even in her neck of the woods, didn't wear masks. I don't think she has the respect she thinks she does for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, if you're
I was thinking the same
listening to
thing
this
when
as
we
a
were at the bar.
podcast,
And use that to our
or
advantage.
because you have
Also, agree on
visual
extended
impairment,
planning and not rushing.
having
I
the
usually
chat
plan worst case and
read
build
to
off
you
that.
out loud,
Eric
not a
Muller,
good idea right now.
Yes. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Hope for the best and prepare for the worst. That seems so bad. All right. We have a jury question. We're going to pull it up. Oh, here we go. So this is from like 5 minutes ago, guys. Live in the courtroom.
Okay.
Going to do that in the written document?
Yeah.
So the transcript is going to be completed.
Yes. For the portion. Okay. In the parking lot scripts of.
Can you guys still hear it?
Somewhat.
I don't want to put their logo thing.
Well, we have all the attorneys, right? Jessica, you can keep doing that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to go on the record for this, but I just wanted everybody here because the reason will become clear why we're not going to go officially on the record because she needs to be working on this. We got a question from the jurors. It reads, September 12th, AMVET parking lot handing out assignments. Can we get the transcripts of Bill Null and UC Mark testimony? So Ms. James is endeavoring currently to
So when they're handing out
locate
the
the testimony
assignment
relative to the handing out of instructions in the AMVET parking lot. And once we have that prepared, we'll obviously review it with everybody and actually place it on the record at that time and then provide that to the jurors. Okay.
Going to do that in the written document?
Yeah.
So the transcript is going to be completed.
Yes. For the portion of the testimony that they're asking for.
Oh, so you're talking about 5 minute period.
Yeah. Whatever it was. Yeah. Not the entirety of the testimony for both of those individuals.
Very well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can we get copies of what goes back?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I always make sure everybody looks at it before.
Yeah, we're going to review it and talk about it before we would send it back to them anyway.
We're staying up here. Are we in recess, John?
We are in recess. I would ask everybody to stay around the courthouse though. So the 30-second rule.
30-second rule.
I wonder if that portion of the testimony with the handout of assignment, who did the handing out of assignment? Was it the feds?
Yeah. I believe it was the feds. Okay. All right, that's it for now. Thank you guys for letting me know. All right. Back to your regularly scheduled programming.
And finally, moving to page 4, please.
This is continuation here. Dan stated, thoughts on making another trip, kind of equipment we should bring? Would that RF scanner work? You mentioned it'll pick up lenses. It will pick up things that are close. They're smaller. It is not.
I have no idea what the 30-second rule is because I don't know. Just be close enough to jump into court if they have a question or something, I guess.
Long distance. I would not make another trip until we had more intel. You can look up statistics and demographics for the area on people, law enforcement response times on average, gun ownership, demographic stats.
Yeah. And I saw this was regarding one of the Swedish trials about terrorism a few years ago. And that started with someone on a Swedish forum just asking, hey, who wants to do bad stuff? That's the initial from an anonymized account saying, hey, who wants to do bad stuff? And from there, it escalated into a few people getting charged with preparation of terrorism.
No, I can't wait to live there for half a
that's
year.
That's all that's needed.
Just
to
keep my
get a
head
few
down
people
and
together.
bite my tongue when I'm in Sweden, and then come back to
Yep.
the U.S. and say whatever I want.
Yeah, that doesn't matter because Sweden just passed a new law that says the cops can monitor and record and survey you, even though there's no probable cause, no reason, no suspicion, nothing whatsoever. If the cops thinks you are connected with somebody.
1984. It's starting 1984.
Yeah. Now, this will be struck down in the EU court, but that takes years.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, all our rights, our privacy is gone. And me as a union rep, can they connect me to a criminal? Jesus Christ, in my union, we have 50,000 members. I bet you one of them might have a criminal past. So yes, that's all the cops need now to monitor my phone.
Yeah, basically, it's just a blanket license to monitor whoever they want. Melissa, this is the trial of 3 gentlemen accused of attempting to or assisting, aiding, and contributing to the kidnapping of Governor Whitmer. It's not going, in my opinion, well for the state, but in others, these 3 individuals are already guilty. And it's all kinds of nonsense. We have Hearsay Hank on the stand right now, who's basically talking about all kinds of conversations that the defendants are not involved in, and all kinds of out-of-court statements without the proper foundation. And it's story time with Hearsay Hank.
And Sweden doesn't need a RICO Act.
It is not long
The prosecution can
not make another trip until we
make
have more
prosecution small or wide as possible.
for that.
So we don't need a
area
RICO.
on people, law enforcement response times, on average, gun ownership, demographic stats, and the things of that sort. Average age will tell us about typical nightlife. Will it be easy to blend in with traffic, or will we stand alone on the roads? Holidays are best for traveling because out-of-area/state people are expected. Changing vehicles. Do we know anyone with a junkyard who can loan plates? How fast can we switch them at key points in travel? Do we have other vehicles to lessen the number per vehicle so as to throw off restrictions? Just a few things I'm thinking about off the top of my head. Dan stated, I like it. We're pretty like-minded. I agree on holiday travel was a plus going near Labor Day. Followed by Dan. Plates we can zip tie on for easy out. Second plates we can glue screws, few threads in for fast install. Eric Molitor stated, was washing dishes. Sorry about the delay, but I'm glad to hear you saying this. I love Adam to death, man. He gets excited too easily. We gotta slow down and keep this shit quiet. This isn't some little thing that was mentioned. Can it be done? Of course, but not yet. Maybe through the process, another idea may become more feasible. Who knows? This shit is fluid if done right. And I love the plates ideas. I just learned some shit today. LOL.
Agent Impla, if you can turn, please, to proposed exhibit 214. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, this is another chat from Threema. This is the FAFO chat. So this is the operator chat.
Never.
Fox.
I want
The date
that
of
job.
this is October 3rd, 2020. And this is a 2-pager.
How was it obtained?
It was obtained via monitoring
Flux and Vodka.
Threema chats through Dan's account.
Okay. And does proposed exhibit 214 accurately reflect the portion of the chats that are contained therein?
Yes, it does.
Can you generally describe the content of the chat itself?
That would be a revival of the Scissor Sisters.
Yes, Adam Fox talks about how they still need to take down the governor. He has flex cuffs, and then Eric Molitor responds with his opinions. Adam Fox discusses hog tying the governor, and then Eric Molitor discusses his thoughts about that.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 214, please.
Was anybody in that exchange a defendant?
Eric Mueller. Wait, no.
Oh,
Did they say Eric Mueller?
no, I don't think so.
And then Eric Molitor discusses
Okay.
Yep.
his thoughts about that.
Move for admission of proposed
Wait,
exhibit
that was
214, please.
Yeah,
Hog
that was
tying the
extremely
governor,
vague.
flex cuffs, and then Eric Molitor.
That are contained therein.
Yes, it does.
Can you generally describe the content of the chat itself?
Yes, Adam Fox talks about how they still need to take down the governor. He has flex cuffs, and then Eric Molitor responds with his opinions. Adam Fox.
So
His opinions.
Adam Fox, not the defendant, says a very specific thing. And then
Yep.
Eric Mueller, the defendant or one of the defendants, says, well, he responds. Where's the specifics?
Discusses hog tying the governor, and then Eric Molitor discusses his thoughts about that.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 214, please.
No objection.
Which of the three defendants, if any, are?
Just Eric Molitor.
The last couple of years, Moni, there's been a ton of them everywhere. And a couple of them got into my garage. And now I have a feral cat that I
Generally
feed and
describe
keep around the garage to keep them out.
what we're seeing here.
So this is the Threema page, and this is the group chat with Threema. Barricade is Eric Molitor's username. Alpha Fuck You is Adam Fox's username.
Alpha,
Okay,
fuck
can you
you.
work us through these 2 pages, please, starting from the top, page 1?
Sure. So Adam Fox stated, so in light of all this and her saying she's going to keep using executive powers, she's now officially a tyrant and we can make a citizen's arrest of her. Who's down? Take some balls, but she's in violation multiple times of the Constitution, so it's game on. I got cuffs. Just saying. Eric Molitor responded.
If the plan is to make a citizen's arrest, how is that kidnapping?
Well, that's a good question because citizen arrest power does exist.
Yeah, the cops can get there and say, no, this is not a proper citizen's arrest. Yeah, can they be, that's not kidnapping, it's called held against their wish. Maybe it's kidnapping in the statute. If the cops get there and say, no, this is not a proper citizen.
I didn't understand that.
What the fuck?
Your Alexa's or your Siri's going off.
I keep turning that feature off, but every time I update the phone says, "Oh, let's bring it on again." This phone company needs to be bankrupt.
I do want to say they're talking about hanging the bitch. She's already hanging, and I'm not going to go to jail for this dead bitch. So it's a little more than just a citizen's arrest. I will say that. I'm just looking at the highlighted text. Fuck those tyrant fucks. That's what they're saying.
Multiple times of the Constitution, so it's game on. I got cuffs. Just saying. Eric Molitor responded, she fucked up for sure. It will be interesting to see how this plays out. She will never get away from all the lawsuits that are coming. People have lost their homes and businesses because of her. They have died because of her unconstitutional orders. If it is truly that simple to go execute a civilian arrest on someone who has legal protections, us civvies don't, then let's go. But the bitch is hanging already and doesn't even know it apparently. Desperate people do even dumber shit. She will not sit in office ever again. And nestle back in her bullshit fucked her as well. I ain't going to jail over a dead bitch, but would love to be on the serving end of legit justice in this case. LOL.
So the defendant is saying that she's fucked up with her COVID lockdowns. She's killed people, meaning that she mandated orders where people who are convicted of who have the vid are being placed in nursing homes, which is spreading it and causing more deaths. If there is if it's truly that simple to execute a civilian arrest on someone who has legal protections us civilians don't, then let's go. All right. So he's asking, is there a way for us to do a citizen's arrest? Then let's go. But the bitch is hanging already. And she doesn't even know it apparently. She will not sit in office again. Dana Ann Nessel, meaning Dana Nessel, the attorney general, who's also a Democrat, who also I sued, backing her bullshit, fucked her as well. I'm not going to jail over this, but would love to be on the serving end of legit justice in this case. So legit justice. Do we have the power to do a citizen's arrest on the governor? Is what he's asking. And if he's like, if we can legally do it, then fine. But I'm not going to jail, is what he says. So he's clear, in my opinion, that he doesn't want to do anything illegal.
It's that is a Samsung phone and a Samsung feature, and apparently in the latest update they hid where I can, or they moved where I turn it off.
Oh, by Siri again.
Mother.
We were vilified and called the worst of names for what we stood for.
My watch always goes off. I don't wear it streaming anymore because every time I raise my hand and I talk, it wants to go off and listen to what I'm saying, and then says it doesn't understand.
Full time, it was her in the system.
So everyone's a registered Democrat. We love our government. Our government does nothing wrong.
Fuck those tyrant Fox. Adam Fox responded, I still want to hog-tie her ass in a folding table while we all pose like we just made the biggest drug bust of all time and take pics.
That was not the defendant saying that. That was Adam Fox wanting to hog-tie the defendant and take pictures. Or not the defendant, the governor.
Oh, I'll get that.
Let me refer to the exhibit here.
Thanks.
Adam Fox stated, how can we allow the ones breaking the law to uphold the law against us? Seriously.
If anyone in that jury is anti-vaxxer,
we move to page 2 now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That is true, Matt. That is true. But what I'm getting at is his intent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he doesn't intend to kidnap her, then if he's like, I'm only going to do this if it's legal, right? He's not being charged with attempted kidnapping. He's being charged with essentially aiding and abetting an attempted kidnapping because the kidnapping didn't actually happen. So the question is he aiding and abetting and furnishing materials in advancement of this?
Adam Fox stated, that's a continuation of the same statement. Eric Molitor stated, we can't, and shit still needs to be taken care of. Adam Fox replied, it's going to be, with an emoji. Then Adam Fox provided a picture of some weapons.
Okay.
We can't, and shit needs to be taken care of. He's also talking about filing lawsuits, right? There was a bunch of lawsuits filed against the governor at this time. I was the first, by the way. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
It sounds like just ranting. A lot of people were doing it.
Can you turn to proposed exhibit 216, please?
216 or 215?
Witness knows
My
better.
apologies, 215, thank you. Got ahead of
All
myself there.
scripted.
What is 215, Agent Empla?
215 is a screen capture
Yes.
of a statement made by Eric Molitor
Mostly.
on.
Oh, you got the verdict
Facebook.
finally?
On
On
my
that-
lawsuit against the governor.
Oh, the last. Okay, no, I was thinking
I
your
thought it
trial
was-
stream.
I guess Matt needs to clarify what he's asking about. No, I still don't have a result on that lawsuit that I streamed. Nope.
But you won against the
Let's
governor.
Walk around, find out. Operator.
Yeah, so there was like 8 or 9 restrictions, and some of them were like, even if you work by yourself, you can't work if you're not in essential, if you're not like healthcare or grocery, and you can't use a motorized boat, no access to state land, you can't access your second home. There's all kinds of things like this that was going on. So we sued over these 8 or 9 things, saying they're violating, rights. And 5 of them were lifted as soon as I served the governor with show cause motion. So you could access your public land. You could work if you were, the only person working. You could use riding lawnmowers. You could use motorized boats. You had access to the public waterways and land, and all that stuff got lifted as soon as I hit it with the show cause. So I'm going to consider that a win because like 5 of the 8 things were lifted immediately. And then the rest of them, the right to associate and things like that were litigated for a while until they eventually just disappeared. The orders disappeared.
Chat from.
And that is the
October
same
6th.
governor as they tried to make a citizen's arrest to?
Yeah, at the exact same time that we were suing. Yeah.
And what's the general context?
I hope you
say
didn't have
mostly one.
Eric
I hope you
Molitor
didn't have contact with any one of them.
Oh, you didn't hear? So my name was apparently being tossed around a bit in a lot of these Facebook groups to the point where these guys on trial and a bunch of other people showed up in Lansing in April of 2020 for a protest. And I got a call from the Ingham County Sheriff's office and said, "Hey, we heard about the protest and the rally." And I was like, "Okay, cool. I'm watching it on the news. I have nothing to do with this." And he's like, "Yeah, we just want to make sure that your guys are going to behave and they're not going to cause problems." So I was like, "Who are my guys? Who are you talking about?" Like everyone that's showing up to the rally. Well, I have nothing to do with that. I just filed a lawsuit on behalf of like 5 plaintiffs. I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, your name is being shared around a bunch of Facebook groups as the guy or something." And I said, "Well, not me. I have nothing to do with them." So that's why I say my name's already on a list. And when they were going over some of these Facebook groups in this trial on like day 1 and 2, I thought for sure maybe my name would pop up. I was hoping anyways. But yeah.
No,
that's my
they
involvement.
only do this to rednecks, not educated rednecks.
Yeah. The same governor that was reelected. Yep. She's still our governor right now.
Talking about which
People are
ammunition
dumb.
can penetrate which body armor.
When was it?
Yeah, no, that's
when
what
was
they
the
said.
statement made?
That's how I was identified as the guy.
October 6th,
I don't know what that
2020.
means. I was like, I have
Okay.
no
Gonna
involvement.
move for admission of proposed exhibit 215, please.
Mr. Zucker? Mr. Barnett?
This is really, it's out of context.
Yeah, and if I can turn that feature on that you heard,
Okay.
that means it is monitoring my voice, probably recording.
Well, I mean, you're doing it to yourself right now voluntarily, so it's a big deal.
Because they hid where I can turn it off. I can't find it.
Again, is Threema encrypted?
Yes.
Okay, and who are members of this chat?
Adam Fox and the Wolverine Watchmen, the operators under the Wolverine Watchmen and Eric Molitor. The Knoll brothers are not part of this chat.
Thank you.
So this is out of context.
And would you read into the record, please,
And
Mr.
that's not one of the
Molitor's statement
defendants.
on this date?
Sure. Liberty Defense makes a 9mm, MM that penetrates level 3A. Safe Life
Defense makes level 3A plus that stops that, as well as the 5.7 round just not rifle rounds. Thank you for the info on the 3D printed stuff, though. That's interesting.
That's right, JJ.
Are you familiar with Liberty Defense?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a ammunition manufacturer or distributor.
Okay. And 9mm, are you familiar with that reference?
Yes,
What is that?
it's a 9mm round, so it's caliber of ammunition.
Okay.
Flex says the dude.
Can you turn please to proposed exhibit number 216?
Yes, I have it here.
Can you tell us what that is generally?
Yes, this is a photograph, a screen capture, excuse me, from Google Earth. It shows locations of the premises search warrants on the mitten, and it has bullets of the key items that were seized as a result of those search warrants. And these search warrants I'm talking about are specific to Mike Null, Bill Null, and Eric Molitor.
Okay. In terms of the map, does it accurately depict the locations where the search warrants occurred?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of the content on the right, does it accurately depict the items that were seized from each residence?
Yes, it's a summary of the search warrant tab, which lists out items to be seized.
Okay. Going to move for admission, please. Proposed exhibit number 216.
Try to see the difference.
Did you get some gifted memberships? Nick, it's in your
What?
chat. Did you get some gifted memberships?
I
I'm
can't
looking.
see
I
any.
don't see anything recently.
No, not
I hate that they
recently.
don't pull up gifted memberships on StreamYard.
Yeah.
We're also going to go back to
Given
It's like a cheat code, apparently, Nicholas. You have to like hit up, down, A, B, A, B.
the court's comments, we'll come back to that after lunch. Thank you.
Oh, not in this chat. Okay. You see.
Okay.
If
So
you
I have to
would,
power off for it to.
you turn to proposed exhibit 217, please.
Yeah.
Yes, I have it here.
What is that?
But that's the power off. I
This is a
need it to
photograph
not record,
of
to not. So that's not really the question I need. the answer
GMC
to.
Envoy, and it was
But thank you.
taken pursuant to the premises search warrant at Bill Null's residence on October 7th, 2020.
Okay. Whose vehicle is that?
I don't know.
Okay. Parked in the residence?
Yes,
Okay. What's the content of the photograph generally?
shows the rear of the vehicle, and then it shows a bumper sticker and two other stickers that are on the right side of the vehicle.
Okay. Accurately depict the scene as it was that evening.
Yes,
Move for admission of 217, please.
Mr. Nazir?
No comment.
Mr.
And
Side?
then a written objection. Thank you.
Mr. Burnett? No objection. 217.
Adam, if you can zoom in a little bit there, please. Agent Impla, just for the record, can you read in the bumper stickers that we see there?
Sure. Starting from the top, there's a bumper sticker with AR style rifle. It says heavily armed and easily pissed. And then there's a second bumper sticker which says, I hate unconstitutional standing armies, 3%.
Okay. Have you heard that phraseology for unconstitutional standing armies in your work in domestic terrorism investigations.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Sure. It's a reference by the Patriot community to law enforcement. They view law enforcement as an unconstitutional standing army that doesn't have the right to tell them what to do.
The proposed exhibit 218, can you turn to that in your exhibit book, please?
Yes, I have it here.
Okay, what is that?
This is the body armor and plate carrier and associated attachments with patches, which was found in Bill Null's house pursuant to a search warrant.
Does it accurately depict the item as it was found? Well, first of all, when was that search warrant executed?
That was October 7th, 2020.
Okay, where was it executed at?
It was executed at Bill Null's house in Shelbyville.
Okay, and does the photograph accurately depict the item that's in the photograph?
Yes, it does.
Move for admission at 218, please.
Mr. Sutton,
It's in the written objection, Judge Stanton.
and Mr. Furman.
No objection.
218 will be moved.
Agent Impla, tell us what we're seeing here.
Sure. So this is the front of a plate, what's called a plate carrier. Underneath this is ceramic plate or a ballistic plate, ballistic armor.
Not illegal to have.
Your chest. There's one on the back side here. You can see the flap. You open up to put that plate carrier in. This is a radio right here. And then these are M4 magazines. And then this is a Boogaloo patch. This is a Don't Tread on Me patch. And this is a Michigan Liberty Militia patch. This is an American flag pin right here. And then this is a pouch. These are additional magazine pouches. And this is the Molly attachments I was talking about earlier. So you can take these magazine pouches and you can kind of set up your kit as you want. This is a holster that's attached to it.
The strap there.
Thank you, Wendy, for the $4.99 super chat. Like and subscribe, and please share. Yes, our numbers are way down, so please share. That helps a lot.
That you see, it looks like it's got a carabine clip on the end of it. You see what I'm talking about there?
Right here.
Yes, sir. What's that for?
Yeah, so this is a single point attachment, which can be used as a sling for a rifle, or it can be used as a sling for a shotgun. After you breach a door, you can throw your shotgun and go to your primary weapon system. But it can be used to attach anything you want to carry, heavy, obviously.
Okay. I mean, have you seen this kind of equipment before?
Yes,
And describe, what its general usage is.
usually in the U.S. military.
Okay. How heavy is that?
It's probably around 25 to 30 pounds.
Why does it weigh so much?
Because the ballistic plates in the front and the back are
Pretty substantial. They're probably a good 3/4 to an inch thick. And then obviously the carrier with all these attachments and everything it adds additional weight. Well, bullets are heavy as well. The more magazines you stack, the heavier your load gets.
Last week, we went through some photographs of Mr. Null at the Capitol. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did he have the Boogaloo patch on then, back in April?
This guy has not been qualified as an expert in anything, yet he's been allowed to offer opinion testimony and essentially expert testimony on a lot of things. And he hasn't been qualified as an expert. They haven't moved to admit him as an expert. The judge all but said, well, he's got the experience, so why not just move him for an expert? They still haven't done it. So all of this opinion testimony on all this stuff is in violation of the court rules, the rules of evidence, but they're still just doing it. The defense, to their credit, has objected a number of times. They have standing objections on all this stuff. And that's where That's when the judge started saying the we. Well, I think we're just doing this and we're doing that and we're going to get to this. It's been ridiculous. Were you going to say something?
Nope.
No, okay.
I don't recall him having the Boogaloo patch in April.
Okay.
I didn't see it on the
Boogaloo.
exhibits.
Okay.
Everyone
And this
throw
was
in their
found
Boogaloo.
October 7th. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Emojis.
2020. Okay. Can we move to propose exhibit 219 in your book, please?
Yes, I have it here.
Can you tell us what that is?
These are patches that Bill Null had in his house, which were
Gigi leaving us.
found pursuant to
Bye,
a search
Gigi.
warrant on
Bye,
October 7th,
Gigi. Thanks
2020.
Good day.
Thanks
And
for
generally
showing up.
describe what the patches are.
It's a Michigan Liberty patch, and then it's another patch with his ideology.
And the photograph, does it accurately depict the patches as they were not as they were found, but as they appeared on October 7th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And move for admission of proposed exhibit number 219, please.
Agent, were these patches on anything or were they just freestanding as we see in this exhibit?
They were in a bag on the floor of a room. There's room A in the house.
Okay, and what is room A in the house that you specified? Is that a kitchen, bathroom?
Patches.
Yeah,
metal.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the sketch and how they designated the rooms.
There are other people living in the house that are members of the Michigan Liberty Militia, correct?
That sounds fair. I don't know where his son was living.
Can you identify his son as part of the Michigan Liberty Militia?
Yes,
Okay. So you don't know if that's his son or that's Bill Knowles, do you?
but I don't know where his son lives, so that's correct. I don't know whose patch that was.
So you're assuming it belongs to Mr. Bill Knowles, would that be correct?
It's consistent with the ideology that he's portrayed.
Are you assuming it belongs to Bill Knowles, or do you have specific facts that it belongs to Bill Knowles?
All I'm telling you is it was found in Bill Null's residence. I can't tell you who the ownership is, how it was purchased.
Fair enough. Thank you. Don't comment.
No objection. It will be admitted. So 219.
Why don't you describe what we're seeing here, starting with the yellow square with the letter numbers?
Where's the igloo patch?
This would be evidence item 22 from that premises search.
They got a big evidence cone next to two patches.
Michigan Liberty Militia patch. And this is the patch I was referring to about ideology. It states, I don't believe in anything. I'm here for the class.
Wolverines! Thank you. The young man that Mr. Nunzio referenced, Mr. Bill Null's son, I think his Billy Jr. is in one of the subject displays. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How old is he?
I believe he was 17 at the time.
Okay. Can you turn to proposed exhibit number 220, please?
Yes, I have it here.
What is that?
This is a photograph taken with Bill Null's uniform, so to speak. It's the kit with his primary weapon, his secondary weapon, and his tactical shotgun that he carries.
Okay. When was this photo taken?
This photo was taken following the search warrant during preparation for this trial.
Okay. And accurately depict the items found on October 7th in Mr. Null's home?
Yes.
Okay. And move for admission of 220, please, Judge.
If you need a,
I'm sorry.
if you need a moment, that's perfectly fine.
Just,
Sure.
let me just have a For what year, Your Honor?
You know what, let's do this, it's noon anyway, and that's when we were gonna have the jury school prepared.
Sure.
So why don't we take our lunch break, there's no one will be back at 1:30. Okay. All right.
Right, Judge.
Allow everyone to speak.
It seems long and tedious and boring.
I have a note.
Why does it seem like it's getting longer?
Back to Mr. Nunzio, that was relative to exhibit 170.
Yeah, there's one of the dance the boogaloo, right? Yeah, boogaloo. It's in the
We had a
chat.
sidebar on
The
that.
boogaloo shoes.
There were objections, I think, lodged at the two of the.
Oh,
specific
you're in the other
policies
chat.
that were on that summary, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and the assessment of the objection was that the specific testimony related to those has not yet been put down the record, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that is noted for the record.
Thank you.
The determinations made by the court are still the same one, I just wanted that. Anything else from you before we take our?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sack?
No, thank you.
Mr. Farman?
No.
You're on. Thank you all.
Yeah, Judge, we're going to address the issues discussed on the record. I don't know if you want to make a quick record of it on proposed exhibit 216.
Yep, so in relation to 216, that's the exhibit where the court asked for a sidebar. That was the proposed exhibit deals with a map detailing locations where the search warrants were executed. Generally speaking, it lists the names of three defendants, their addresses, and then the items or some of the items that were located. The court's concern was with admitting an exhibit that had the exact road, street addresses for the defendants on it. I know it was one yesterday from Mr. Molitor, but that was the concern addressed by the court, and it's my understanding that Mr. Wilson, people would remove the specific street addresses, so that won't be identified.
Exactly.
Okay. Anything else for you on that one?
No, sir.
Anything related to that street?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay. I don't remember where I was in the line. Anything for anybody before we go to lunch?
You're going to tell us how long lunch is.
1:30.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay. See you later.
Thank you. Got updated versions of that. I think the court and everybody's received a copy, and it's also electronically ready too.
Mr. Nutt, do you have anything for you?
Nothing further. I'm going to waive one here, Your Honor. No comment, but of course, the things I'll let you know.
Anything for you, Mr. Sack?
No, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Martin? Thank you. All rise.
I hate when I forget about filing deadlines last minute. Most of it's done. I just got like all the tedious stuff to do. I got to do a little calculation here. You know, lawyers and math and all.
Yay, I got a female Viking emoji up.
In 222.
Does anyone have anything they need to? If you recall, we're doing the property presentation sheet with I think when we took a break, we were talking about proposed exhibit 220. Mr. Wilson, had you walked with that?
I had, Your Honor.
Okay. Then let me go around to the fence table. Mr. Nunzio, can you introduce you as to
No comment. Thank you.
Mr. Sacker?
Please stand over.
And Mr. Barnes?
No objection.
Okay, 220 will be.
Agent Impla, if you can turn and look at the screen there.
David, are
tell us what
any
we're
of
looking
these
at.
weapons illegal in the state of Michigan?
This is, Bill Knowles.
Nope.
kit or body armor
None of that
that
is.
we looked at previously.
Not even the body armor?
This is, a rifle.
No, body armor is not illegal. Not at all.
Okay.
Nope, body armor is not illegal. That rifle, the one on the left, it's a little short. I don't know how
It's
it would be classified.
That
but
that's a pistol.
if it's
Classified.
classified as a pistol, then I mean, there's nothing illegal about the pistol.
Hmm.
I was looking to see if it was maybe sawed off or something. But
Yeah.
if it's as manufactured, then there's nothing wrong with it.
Yep.
Rifle found in Bill Null's residence.
Well, they just called it a
which
rifle.
Is it resembles the rifle that he used in Luther.
Assembles
during
the rifle.
training.
That he used.
And this is a Glock sidearm. And then this is a tactical shotgun.
Sorry, guys, I'm
Okay.
just
Is
distracted.
there a holster on that kit?
Sorry, I was just a bit distracted with this little final little thing I got to do. But what were you gonna say?
No, the only thing I can see if that pistol is modified for automatic discharge, but
Well, they said they had plans for it. In the opening statement, they said, and they had a book on how to do it. They never said that they did it. So, anyways, it's just, they're like, well, but they could have done it. Well, they could have done a lot of stuff that they didn't do. Remember, they also have to take an overt act towards this. If they talk about it, there's nothing illegal about talking about it. They have to actually take an overt act.
That would fit the Glock sidearm.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you point that out for us, please?
Right here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. You can turn to
Jingles.
close exhibit 221 in
What's
your
this?
book
Yeah,
there.
what is a tactical shotgun? I don't know. These words are made up. A shotgun is a shotgun. A shotgun, by definition, shoots shots out the barrel.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the kitty.
Yep.
Oh, you got to hold it up. Is that the mean one?
yeah, I only have one. So yeah, that's the mean one. Who brought me 2 presents and 3 barfs while I was at work in my bedroom. Yeah, that and whatever he ate and released had probably been dead for a while. So that
good
was
times.
fun.
Good times.
And can you tell us what that is, please?
This is a photograph of a weapons room in Bill Null's residence, which was taken during the course of the search warrant executed on October 7th, 2020.
Okay, does the photograph
Is that what makes it tactical? Because it has a pistol grip. I mean, okay, sure, it's tactical.
accurately depict how those weapons were found?
Yes.
Move for admission of 221, please.
Just a quick one there. Agent info, are any of these weapons alleged to have been used at the Luther FTX? The previous
Nope.
exhibit, if I just name, you
Can't
said
be
that
on
one
the
of
desk.
guns was identified as the one at the Luther FTX. Were these identified as being at the Luther FTX, any of these weapons?
Yeah, I understand the question. I'm just trying to look through all the,
Yes, sir.
try to get a look at all the guns. I don't believe these guns here were used in Luther.
Thank you. Should we say another objection? No objection.
221 will be
What are we looking at here, Agent Upla?
These are AR platform rifles mounted on the wall in the room I was discussing.
How many are there?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we want to go back, if we could, propose exhibit 216. Can you go back to that in your book, please?
Yes, I have it here.
Okay, Judge, based on my earlier questioning of the witness, I'm going to move for admission of this based on the redactions that we made during lunch.
Mr. Sapp.
And,
Mr. Brown. 216
Thank you. What are we looking at here, Agent Upler?
On the left, you got the Michigan Mint, and these are just visual depictions of Mike Knoll's residence, Bill Knoll's residence, and Eric Mahler's residence. And these are the locations where premises search warrants were executed. And this is just a recap with a few bullets here of significant summary of what was found in each residence.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I have about 1 hour left, Salvador, of this trial. So it should go probably a little bit over an hour. And then I'm going to stop this stream. I'll send everyone over to you if you're still going. And then I'm going to continue on later today, but I have a little bit of running around to do. So about an hour.
Yeah. And yeah, I will continue being on here. And but then it will be after 11 p.m. my time, so I probably won't join for the next stream.
Okay. Sounds good.
Much.
Well, I'm not going to read that one.
Turn, please.
I don't
just
have
for
that
the record,
kind of privilege.
why don't you read those bullets into the record too, for each individual, and indicate who.
So Eric Mahler had 13 firearms. He had body armor, gas mask, flex cuffs, and a radio. He had the RF detector and a medical kit. Bill Knoll in Shelbyville had 45 firearms, body armor, and a radio. Mike Knoll in Plainwell had 40 firearms, body armor, and a radio.
Thank you very much. Can you turn to proposed exhibit 222 in your book, please?
None of that's illegal.
Amazingly, how a bunch of
This is a
completely legal
photograph
things
of the
can
other
be so
wall
illegal.
of the gun room in Bill Knoll's residence.
Okay, and when was it taken?
October 7th, 2020.
Okay, and does the picture accurately reflect the scene that day?
Yes.
Okay, and describe roughly what's in it.
It has tactical gear on the ground, and it has Bill Knoll's weapon across some ammo cans, which is on top of a dresser with his tactical clothing.
It's funny how the government gets so scared of the people exercising their rights.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? It's like they are scared of our thoughts.
No objection. 222.
Thank you. What are we
I'm
seeing
still
here, Agent Upler?
4 subscribers away from
This is
2,700.
That's weird. If you guys aren't subscribed to Nick, you guys got to go over there.
ammo. This is tactical equipment on the floor.
Link is
here
pinned at the
and
top of the
tactical
chat.
clothing.
And the firearm you're referencing
Hannah,
on top of
she
the
was never
ammunition
kidnapped.
cans,
This was a sting from the feds to get people in on an alleged kidnapping plot. But it was the feds who initiated it, who trained them, who drove them there.
Yeah,
and then before anything happened, they got arrested.
Yes, this is the assistant to the attempted, but not really because there was no overt act towards doing it, attempted kidnapping of the governor of the state of Michigan. And these guys weren't involved in anything really other than being stupid to get into a car once.
Yeah.
And not even doing the time.
Yeah.
You say the one that was referenced before. Can you be more specific, please?
Well, shoot, what did I just do?
Yes. So it's the one that's referenced in Exhibit 220.
Okay, which one? There's 2 long guns in that picture, I believe.
Yeah, this is the short barrel AR rifle with a scope.
Okay, thank you very
Short
much.
barrel
Let's turn
AR
to
That's not
very
a technical
weak
term.
3. And
That's
if you
not
can
a
turn to that
technical
in your
term.
exhibit book there and tell us what that is.
Yes. This
I'm
is a
Swedish,
photograph
so I know this.
of a 3%er flag outside Mike Knoll's residence pursuant to the search warrant that was executed there.
When was the photograph taken?
October 7th, 2020.
And forgive me, did you say what kind of flag is it?
It's a 3%er flag.
And You've told us a little bit about the 3%er movement and the Patriot movement. Before we admit it to the jury, can you just kind of give us a little more detail of what it is?
Sure.
All right, I got to go run it and grab a check in an envelope.
Well, then I'll move for admission of 223, please.
All right, back.
Since the question was withdrawn, the objection is no longer necessary. Mr. Nunzio, in terms of admission,
Should we just say no other objections?
Mr. Barnes? No objection. 223 will be.
Thank you. What do we see there, Agent Empler?
This is kind of a version of the US flag, but it's got the 3%er logo instead of the 50 stars.
Where's that on this home?
It's it's off the porch.
That could be an illegal act
Okay.
to change in the
You can
flag.
turn
I've
to
heard
proposed
that
exhibit 224, please.
illegal in the US.
Tell us what that is.
Yeah, this is a photograph of Mike Null's body armor kit and ballistic vest,
When was it taken?
October 7th.
And tell us how it was obtained.
Via
Well,
search
Matt,
warrant.
Okay. And
above
does the
you.
photograph accurately depict the item as it
Short
was on that
barrel.
date?
Yes.
Move for admission of
Has a
224,
brace,
please.
not a stock. It's a pistol.
Mr. Nunzio? Mr. Sager?
Should we say no other
Okay.
objections?
Mr. Barnes?
No objection.
Yeah, Mads is asking how is short-barreled AR rifles not a technical term?
What do we see
Because
here,
the dirt
Agent
has
Upla?
above. The AR has a brace,
This
not
is
a
the
stock.
Carrier
It's a pistol,
and
not a rifle.
ballistic armor found in Mike
Yeah,
Null's
that's-
residence.
Again, I'm not a gun
The
guy.
number 34
They're
there, what is
Legal. They're
that?
not charging them with
That's
illegal possession.
evidence marker for that particular search.
Okay.
They
And for
showed
the
an
record,
American
can you
flag
describe the
with
patches that are on the
Roman
the
3
body
in
armor
it,
there?
as in the
There's
3%.
different
So
patches that
and
read.
altering the
Oh, yeah.
American flag, I heard, is illegal.
Yeah, the 3%ers. Okay, so the thing is that only 3% of the population supported the American Revolution. So you only need a 3% of the population now to have another revolution. That's the argument.
Okay.
And so when they say the 3%ers, they're referring to the 3% of people of the population that they need in order to overthrow the government, which I feel like is a low
Free
number, but
speech.
probably realistic. Oh, it's also
Yeah,
free speech.
Yeah, and well, it is a low number, but it's not as much the number who are actively supporting. It's the high number who doesn't care.
If you guys didn't see the first day of trial, they were pulling up these memes that these guys were posting on Facebook. One was an actual quote from Thomas Jefferson. And that, it was a word for word quote from Thomas Jefferson, is considered radical today. That's the type of stuff that the state is scared of. The founding fathers' own words.
In Liberty Militia patches.
Okay. Does that kit have the ability to carry extra magazines?
Yes,
Whereabouts?
right here in the front.
Okay. Agent Empla, if you can turn to proposed exhibit 225, please, and tell us what that is.
Sure. This is a photograph from a bedroom dresser in room E of the residence. It's got 2 patches along with assorted ammunition and magazines.
When was the picture taken?
October 7th, 2020,
And during what process?
during the execution of a search warrant.
Okay. And tell us about the patches that are shown in there.
There's a Michigan Liberty Militia patch and a Boogaloo patch.
I'm going to move for admission of 225, please.
Mr. Nunzio? Mr. Sager? Mr. Barnes? No objection. 225 will be.
Maybe that's what it was. 3% who fought, the rest.
Again, the number
I
64.
don't
Can you
know.
tell us
We
about
can do
that,
it.
please?
That's the evidence marker for that particular search.
Okay.
At Mike Null's residence.
Okay. And the 2 patches you've described, correct?
Correct. There's the Michigan Liberty Militia patch, and there's the Boogaloo patch.
The Boogaloo patch there, have you seen it elsewhere in your investigation?
Yes, I saw Bill Null wearing it
Okay.
It's also found on Bill Knoll's vest.
When you say vest, what do you mean?
His body armor, his kit.
Okay. And thank you. Can you turn, please, to proposed exhibit 2260 in the book?
Yes.
And what do we see there?
This is a photograph of his uniform with his kit, his sidearm, his
Why are we
long
looking at
gun,
a blank screen?
and then his patches.
Okay. And when was that picture taken?
Picture was taken following the search warrant as we prepared for trial.
Okay. And accurately depict the items found in the home on October 7th,
Following the
2020?
search warrant
Yes.
as we prepare
Okay.
for trial.
Move for admission, please. of
He's still
proposed
wearing a
exhibit,
patch.
226.
Ghostly, have you heard of the Log Cabin Republicans? Like, you know who they are? Flexible.
Agent,
Gun-
describe what we had here.
Gun
What's that?
again. And with the fold out support, it means it can be used as a pistol. Then it's a pistol.
Yes. Yes, we need a Flux rant. So Flux, get your ass home and get on the stream because I'm only going for like another hour. And then you can go do your stream.
Yep.
But I
I mean-
wonder if Flux knows who the Log Cabin Republicans are.
How many of these pistols do you think is sold in Michigan per year?
I don't know. If I said thousands, I might be wrong. If I said hundreds, I might be wrong. But a lot.
Yeah.
But these are tactical weapons. You can call them tactical. They're not very powerful. The ammunition is not very powerful. But
And if you're a handful
This
of
is-
guys rushing against the governor, I would assume that the governor's staff has better
they're gonna
equipped people around.
well, they carry very similar guns, except I think theirs are fully automatic. I might be
Yeah.
mistaken. We're talking about like kind of like riot gear for the Michigan State Police. How many are built in Michigan? Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
The vest found in Mike Null's residence with the patches, and you can see in this photograph a little bit better the extra magazines. This is his sidearm, Glock, and then this is his rifle that he used in Luther during training, and then the patches that were found in his residence.
The sling, there appears to be some kind of nylon webbing on the butt end of the long gun. Can you describe what that is?
Sure. This is a harness for holding your rifle.
How does it worn? I guess is my question.
Oh, yeah, so you sling the harness across your chest. And then when you're done expending all your ammunition from your primary weapon, you sling it to the side and you draw your secondary weapon.
Okay.
Oh, Michigan is the third least armed
If you would
state.
please turn to.
I believe
in
that
20
because most of the population is in Southeast Michigan, which is fairly blue. Although we are talking about legal gun ownership, right?
Yeah.
So it might be a little different in Wayne County, city of Detroit.
Yeah, this is numbers from 2015. For every 1,000 residents in Michigan, there are 4.3 guns.
That seems
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
I can
That
confirm
is about 10 times lower than Sweden.
that. Can we get an Amazon link for all the things on screen?
No, let's see here. We have roughly 300,000 gun owners in Sweden with a population of 10 million. And our average, I think, is 2.5 gun per gun owner. So
That's
that
not
brings
much less
us
than
to
Michigan.
that's about 1 million guns in a population of 10 million.
So what was interesting is I was in Sweden and last week and I heard gunshots, but I'm out in the country, right? I'm out in rural area and I hear gunshots firing off. I was like, oh, that sounds familiar. It made me feel homesick a little. I missed home at that moment.
Yeah. So Michigan has 4.3 per 1,000. Sweden has roughly 100 guns per 1,000. Yeah.
So like, well, okay, that's not bad. That's like half.
Yeah.
Not bad for a socialist country.
No, but we have
Flux,
it's
just leave. Just quit.
hunting, and we have rough gun laws here.
Yeah, yeah, they're all hunting.
Proposed exhibit 227.
Unless you're in the military.
Can you tell us what that is?
Better check it.
This is a photograph from Mike Null's residence from his weapon room.
Okay. And describe generally what you were looking at there.
It's a photograph of rifles mounted on the wall.
Okay. Accurately depict the way they were found.
Yes,
And when was the photograph taken?
October 7th, 2020.
During a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Going to move for admission, please. Proposed exhibit 227.
No objection.
227.
Tell us what we're looking at here, Agent Epler.
Sweden is the 22nd most
So these are
most guns
style
per
rifles that are
capita in the
mounted on
world.
the wall. And then these are a number of rifles and long guns, which
It's not as
are-
bad as I thought.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you can turn, please, to proposed exhibit 228.
USA is the number one
What are you looking at there?
registered.
This is a photograph for rifles in the same room from Mike Null's residence.
Okay.
There are over 1 million registered firearms in USA. Unregistered firearms, 392,273,000
Where?
in USA.
No. It doesn't seem like it's enough. We need more guns.
Estimate
More guns,
of civilian
Flux, more
firearms
guns.
per 100 persons, 120.5 civilian firearms per 100 person is the estimate for United States.
All right. Everyone in chat who thinks that Flux needs to find a different job so she can work from home and stream all day, put a 1 in the chat.
Them generally, please.
These are all, well, let's see here. There's one AK-47 style rifle with a drum magazine, and then there's 3 other AR style rifles.
Okay. Accurately depict the rifles as they were found. Well, before I ask that, what date was this photo taken?
October 7th,
And
2020.
During the search warrant of Mr. Michael Null's home.
Yes,
And does it accurately depict the items found?
yes.
Move for admission of 228, please, Judge.
No objection.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Agent Empler,
No registered gun
again,
used in those
you
shootings.
mentioned a drum magazine. What's that?
That's right
Those
here.
are often guns that are
Drums
smuggled
typically come
from
into 50 or 100
foreign
rounds
Yugoslavia.
drums. This is the AK-47 style rifle. And then these 3 rifles here are AR style platforms.
Yeah, I did see that Hunter got indicted. He's innocent. Right
Okay,
now.
let's
Until the
move
state
to
proves
proposed
beyond a
exhibit
reasonable doubt.
233, please. You could open up your exhibit book and take a look at that.
I have it here.
Can you describe what that is?
Yes. This is a Glock handgun inside a weapon stabilizer kit, and it's found in Eric Molitor's bedroom at his residence in Cadillac, following execution of the search warrant there on October 7th, 2020.
Photograph accurately depict the items that were found that day?
Yes.
Move for admission of 233, please.
Nick, do you know what guns are legal in Sweden? I have no idea.
Not fully automatic. Some semi-automatic, but almost all guns, almost all rifles, almost all shotguns.
Yeah, Southeast Michigan.
What do we see here in
odd
example?
these days?
This right here is Eric Molitor's.
As long as you have a weapons permit,
carrier
gun permit for more
and
than
ballistic armor.
one gun, and is a part of a gun club or a shooting club. So there are requirements, and you have to mental state test and a shooting test that you had to do every 3 years, I think it is.
It's got a hard plate.
It's a good thing we have the
This is
Second
the
Amendment.
drop holster here attached to the Molly. And then this right here, this is a Glock handgun with an extended magazine. And then this right here is a
Dave, are any of those
stabilization
illegal?
brace,
Nope.
which goes around the Glock handgun.
Weird.
So that you can mount optics like this on it, and so you can shoulder the handgun.
None of that's illegal.
And make it more efficient.
Wait,
for-
that's the.
So you
they
wanna be an
wait.
The,
They said that's a handgun. That's the same they said was a
rifle.
short-barreled AR previously. That's the same gun, and now all of a sudden, it's a pistol you can shoulder.
All this stuff is right for cross. See if they actually get a chance to, or if they actually remember to hit all the wrong. This is a problem. When there's so much bad evidence being presented, you could spend twice as long cross-examining this guy. Now I know that doesn't happen. So you got to like pick and choose what's the important stuff. But it's so much bad information.
Yeah, and this is what when it comes to evidence evaluation, say that this type of evidence, if you count solid evidence as 1 and 0 evidence as 0, this is worth maybe 0.3 of a point. Yeah, it's a gun. Yeah, And when people, and if you have 100 of these, people says, oh, 0.3 plus 0.3 plus 0.3. No, it's 0.3 times 0.3. The value of the evidence should decrease the more crap evidence you have.
Yeah.
But instead, people tend to pile it on. No, that's not how evidence evaluation should work.
No, it's not. And unfortunately, we have a population of citizens that don't think critically about this stuff. And then they make up our jury pool. If God wanted people to only carry one gun, he wouldn't have given us 2 hands. I agree, Dirk.
When you mentioned optics, what do you mean?
I mean a sight right here.
Okay. And
David, is that an illegal add-on for a gun?
Nope. You can have a night vision scope too.
Oh, weird.
The webbing that we see there, is any of that nylon webbing attached to the weapon?
So this is a single
is
point
nylon
harness
webbing
sling
illegal?
right here,
No.
which is attached to the edge of the folding stock. So the stock here will fold out so that you can
Nope, that's not
shoulder
illegal either.
the handgun.
Okay. And I believe you were mentioning, turning your attention to the ballistic armor carrier itself. You mentioned, I think, the word drop holster. Is that correct?
Yes, right here.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Illegal?
This is
Nope.
an attachment that you can use to put your sidearm on, and the attachment removes so that you can put it on like your waist or another location. But that's a quick
Like any
attachment for it.
holster.
Okay. And
you place different places?
finally, can you tell us the item in the lower left-hand corner of the photograph here? What do we see there?
These are flex cuffs.
What are flex cuffs?
Flex cuffs are plastic disposable handcuffs that can be used in
Or zip
place
strips?
of
David,
standard
are those
issued
illegal?
No.
metal
You
handcuffs.
can probably order them on Amazon right now.
And if you would, can you turn to proposed exhibit?
Not legal advice,
To
but if you
34,
want
please.
to have some form
Yes,
of
I have it here.
handcuffs, buy
What is
fluffy
that?
ones. Then try
So-
to have a prosecution argue, look at these pink fluffy handcuffs.
So you can get 10 of them, heavy duty, hold up to 250 pounds for $12.99 on Amazon. Oh, I can have them by tomorrow.
Oh, how about that?
This is
You're
a
the
medical
guy.
kit, which is found on the floor of Eric Molitor's bedroom in Cadillac pursuant to the search warrant on October 7th, 2020.
Mr.
Okay.
Witness,
And
does
does it accurately depict
are
the item
these
that was found
handcuffs
that day?
similar to what Mr.
It
Dave
does,
looked
but
on at
the
Amazon?
searchers had opened the zippers. so they could
Don't
see
don't
the
go to my
contents.
search history now.
So it wasn't necessarily open like that.
Understood. Thank you very much for that.
Demonstrate
By
all
helping
the
it now,
handcuffs.
the
Yeah, zip ties.
photograph shows us some of the contents. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he literally
gonna
means
move for admission,
two-handed
please.
zip ties.
Proposed exhibit 234.
I don't imagine he means like feathered covered handcuffs like you might buy at Lover's Lane or something.
Oh, you know where to buy them. Okay.
There's like one store.
Okay.
You go for everything.
What are we looking at here, Agent Epla?
So this is the med kit right here. This is
Med kit?
combat gauze.
What is that?
Dave? Are med kits illegal in
Combat
Michigan?
gauze is
No, in
compressed,
fact, they sell them at your neighborhood drugstore.
gauze that is a
Okay.
smaller container. So then if during combat casualty care, if there's a bullet wound, you can open the wound and pack the gauze to the base of the wound to stop
Dave,
the bleeding.
can these be used to
Okay.
anything other
see that.
than to seal gun wounds?
This right here,
Oh, I know. Stab wounds, maybe. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah,
Mhm.
whatever.
If you if you're out in the woods shopping woods and your axe accidentally hits your leg, this would be an excellent kit to have with you. Wouldn't it?
You know what they need to get rid of? Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts, because I believe in their manuals they teach you how to make these things if you don't have to have one with you, but they always say carry one with you.
Oh,
I think those boys are being groomed for this very thing.
yeah, they are terrorists in training.
here is a cat tourniquet.
What is that?
It's a combat applied tourniquet. And what it is it's a.
How is it combat applied? Unless you're in combat and apply it in combat, it's not
Yeah.
really combat applied, is it?
It's just a tourniquet.
Um,
Just because the package is green doesn't mean it's combat.
So, what they're trying to say is that these these three individuals actually furnished items to further or produced items and gathered items in furtherance of the plan by Adam Fox and Barry, whatever his name is, to kidnap the governor. That's what they're trying to say. So I think they're trying to establish, like, look at all this equipment. These guys were obviously trying to go through with this, and these three defendants knew it, and therefore anything that they contributed to Adam Fox in this was contributing then to their scheme to kidnap the governor. I think that's why this is relevant. I can make that argument probably more eloquently if I thought about it a little bit longer. But that's why.
It's nylon webbing with Velcro that you stage, and it's got a tie that you can twist so you can apply it quickly by putting it over your extremity where you've been shot, yanking it and self-applying it, and then self-apply pressure yourself so that you can stay in the
That
firefight.
would be excellent for everybody out in the woods cutting wood.
I was just going to say that. What if you're out in the woods by yourself or anywhere by yourself and you need to apply? So I have a first aid kit in my car. Is that considered now a bug out bag? Am I on a list for having that?
Yeah, I have it too.
Go on.
First aid kit.
In
I
terms of
mean,
the items within the medical kit there.
So this is this
Yeah, girls are allowed to now.
bandaging, like ace bandage,
Okay.
and this is a splint. So it's
Yes, Flex. Interesting. There was actually a lawsuit. So Boy Scouts said we're going to allow girls too. And they changed everything from Boy Scouts to scouting. And the Girl Scouts sued the Boy Scouts of America because they're like, oh, well, you're copying our whatever. I don't know. The Girl Scouts were laughed out of court. But yes, you could be a girl and join Boy Scouts now too.
Added aluminum.
Can boys
Molded.
join the equivalent of Boy Scouts? The what's it called?
ROTC.
I don't know. They have something, a bird name of sorts.
Well, so there's Cub Scouts, which has a bunch of different little names, and then there's Boy Scouts. And then there's Girl Scouts, which no boys are allowed into. Sexist. But yes, he is in fact explaining how to use a tourniquet. And because this tourniquet can be applied in a combat zone and individually by yourself without the aid of others, it means that it's dangerous.
Ooh.
Yeah. It can be used as a splint.
Okay. All right. Can you turn to proposed exhibit 237 in your book, please?
I am too. As a general rule, the longer a criminal jury takes, the better it is for the defense.
Yes, I have it
If
here.
they come back quickly, it's usually a guilty.
These are two separate night vision binoculars, which were found in Eric Molitor's bedroom pursuant
I have
to a
those.
search warrant on
My son has a
October
pair of those.
the 7th, 2020.
And accurately depict the items that were found that date?
Yes.
Hey, Baker. Are you having fun
Good.
watching an American BS trial?
I'm having so much fun. They're putting a forensic expert on who never touched the body, who relied on reports to determine time of death, and the liaison for the police department who talked to her about it won't be testifying in the case because there is some kind of civil litigation against it. So,
Fine.
So she will determine by the description it was cold as ice and stiff as a board. She will say, well, then it has been the person has been dead for 6 to 8 hours.
Seems logical.
We have the best defense lawyer.
Yeah, your defense lawyer is awesome. I mean, she's got all kinds of Boston accent, but she's awesome. For anyone who's new, this is down at the bottom. I forget my camera's smaller now. Down at the bottom, Broken Baker covering. What's the name of the case? It's the all I know is that it's the lesbian basement paint case.
It's the lesbian basement paint quadruple case. It's Carol Rita Lynn who allegedly killed her wife. And then we found out, we had new evidence with the wife. The wife had a boyfriend who was only allowed to kiss her on the corner of the mouth. This boyfriend had a wife, but still, she finagled 3 credit cards out of him and ran up debt of $7,000. While she had the corner kissing guy, she had a girlfriend. At the same time, she had her wife, and her wife had a boyfriend. Flux, I need you on an expert panel sometime to tell me all the craziness. And today we found out that besides the $7,000 she ran up on the boyfriend's credit cards, she also ran up $25,000 on her wife's credit card. So it's fun.
Yes, I have gone over the special jury instructions. I haven't talked about it yet on stream, but yeah, no, it's absolutely ridiculous that they can't argue or they can't possibly consider entrapment. Doesn't mean they're not going to. And I kind of think the way it was emphasized, the jury might think, entrapment. I didn't think about that until just now. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully. Anyways, it depends on the makeup of the jury.
That's the good thing with jury decisions is that they don't have to motivate. They just said not guilty.
The ones that took the plea deals are at the federal level, and then there was a couple of guys that were acquitted at the federal level. I don't know how many of them testify. I know there's some that don't, but they didn't. They pled the fifth essentially because they were concerned about state charges. Remember, these 3 guys are currently charged at the state level, even though they were acquitted at the federal level. So the guys who were acquitted at the federal level don't want to be charged at the state level. They're going to plead the fifth.
Yeah,
they're looking out for themselves, and I don't blame them.
I'm sorry. I have been. I only had 35 minutes off today. What are we waiting for the jury? Are you just rewatching the previous statement, the previous trial, or
Yeah, so
long
we are doing a verdict watch for about another 40 minutes or so.
Okay.
Or 20 minutes or so. But in the meantime, yeah, because at 5 o'clock I've got to go. So that's like 20 minutes. And so I've been following the live feed, waiting for something to happen. We did have one jury question, and they wanted to see transcripts from a testimony regarding a meetup where everyone was supposed to be getting their assignments. You're going to do this. You're going to grab her ankles. You're going to grab her left wrist or whatever. I don't know. So they wanted to see the transcripts from that testimony. That's the only thing that's happened. And they've been deliberating since 10:30 this morning. It's now 4:30. So I doubt they're going to come back with a decision today. If they do, after I end the stream, I'll go live again. But in the meantime, I'm playing catch up. So we started on day 4, and now we're towards the end of day 5. I don't think we're going to get to the end of day 5, but we will pick this up again as soon as I can and keep on rolling. And we'll do a verdict watch and watch the trial as we're waiting for the verdict. Flex says they're not lesbians, they're greedy.
Yeah, I said I still need her as an expert because
she needs to.
The whole dating 2 guys at the same time as you're dating, you're married to your wife and dating another girlfriend. Seems complicated. But
yeah, I feel like
her wife is named Kara, and she's dating a girl named Carla. So she's keeping it close so she can remember.
I was going to say, so you don't accidentally call out the wrong name. My problem is like I don't have the energy for my wife sometimes, let alone like having to think about 2 women and all this stuff. It just seems so exhausting. Just so exhausting. Or 2 men or whatever.
Yep, because
married to get insurance. I don't know. That wasn't really the argument. But essentially the one woman, this is the case Baker's covering, by the way. The one woman was found dead at the bottom of the stairs, and they charged this woman, the wife, with her murder 4 times now. The first 2 times it was a hung jury. The last time it was convicted, it was sent back down from the Supreme Court, overturned her conviction, and now she's being tried again for the 4th time.
Oh, you have to say why it was overturned.
Well, it was overturned because they had a paint drying expert on the stand. The state called a paint drying expert on the stand. That's why I say it's a lesbian basement case. Because she was found at the bottom of the stairs, covered in paint in the basement. And the state's expert said that, well, the paint was still wet, and therefore she couldn't have, like, the paint was dumped on her after she was dead. And the state Supreme Court said, yeah, no, there's not really such a thing as a paint drying expert. So you can't have that. We're going to redo this trial.
Yeah. I mean, that depends on the paint itself, if it's already diluted. I mean, if it's concentrate, I mean, there's so many factors. You can't just say, oh, this paint takes this long. It has to do with humidity. I mean, there are so many factors.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. And also, that's part of the defense is that the other girl. Well, so the one who was dead was had a sugar daddy, but also a girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
And so, and she was married to the defendant. So there's all kinds of stuff going on.
Well, that's then emotions, anyone?
Yeah, right. I'm putting a link.
Yeah, and the lead investigator won't be called won't be called back, and there's some problems with he might have some excessive violence civil suit too, but they can't bring in the paint expert. So what do a crafty prosecutor do? They say, well, all the four people who were at the scene will testify that they, in their experience, because they have all painted something, the paint was wet and fresh and poured. And the judge said, nope, we're not going there because that's what's got us struck down. They can say it looked wet. So funny enough, all the four first responders have said, oh, it was very wet paint, and there was no sheen to it, and nothing. Everything was, and they wanted to bring in, because it was ceiling paint, and I don't know if we have this in Europe, but it's something that goes on pink and then turns white after some time.
I've never heard of this. I've heard of it when it comes to like drywall patch stuff, but never paint. It's kind of
but so you can see how far along you'll come. And one of the detectives
touch it. I guess I don't know. Just
you can just wait 4 hours, and when you paint it, you can just see what's wet. But one of the detectives had used that product in his house, so they wanted, as a layman, he could testify to how long it took to dry. Yeah, but there's a kind of a different painting your ceiling and dumping a bucket on the floor.
Yeah,
because a large
it was
fluid.
moist.
Yeah, it was
Gross.
moist.
This woman was not good looking. I only saw her dead, but I can't imagine she was better looking when she was alive.
If you want to see her dead, please subscribe to MLS Law Show's channel, because then you get access to his Discord. And when you're everyone, if you want to join into a Discord where you can see pictures from this trial and many, many, many more, you could.
I had to steal it.
It's because I'm constantly mentioning it because you're nice enough to have it in the Discord. So
yeah, in my Discord we have all the Baker stuff, Nick stuff, Flux's stuff is even posted in here. Flux, all of your live
even the murder of Jeff.
Even the murder of Jeff is in my Discord. So if you're not a member, you should become a member, and then you could join in all the fun. Plus, you can see the dead photos on Baker's case if you want, and all the documents on this case.
Yeah, and if you become a member on my channel, you get a Discord link to Discord, where you can keep discussing the cases I cover and other cases if you want to share memes and everything like that. And for the members, I got you a new emoji. It is the female Viking.
When I click on Nick's Discord, it's immediate like age restriction. Are you sure you're old enough? Yeah, so that kind of stuff is in there.
Is Farrell in that one too?
Of course she is.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Farrell
I put in age restriction because I don't want kids in there, even though mine is a bit more mellow than Dave's, because Dave is all about nudity.
Yeah, and
I have cookies and nudes.
Yeah, Farrell promised people wholesome ducks.
Yeah, and I have to oblige by Swedish laws, and so the government can hold me responsible for what is posted in a forum they deem I am responsible of.
Oh, I found Nick roaming the street too with a little dog. That's in Nick's Discord too.
Even if you're hosting on because I was thinking about the copyright laws on YouTube. Wouldn't we be under the American copyright laws?
No, it's from where you
stream
record. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you get sued, you'll be sued under California laws, won't you?
No. No,
because
my resident and the point of origin of my streams are Swedish, so I go under Swedish laws. They can't sue me in California. Well, they can. Everybody can sue anyone for everything, but then they have to get to me, and then they have to get to Sweden. So I've checked that out a bit, and that is also I can't say I stream from the United States, because then I have to pay taxes in the United States first, wait 3 years, and then get the wrongfully paid taxes over here.
I think the court is going home for the day. We'll keep going with what we have from day 5 for a few, but I'm going to see. We might have the judge might just come on the record and send the jury.
I have enough paying taxes on everything as it is, just for the income I get from YouTube.
Yes,
that's why I'm smart. I don't get any income.
My Discord also has Lefty's very deranged personal channel is in there.
Yeah. First, YouTube takes 30%. Then my government takes 30%. and then I can apply to get some of that back from my government by investing in my channel, and that will be returned to me next year if they approve of it.
Well, sounds good. I'm glad you get to ask the government for permission to keep your money.
Yeah.
Move for admission of 237, please, Judge.
Is this ridiculous bit of information? Oh, the monoculars. Oh God, night vision monoculars. Are those legal in Sweden?
Agent Impla, starting with the item at the top of the photograph there, can you describe
Are
what
those
we're looking
legal
at?
in the United States?
Item number 36.
Yes, yes. They're just night vision goggles.
Yeah.
Why should they be illegal?
One monocular with
They're not.
a helmet mount.
No, I was just wondering because you guys have weird laws over there. But all this stuff they're showing, we're kind of pointing out that all this stuff that they're showing, 100% legal.
Another night vision monocular that doesn't have a helmet.
Can you use those for deer
What's the
hunting?
helmet mount for?
No,
So
well,
you can mount the
in
monocular.
theory you could, but you're not allowed to hunt at night because it's considered you get a tactical advantage over the deer because you can shine them and stuff. So they don't allow you to hunt. Hunting is from sun up to sundown.
Here, and then
Right. What would it be mounted to?
a helmet,
Okay.
ballistic helmet, and then you can pop it down over your eye if there's no ambient light, so you can see in the dark.
Okay.
As if you suspect somebody is in
Well, yeah.
without permission.
Well, no, I will correct myself. Like typical hunting, but yes, if they're vermin, if they're a nuisance animal such as wild boar and pigs like that, you can hunt them at night because that's when they come out. But outside of like crowd control of nuisance animals, no, you can't. But there
And
is
the second item?
I mean, you can't
On
use
the
them
right,
from
maybe
time
you
to
already
time
described it. I missed it
for
if I did.
hunting.
I'm sorry.
That's another night vision binocular.
Hey, what do these things do?
They allow you to see better at night when there's no ambient light.
Okay.
Trying to figure out what the court's doing with the live feed. Let's have a bunch of heads
Can you
bobbing
turn
around
to
under a cloud.
proposed exhibit 242? Please.
Yeah, I mean, a deer. I mean, you can have the most
Okay,
advanced.
so the
Yeah,
thing
there.
is with white-tailed deer in Michigan, Nick, you have weird deer over there in Sweden, don't you?
Yeah, we have like 4 different kind of deer.
But I have to imagine they respond the same. At night, you can shine them with a flashlight or your headlights. If you ever if they're running across the road and they stop and just stare at your car that's oncoming at them, it's because they're blinded by the light and they just stare into it and they get mesmerized and almost into a trance.
Right.
Blinded by yes. So that's why they don't want you hunting at night.
Yeah, and almost a day as well. If you can have the most advanced gun in the world when all you need is a decent car and headlights.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you describe what that is?
This is a picture of the same weapon that was in 233. So it's the Glock with the stabilizer brace found in Eric Molitor's bedroom.
Sure.
This one is just laid out on the evidence room floor with the shoulder brace extended, and also so you can see the single point harness.
Okay. The shoulder brace is extended in proposed exhibit 242. Is that correct?
Yes. So I extended it when I opened the evidence.
I understand. In the exhibit 233, is it extended or not extended?
It's compact. It's folded in.
Okay. So 230 and 242 shows it extended then.
That's correct.
Okay. Accurately show that weapon in the sling.
Yes.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 242, please.
Porcelain Thunder finally got to your singing.
Question as to description? Description of what? Properly described.
Yes, shoulder braces are evil. Like all this stuff they're trying to portray as evil.
The expert's case, they had shoulder braces.
Agent
too.
Impla, can you tell us what's on the top rail of that weapon?
This
So
is
this is a
sight
fully
right there.
automatic
Okay,
rifle
what
because
kind of
of the
sight is
shoulder
it?
brace.
Exactly.
That's a pistol.
That's how that works. Yeah, this
You
is
know, I don't know. It could be either a laser sight or a
Yeah,
holographic
but
sight. I don't know. It's not
technically-
expected that close.
Okay, and I guess my.
Congress,
let me
no,
ask this, is this,
FDA has designed the shoulder braces,
what's the primary
making it
sight on
into
this
an
weapon? Is
automatic
it the
rifle,
iron sights or is it the optical that you
not a
showed us?
pistol anymore.
Yes, it's this optical sight.
Oh yeah. They
Okay,
just
thank
changed
you very
it,
much.
Okay.
Can you please
Like,
turn to proposed exhibit
2 months ago.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it used to be the
Yes, I
length
have
of the
it here.
barrel because that makes sense. Now it's the length of the
Yes,
stock.
this is a tactical shotgun found on Eric Molitor's bed in his bedroom. It was found pursuant to the search warrant on October 7th, 2020 at his house.
Okay, and is
Yep.
this photograph show where it was
Recent
actually found?
attempts by the
Yes.
ATF
Okay.
to make legal gun
And,
owners pose.
Does the photograph accurately depict the item in question?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move for admission, please, of proposed exhibit 243. Okay, Agent Impla, what are we looking at there?
This is a tactical shotgun here with a
All
stock.
right, hang on. Oh, I have so many windows.
And I guess let's
This is
make a
live
record
right
from
now.
this afternoon. There have been some questions from the jurors. The first one says September 12th, AMVET parking lot, handing out assignments. Can we get the transcripts of Bill Null and UC Mark testimony? The reason that, and I think we got that at about 3 o'clock, the reason we're putting it on the record now is because Ms. Janes obviously can't produce a record of us talking and look for those and prepare the transcripts. So she's been working on that. And we are endeavoring to do that. We also got a copy of 8.5 sent out. That's the mere presence instruction. And it says, can this definition be expanded on? There was another note, definition of personnel, please. And then the last note that the court just got, are we staying late or will it take them too long to get the transcripts for today? Many would like to come back tomorrow. So we will endeavor to get the transcripts. We'll complete that and have them ready for them in the morning. What I'm going to tell them, and I think I'd let the attorneys know this, for 8.5, the request for can this definition be expanded on, that's far too general for me to be able to do that. So I'm going to tell them that I can't in a general sense. If they have a more specific question or more specific questions, then we can. And what I'll do is I'll send them back for, let's say, 10 minutes to see if they have any more specific questions. And then for definition of personnel, I'll tell them just for the words that were provided, other than they did get a special instruction related to personnel. But other than that, the words have the plain and ordinary meaning, and the jury will have to determine that.
May I ask another question on personnel, Judge?
Definition of personnel, please.
Okay, that's the third question, Judge?
Yes.
Okay.
And then are we staying late? I'm just going to release them and have them come back at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay. Anything for anybody before we bring them back in?
You're going to release them here in a minute? We'll come back at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I know the transcript request catches my attention. And I want to make sure that any testimony about the AMVETs is captured in the transcripts and we deliver them, whether it be Director Cross, Mark, or Mr. Null.
Yep. And Ms. James is endeavoring to locate both direct and cross.
Okay. You know, that's the only ask I make.
Okay. Mr. Nunzi, anything else for you?
No, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
Good.
Mr. Barnett?
Staying out of this one. No.
Okay. All rise for the jury.
So once this is done, I'm probably going to end the stream and then we'll start again. I'm in flight tomorrow. I'm going to Houston, but as soon as I land, I'm going to bring my microphone. As soon as I land to get everything set up, I will be going live again with the stream. Fingers crossed they go until Monday because I'm in transit again, and I really want to be here for the live.
Yeah, and I have my own verdict watch or verdict stream tomorrow. But if I have time and David is not on later on in the day, I could put up a stream.
That's actually really good. If if Nick wants to like cover this for me and you guys are in my chat and you want to catch this live just in case I'm not available tomorrow, a link to Nick's stream is pinned at the top of the chat. Go over there, subscribe, hit the black notification button, so the black bell, so that you get all the notifications. And then if he goes live with this tomorrow, if they happen to get a verdict, you guys can catch it live.
The reading of the Dinkins trial verdict, if he is guilty according to the judge, then and if he chooses that he will have the sentencing at the same time, that will take some time, because then you have victims.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and
welcome
stuff like
back.
that.
We got a series of questions for you, obviously, and we're towards the end of the day, so we're just going to deal with them all at once. The first one that we received indicated requesting copies of the transcripts for Bill Null's testimony and UC Mark's testimony relative to September 12th in the AMVET parking lot in terms of the handing out of assignments. We are endeavoring to do that as we speak. So there's two things on that. Number one, I will tell you that my general answer when we give a request for a transcript is simply to rely on your collective memory, because it's extremely difficult for us to produce transcripts. The reason that I did ask Ms. Janes if she would do that in this case is it was a very specific request. And so I guess as an indicator of why I generally say to rely on your collective memory is because we got that note at about 3 o'clock. We're still endeavoring to be able to produce the transcript even for just that limited portion of the testimony, okay? So that's the long way of me probably telling you if you ask for another transcript, I'm gonna tell you to rely on your collective memory, but we are endeavoring to do that. To the last note, which I'll get back to, but we're gonna end up releasing you for the evening. We'll have those prepared for you when you come back in the morning, okay? The second one that we got, and I'm going to give this back because it's actually one of the instructions that you got, even though you have two other copies. It dealt with the mere presence instruction, and it said, can this definition be expanded on? That's too general of a question for me to be able to answer. The answer is possibly. If a more specific question can be asked, the court can try to address that. The difficulty is I don't know what portion of it needs to be expanded on or is being referenced, or the interaction with other instructions, those kinds of things. It's too difficult of a question for me to be able to answer. But if there is a more specific one, perhaps whoever had that, or if there were several, think about it this evening. Obviously, you're not going to discuss anything with anybody, but kind of let it settle in your mind. And then when you come back in the morning, if there's a more specific one, we can try to address that one. There was another note. It said definition of personnel, please. I know there was a specific instruction that dealt with personnel of phrasing or wording that it can include. What I'll tell you is you noticed for surveillance, related physical assets, and some of the other phrasing that was used in the jury instruction, those definitions weren't provided. And so generally what we say is that words are defined as their plain and ordinary meaning as we understand them, or more accurately, they're defined by the plain and ordinary meaning as the 12 of you understand, because that is part of the decision that you make in this case. So that's the answer that I'll give you to that one. As I indicated to the last note we received, where we're going to release you at this time, because I want to be able to provide those transcripts for you to start fresh in the morning. Plus, you've been here for a while going at it, and so I think it makes sense to end there for the day, and then we'll bring you back in the morning. My one question would be what time you want to start. We've been starting at 9 o'clock. That's perfectly appropriate. If you'd like to come back earlier, that's fine too. So what I'd ask is I'm going to release you to the jury room. If the foreperson could kind of take a poll and figure that out.
I know what the court reporter is doing tonight.
8:39, whatever everybody would like to do, that's fine. And then simply send out that note to Mr. No, and then you'll be released after that, and you're free to go. Okay? All right. All rise for the jury.
Okay. So yeah, that's about it. We'll leave it up to see if they have something else to talk about. After this, you guys will all be redirected over to Excited Utterance in Salvador, who are covering the Gareth Pershouse case. That's a weird case.
Wait a couple of minutes to see what time they want to start tomorrow morning, but any issues or objections to what I detailed for them, Mr. Ralston?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzio?
No, thank you.
Mr. Seiber?
No, thank you.
Or Mr. Barnett?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Then we shall wait.
I don't know if we necessarily need to wait to see what time it's going to start. I always say it's a good sign when the jury takes a while. If the jury was convinced by the state, they would just go back. This is sort of the general rule, right? As defense attorneys, this is kind of the rules we play by. If they go back and they come right back out real quick, you're like, oh God, it's guilty. It's got to be guilty. But if they're taking their time and really thinking about it, generally it means they're leaning towards not guilty, or there's a lot of holdouts, or people have questions. That's good because the state has the burden of proof. So if people have questions, they're not necessarily convinced by the state, just in what they've heard thus far. So they need to talk about it. So it's generally good for the defense the longer it takes.
Yeah.
So,
and they haven't come back with we can't agree, we are deadlocked or anything, which means they are still discussing it.
So Hank Impala, Hank the Tank, is the lead investigator on this case. So each side gets to have somebody, help them out. Usually it's the defendant and then defense counsel. And then the prosecutor has their lead investigator. So Hearsay Hank was their lead investigator. So that's why he's still in the courtroom.
Oh, Corey Fleming, the Alex Murdaugh accomplice, 20 years.
Oh.
That's not
Wait, is
too
that
bad.
the guy that was supposed to shoot him?
No,
It's,
that was
the
his
financial.
former lawyer. Yeah,
Oh, the financial guy.
lawyer. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So,
So,
that looks
yeah.
like a carlsberg.
Well, thank you for joining us, Baker.
Yeah, we stopped. No, we didn't stop early, but you were going long. So Jamie and I would. We thought about jumping in and say hello.
Yeah, no, glad you
It's
did.
been a
This
long
has been
time.
a 7-hour stream. Once again, I'm putting a link to Baker's chat or channel in the chat. So if you guys want to check out the bisexual swinger love affair that ended with paint in the basement case, that's on Baker's channel. He's been covering that every day.
And because I'm not a law tuber, I'm a layman tuber. We also do drawings. This is not from this case. It's from the last case with where we had cabinet gnomes. So all the
Cabinet gnomes.
Yeah. We get weird on my channel.
Didn't you have a drawing of the Invisible Man walking through the paint?
Yeah, I can't bring it up now.
No, yeah, but he's got. That's this case. Yeah, so there's an Invisible Man making footprints in the paint.
We have a lot, and I'm kind of stupid, so I use the whiteboard when I get bored.
But no ninjas so far.
No, the Spider Ninja was in the Gutierrez. No, not Gutierrez. Bordegaard's case.
Stauk, Bordegaard and the Stauk case, and also in the Gutierrez case. There's a lot of ninjas doing crimes in the United States.
Yes, there are. I'm not asking Baker about the corner kisser. I'm going to end the stream because it's been 7 hours and I'm tired.
Yeah.
But you all have. Thank you all for joining me, Nick and Baker on the panel, and everyone in the chat. It's been a lot of fun. We will continue this tomorrow as soon as I can get it up and running. And remember to like and subscribe over on Nick's stream. So if there is a verdict and I'm not available to go live, he can go live.
Farrell, don't click the part where he said, "If I can get it up and running."
Yeah, and I have 2,697 subscribers. I'm 3 away from 2,700. Yeah, but tomorrow I will stream the verdict in the Henry Dinkins trial, and as soon as that is done, and David hasn't begun his, I will start up a stream. David can join, and then dual stream with me hosting.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. You all have a good night. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Nope, it's not starting.